world updates to Taego, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Taego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Taego. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
We're starting the show today by showing you some of the highlights from yesterday, day 2 of the group stages here at the PUBG EMEA Championship Fall. Of course, it goes without saying, it is the final day of the group stages. Three groups of 8 teams have been battling it out, trying to get points on the board and earn their spot in the grand finals here, because it makes life a lot easier. If you don't get one of those top 8 spots, you are going into the last chance qualifiers, which will be happening next week. My name is Sam. I'm going to be your host, taking you through all the action. Joining me, we have got Mark and Erangel. They are both here to give you some big brain analysis. And of course, casting, we have Toby and Kailar, who you'll hear from a little bit later. Gents, I have to ask, because I think this is one of those situations in the group stages, and we haven't seen this in a while, where it almost seems a little bit closed off, Mark. It looks like it's going to be almost impossible for a lot of teams to put up the numbers that we've seen in the last 2 days and ultimately find themselves in the top 8. Is it a giant mountain to climb today?
Oh, it depends on who you're asking. Look, the expectation, first day, it came out explosive. Group A really set the standard. Then we expected, obviously, for Group B to come out and get a little bit of a break, but they didn't, did they? Group C came out swinging as well. So I think the question is, can the Group B, will they be sitting there sweating, hoping to get away with it? There's a lot of questions to be asked. I think it is a high mountain for some of these teams to climb. I think some other teams are going to be cruising to the finals.
Lots of consistency from certain teams. Erangel has made all of the difference. We've seen teams dominate across every single map, across 2 days, and it's allowed them to just pull all those points away from some of the teams who are sitting. I mean, for example, we won't see them today, but like a FaZe clan, a fan favorite, they couldn't get any points. They're definitely not going through to the champs. They're going to have to play it out in the qualifiers. We're seeing a lot of that happening, and I'm expecting more of it today.
Yeah, and that's the beautiful thing of it, right? We already know that 4 of the teams that are done playing, they don't have a chance. There are some other teams we have that aren't playing either, that are going to be biting their nails, and that's the exciting part, right? You can sit back and relax, but you don't really have your own faith in your own hands. That's what is cool about playing on the last day, obviously. You can take all the choices you want to make, and you can kind of focus on some of these teams that might be competing directly for a spot in the top 8 with you.
We've got a nice little visual that's going to show you the format of PEC Fall. This will explain it a little bit better as to how it works, how our teams have got here, and now how they can move their way through to the grand finals. That's obviously where they all want to play, and you can see it on your screen now. It's pretty self-explanatory. We've walked it through as well with you. And of course, the reason that they're doing this is because they ultimately want to win PEC Fall. There's all sorts of reasons for that, but to do it, Mark, they have to get some points on the board. The point system is pretty straightforward. We know how it works. But it is, of course, that prize pool that they're going to keep their eye on.
Yeah, no changes to the system. Point system is as it is, but it is the prize pool, and as we mentioned before, it is the PGC points, and there's lots of variables that can happen here, depending on which way these teams want to get to the global championship at the end of the year. So some teams could start, once we talk about points and consistency, ascend, putting on some big numbers and consistent numbers on the board. And then we've already mentioned FaZe Clan. They're going to be short. They're going to be sitting here. They've got to rethink what they do, because they'll be going through that lower qualifier bracket.
That's going to be a bit frustrating, Erangel, for teams that are trying to rack up PGC points. If you're looking now at the leaderboard, I mean, I know the last chance qualifier means you don't necessarily, you're not out of the competition, but it is going to make life a lot harder to get into the grand finals.
Yeah, but if you ask them directly, it's like they're going to say, yeah, we wanted the extra reps. We wanted the extra days.
Yeah.
It's all planned, all to perfection and everything. But yeah, of course, it's less worries that you have if you don't play the last chance. I think everyone, we've said this, I think every single time you had a double elimination, like if you can guarantee yourself the most possible games at the highest level possible, it's going to give you a ton here. And of course, the 400 points that is on the line here is your chance to get to PGC. So you want to make sure you're in the grand finals.
Let's take a look at your attending teams, the teams that have qualified to play here in the group stages, and some of the names that you might want to keep an eye out on. Ascend won't be here today, but they were having one hell of a run the first 2 days. But today, Twisted Minds, that's a big one. They've been doing really well. BB team as well. And then yesterday, we had a chance to see, I thought Navi and Foot did a fantastic job. Mark, any other teams that you'll be watching out for today that you think could maybe upset the apple cart a little bit?
We don't want to go into discouraged ends because we spoke about them a lot yesterday, but I think they've been interesting play today. I'm actually interested, for Esports. I think they put a really good performance on yesterday. Obviously, we have the additional with Pixel. It was the unknown entity, but I feel like this was a completely different for Esports. So interested to see how they sort of weigh in against kind of that Twisted Minds and BB team, and also Eternal Fire. I think they've been cooking a little bit of a flame behind the scenes, but they were putting decent points on as well. So they're the kind of two teams that I'm going to keep an eye out for.
Let's take a look at your leaderboard. So a team that has been debated a little bit, Carlaris was talking about it off air, so we'll bring it up now, is Gaming Gladiators Avengers. Have they done enough? Because they're not going to be playing today. Is 73 points enough to get you into the grand finals and stay in the top 8 teams?
It really comes down to if the guys that already got a lot of points, if they're going to continue to farm, or if they're going to continue to just have fun with it. And once they get 80 points plus, if they're just going to chill, or if they're aiming for 100 points plus, you know, if they want to take down Ascent right now, I think it would be cool to see triple digits. I think it's very likely that we're going to see it from 1 or 2 teams, maybe Twisted, maybe Navi, it could be Foot as well, or BP team. They all have pretty good chances at doing so, but it really comes down to those 4 teams, because if they chill, if they are playing for fun, if they crash, if they're third party for fun and don't play for that, then there's going to be like a vast amount of number of points available to the rest of the teams, and that will kind of increase the bar that's going to be set to get into the top 8. I think personally, I don't think 73 points will be enough. I think it's going to be a win or die on 75. That's going to be our cutoff team, our top 8 team. It could also be even higher, but it really comes down to how much pedal to the metal that the boys are putting today.
Avengers putting the mark at 75 there. Of course, you've got 6 games to see. There's 6 games to get points on the board. And it's great entertainment for us, but the teams will be well aware that their time is ticking and it's running out if they want to qualify. Let's have a little bit of fun, because it is the pre-show to the final day of groups. Mark, which teams do you think are going to be making it through to the grand finals and skipping the last chance qualifiers?
Well, we already know some. Let's go back to the cutoff. Gaming Gladiators, something tells me they're just going to scrape through. I think they're going to get through. I think 73 points is going to be that kind of cut-off point. Navi will be adding there. We're going to see Foot Esports 100% going there. VP should get through there. A couple of the outside bets, I think you'll be looking and fighting between sort of the Fairy Tale. Stardust could potentially put on some big numbers as well. Secure Ascent need to have a better day and just get some more points. I think that'd be kind of my pick. There's a couple of outside bets, but they take risks. They didn't really perform. BBL, they threw away too many games yesterday, so I don't think they're going to be able to have as an explosive day. They're just going to stay out of early drop fights. So I kind of will go with the Foot Virtus Pro, but then I'll be looking at the kind of that Fairy Tale, Stardust, Eternal Fire, maybe sneaking their way through.
Were you surprised by BBL, Mark, not really firing on all cylinders yesterday? Because I was expecting a little bit more from them.
I think it came back to, as Mike was saying yesterday, is it just for this event? Are they trying to stake a claim in an area? And it was a risk. It was a roll of a dice. It was a gamble. It was arguably 7 to 8 points free for FaZe Clan. Should they have done it? I just can't see the outcome. It's going to be such a huge day for them today if they want to get through. Maybe they want the extra reps. Maybe they want the time alone in that Picardo, but I don't think it was worth it.
Avenger, we'll jump to you now. Which 8 teams do you think are going to be making it through to the grand final?
Well, it's pretty obvious for the top. I think that the cutoff is going to be Gaming Gladiators, and instead of Gaming Gladiators, I think it'll be like a team like... so I think let's just go through that list. Navi, BB Team, Twisted, Win or Die Ascent is going to be in. Virtus Pro, Foot is going to be in, and then it really comes down to that mid-pack. We have those, 5 teams or so that have done already a day where they've been capable of doing 40-ish points, and if they can replicate that, do that again today in an arguably easier lobby for our... Yes, I know we have 4 very good teams, but we have 10 teams that are easier to play against, I would argue. So that should make it possible for one of those teams. It could be Sakura Sensen, it could be Last Day, Eternal Fire, Stardust, like these teams, Fairy Tail even. These teams, if they have a banger day and they get 80 points plus, that's definitely going to be the cutoff. We could also be completely crazy. We don't see PB Team Twisted perform like really high, but they're still going to get 80 or 90 points, and that just makes so many more points available to everyone else. We could see even higher cutoff. We could see Win or Die and Game and even not qualifying. It could be an 80-point cutoff. So it really comes down to these top teams here. If they're they're going to have, you know, their first 1 or 2 games, have a great game, be 80 points plus, and then they're going to have fun with the last 4 ones, or third party a team, or hot drop a team, or gatekeeper team from the final, and then it kind of force them into the last chance weekend, next weekend. That's really the interesting question, because that kind of throws a spanner in the works for all the other teams that are expecting to have the very competitive teams contesting the center spots, contesting the really high priority loot spots and center compounds that we see in the upcoming circles here. So that's really going to be this interesting part for me.
Are you surprised, Erangel, for teams like BB Team and Twisted Minds? They have these banger first days. They are so incredibly consistent. There was a time where that would have been enough to guarantee your points. But we're in a situation now where they have to keep that consistency going for 2 days straight.
Right.
Surprised by that, or do you think it just speaks to the level of competition rising here in the EMEA region?
No, it's due to the lack of incentive. It doesn't matter if you're first or eighth, as long as you get one of those and you're kind of safe with that. Then there's no need to do anything else than like focus on your opponents, or focus on your own games, or if you have like personally, I think the best mentality is, let's just completely break this lobby. Let's show what we're capable of, and let's get the best competition and the best tournament in that we can get here, because this is the best practice that these teams can get. I want to see 2 or 3 teams try today say like, holy shit, Ascent did 98 points, let's get triple digits, let's put 100 on the board and show who's the big boys here. That's what I want to see. But usually what tends to happen is that the teams, they kind of lower their shoulders, relax a little bit, and say, all right, we have 85 points, we can relax, or we can third party some of these teams that we don't want to see directly in the finals.
I mean, Mark, touching on what Erangel said, that we actually saw this on the first day of group stages. There was a couple of matches where we had this very early aggression, and it felt like there were a lot of teams kind of trying to push their weight around a bit. And then yesterday, much more passive play in the early games. Do you think it'll slow down a lot today as well, with some of the teams maybe, like Erangel said, taking a step back, or is it going to be aggressive fights from the get-go?
Sam, you're just putting FaZe under the flame, aren't you? They were the team that was aggressive. They pushed away against Twisted Minds, and Twisted Minds pushed them out potentially to the lower bracket. But there are some teams that are going to be desperate for points, right? There's going to be some teams, if we're looking at the 80 points, let's just assume the 80 points is going to be the cutoff, in and around there, maybe above that win or die and that gaming gladiator section. You've got Secure Sensors, they've got to do exactly the same again, so they've got to be as aggressive, they've got to work on that miscommunication piece. We've got teams below that line, Sam, that need to put a better day in than they did yesterday, and those guys were, especially in Group C, they weren't playing day number 1, so they haven't really felt the pressure that came from that BB team and that Twisted Minds sort of running on that first set of days. So I think there's a little bit of uncertainty in the first couple of games. I think obviously kicking off in Miramar, we might see a little bit of a slower start, but as we get to that end, as we go to those green pastures of Erangel, there'll be teams that will be throwing it to the wall, because you don't want to be going through to the lower qualifiers. If you're in that clutching distance just to grab yourself in, you've got to go hell or leather for it.
Do you agree with Erangel? Do you think that this is an easier lobby today?
Maybe
Mark, you think it's an easy?
No. I heard. Do you agree with Erangel? I heard. What don't you? Wasn't that what you said, Sam? You asked Mark.
Yeah,
right?
so I said, Mark. Yeah, I was going to say, do you agree with Erangel? Do you think that it's an easier lobby today for these teams?
It's difficult. I think it's actually going to be a tough lobby, because that sounds bad, but Group B just kind of fell apart on Group A, and they kind of fell apart on Group C. So is this Clash of the Clans? I think it'd be a very consistent lobby, which means points could be spread across the board, and that is dangerous. If the points get hoovered up at the top of the table, it makes it even worse for some of these teams, because it's one game, 1 point, 1 kill, 1 steal that can make the difference between a team. So easier in the context, I think that they're both kind of give or take level, but I think it's going to be quite a difficult day.
I can elaborate why I think it's easy, Sam.
I would love you to do that.
If we have time. The reason why I think it's easy is because the top teams, the very good teams, top 4, top 5 teams, I think it's going to be super predictable how they play, because they are, they've storied teams that these guys have played for so long. They know what compounds they're going to. They know what loot spots these guys are going for. They usually know the timings. And if you just avoid those 4 or 5 big teams, BB Team, Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, and even versus Pro or Foot in that case, like if you avoid those 5 teams, then you have 11, 10 other teams that you can just kind of feed on, and those points can be the valuable points that you get on. And I think there's two options that kind of goes down the road. If you're win or die right now, looking at the games going on today, you want to be sitting there hoping that BB Team Navi and Twisted Minds and even Foot, they go out and say, let's get triple digits on the leaderboard. Let's take over us and let's show what we're made of. Because that would just make it so that all the other teams simply not have enough points available to take over Gaming Gladiators or win or die today. And if the other case happens where they have fun and they only kind of get close to it, that makes it plenty of points available, and that means that win or die, and even maybe Gaming Gladiators, they're going to get pushed down by the other teams because they're going to replicate a day that they already had, a 40, 41, 42 point day, and they're going to have 80 points plus, and that's going to push down the whole leaderboard. So it really comes down to the big 4 or 5 teams if they're going to frag out and take them down, or they're going to chill, because that's just simple maths of how many points that's available. And if you just avoid the big teams and only fight them in the end and fight everyone else, I think it's going to be easier compared to a very chaotic last 2 days we had here in the group stage.
So I love that you've broken that down, because I actually watched an interview with Carlaris earlier this week that he was doing about his career, and he was talking about PUBG and why he loves PUBG. And one of the things that he brought up was how there's kind of like a chess game that exists here, right? And that's what's so beautiful about this game, is the strategy and the bigger picture. And I sometimes feel like, Mark, we forget that there is a lot of thought and strategy. Like Avenger said, if you're a team coming into this lobby, a lot of that strategy plays in before, and then we get to see how it plays out. Would you say that a lot of the newer teams maybe lack the forethought to come up with those strategies, maybe lack the support staff as well, and that's why we sometimes see the inconsistency from them?
100%. You can't take away the analyst, right? You can't take away that some of these bigger teams have these decks of people that are putting information together quicker than anyone else can. Then they're trying to fit themselves into a puzzle that is quite difficult to fit in. They know where they're looting because they're practicing the scrims, they get into the lobbies. But then there's kind of this hierarchy. It's kind of this whole like, okay, well, I don't really want to come across the Twisted Minds. They're a global partner team. I'm trying to avoid them. So then I go somewhere different. You go somewhere different. That's not what your game plan is used to. Then your whole strategy. I think some of these newer teams, the younger teams, might have game style and game plan for maybe a drop spot. But at mid-game, that's kind of where the reps come into play. So I mean, if they haven't had the reps and against some of these bigger teams, that's where they fall apart. And the global partner teams just might run away with it.
We're waiting for one more team to join the lobby, and then we'll jump into game, because I know that you're busy spamming in chat. Stop talking, start game. I do have a question regarding that strategy, though. We've spoken about analysts and things like that, but let's just look at the teams that we're going to be seeing today. In your opinion, Avenger, which team has the biggest brain when it comes to their pre-game strategy getting into match days?
Well, there's no doubt about it that it should be Twisted Minds, but then we saw Esports World Cup and everyone questioned, what happened there, guys? What's going on? But I definitely think in terms of like the information that is being assimilated and being held onto and being used in game is definitely Twisted Minds. But I think also it kind of comes back a little bit to them where they're pretty easy to predict in terms of their timings, where they go, and they have these kind of set spots. That's also why, in this game, there's so many compounds that's kind of called after a few teams, because they usually go there and they usually go fast. Like we still have, call outs from 2017-18, like Liquid Compound here and there, and all this is due to there's just simple like timings due to where the teams are looting and everything that these guys are going to. And that's why I personally love seeing, Taego and Rondo, because everything is not set in stone yet. We don't have all these things that are decided yet. That's why it's really, really fun watching, because as we talked about yesterday, as even the guys were talking about when they're casting, like a lot of this stuff is being learned as they go. They know how to play the game, and they can kind of analyze what's in front of them. And that's what's the kind of sets the best apart from the rest, because these guys are so good at analyzing the 90 or 180 degrees in front of the team and kind of where they can go and kind of jump in chess or checkers mode, where they can kind of take these small steps towards into the circle and analyzing that elevation, terrain, and the compounds that they want to play. That's really how these guys are so good, and that's hopefully what we're going to continue seeing here.
Do you think that sometimes, Mark, though, that the big brain strategies can also be a problem for you if you get, and I mean, I think Martin referenced it right at the beginning there, talking about Twisted Minds during EWC, where sometimes maybe you can over strategize coming into this and maybe put yourself in a position where you're not easily adaptable, which is something that I think any professional team needs to be able to do on the fly.
It's difficult. Reps, especially with Twisted Minds, they've always been known to go through the lower qualifier bracket. They want to get the extra rounds in? Do they want to have the extra couple of games before getting to the finals? I just don't think they're ready. Maybe the muscle memory, maybe the mind muscle memory was set that they were going to go to a lower qualifier bracket, but it wasn't there for EWC, right? So I think there's a learning curve, but then just enhancing that, they've come away from not going through because of a lower qualifying bracket and just put huge amounts of performance on to ensure that they are not that team that goes through lower qualifier brackets. So they've got a lot to learn in the context of changing and adapting. Does the big playing plan cause issues? Potentially, because it comes down to routine and consistency. And as Martin says, they can be predictable to times, but God, they're so good in their gun skills. They can be predictable, but they're putting you down every single time. That's the problem.
For sure. Obviously, thank you for joining us on the PUBG EMEA Championship podcast. I hope that you're having a good time. We're going to keep going while we wait for the players to jump on in. Let's just completely spitball and go off topic here, because we've spoken a lot about the teams, we've spoken a lot about strategies and things like that. But I mean, what do we think at the moment about how we're doing the map rotations, Mark? I mean, we've got 2 Miramars today, and then we've got Taego, Rondo, 2 Erangels. Do we like this setup? Is this something that you think, like Avenger says, kind of shows us the...
Spicy.
It shows us the... You know what I mean? I'm coming in here where there's like a little bit of change, but also we get the traditional play. I mean, do you love that setup? Would you change it? Any thoughts on that?
I would change it. I think I've been quite open to talk about this. I actually, and maybe not for group stages, but definitely if we're having finals, or I would change it so we'd have like 2 and a 2, so 3 maps a day, right? So I would have like just Miramar, a Taego, and then Erangel at the end, and swap it to a kind of Rondo, and then just have certain days. But obviously, Martin, I think it was yesterday you mentioned this, that actually you would have it seasonal based as well, which I think is outstanding, right? I won't steal your thunder. I'll let you tell everyone, but I thought that was such a good app. So no, I would rather not have the single maps, because I think they're too throwaway, Sam. I'd rather have like 2 Rondos or 2 Taegos to play, because you kind of get the reps in and teams will develop and learn a lot quicker. But I like the additions of new maps.
Avenger, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, we talked a bit about it yesterday. So I think it's a few years ago I suggested it once we had, more maps coming out, being all the 8x8 maps that we have now, being 6. I think it should be seasonal, based on, just like we know from other games, you take a map out from active duty, you refurbish it a little bit, you improve it, and then you have a LAN tournament or a tournament that's seasoned after this, where you put in the new map, it's coming back in, you have it in ranked for a month or for 2 months before you start playing the tournament on it, so all the teams, they can kind of learn. I think by far that's the best way. And I think even with the Erangel and Miramar, they should be taken out and being improved. Maybe just always have one of either Erangel or Miramar, and then have some of the other maps that are kind of going in and out of active duty. And it should be 2-2-2. And then as a culmination at the end of the year, I think it would be cool that you have a lot of games on all 6 maps, because you should have, and then every day all 6 maps are played. I know right now it's not, all the maps are not in the best state esports kind of wise, but that's what they should work towards over the next year or 2, maybe, that we have a culmination kind of the end of the year, and you have like a huge group stage where all the maps are played in every single day. I think personally it would require more days and more games being played. I don't think a best of 12 would be enough to kind of decide. So I think that would be a very cool way of doing it. So you have like a big group stage and a big maybe last chance where they're playing maybe 18 total games instead of the 12 that we have right now, because it's to find in battle royales, to find the best team, you need more best of whatever's, you need more games being played, especially on maps that are so huge that the players don't know yet.
There we go. We're done. If you enjoyed this, subscribe to Mark's YouTube channel. We'll bring you more podcast episodes very soon. And now we're getting into game, because that's what you wanted to see. Toby and Kylaris, let's get into this.
All right, Bosch, we have got ourselves the games on the way as we have now our final day of the group stage. I was certain coming into today that there would really only be a few remnants, a few scraps for people to take when it comes to the top 8 here, Toby, because a lot of our teams have kind of flown away with it here at the very top. And then you've got some teams that have only played one day, but then got like something like 50 points, 47 points and things. So they're also in an amazing position to lash out to that top 8.
Yeah, it's definitely far from decided coming into the final day. I will say, though, in comparison to what we've had in previous group stage games, because we have some teams that have, effectively now kind of started to run away with it, there are that fewer amount of spots up for grabs for the teams that are still in the running. So while most of those teams are closer to one another, it's also a lot fewer spots available to fight for.
Well, let's do it. It is our first game of the day, match 13 of the group stages, A versus C. They've not been able to encounter each other just yet, but now we get to the nitty-gritty of things. And, well, we start things off with BBL looking uncontested in Picado. Good for them, Toby.
Oh, nice. And it's not even because FaZe didn't want to contest them, it's because they aren't here. So for anyone wondering, if they were to do this again in potentially the lower bracket, depending on where FaZe end up, it most likely will happen, because I don't feel like, despite the fact that we saw FaZe come out victorious in both Picado drops yesterday, I don't feel like BBL looked like they were planning on stopping on going there.
Yeah, they definitely want to kind of just hold on to it for now. One of my concerns or queries coming out of the group stage, or at least the qualifiers moving into this group stage, was, could anybody potentially contest BBL? And one name that rose to mind in my thoughts was Sakura Sensen, because they actually did go to Picado in terms of in the qualification stage. They also went to Pachinki later on in Erangel. So actually, I just literally went and talked to some of them, and they were like, no hot drops, no hot drops. Obviously, Sakura Sensen did great yesterday with the 40 points that they had available to them. So they don't want to risk it, basically. And it makes total sense. You don't want to be fighting BBL there.
No, exactly. And also, we heard from Mika in the post-day interview yesterday that they were still working on some comm stuff. There's a lot of, what do you call them, a lot of irons in the pot, whatever that term is, and a lot of chefs in the kitchen, I suppose we can say, in terms of the decisions being made. And I think hot drops and just close quarter fighting in particular is where you need the best comms. We oftentimes see it, some of the best teams in the world, when we do get listenings at globals and whatnot. It's when the game is the most hectic that they talk the least. You just need that quick, like, 2-word information to feed to your teammates to then be able to play off of. If they start yapping and talking over one another on what to do in certain fights, hold me, no hold me, no hold me, then those teams end up not hearing footsteps, stressing each other, and also more often than not losing fights.
Well, if you were to compare someone like Marselek, for example, to a weapon in PUBG in terms of like words per minute, you'd probably compare him to like an MG3 or something like that, quite rapid fire, quite fast. However, yesterday and even today, he's feeling a bit sick. He's feeling a bit ill. So if anything, that's probably a benefit to the... No, I'm joking.
Maybe,
but,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's how being sick works, but I do see what you're saying. No, I just think it's, obviously it's a somewhat newly formed roster, and then you add Mika to the mix just prior to this tournament too. There's a lot that has to be ironed out, and you don't really have a lot of time too, so you're kind of forced to continue with your sculpting of this team in these matches, and hopefully, again, as you said, 40 points on the first day for them yesterday, something they can, I would imagine, be very happy with, although there's always going to be moments where you're like, oh, we could add 1 more point there, or 2 more points there, but overall, I think 40 points in a day is something to be satisfied with. I'm just curious to see what they do today to not necessarily get more than 40, but to clean up what they think didn't go well yesterday.
Well, that's the thing. They definitely believe that they thought they could have even got more yesterday after having a chat. But anyway, regardless of the fact, let's get into this Miramar. As you can see, Stardust being shot at by Twisted Minds, who Twisted Minds is unbelievably comfortable up towards top with that 68 points. That's what we're expecting. We're expecting even more from them. They are the big dogs of this lobby, but what's interesting is that you have 3 unbelievable teams at the top as the big dogs. Twisted Minds, BB Team, Na'Vi, all of these teams, the other 13 teams do not want to run into at any point because of how much power that they are showing right now. So it's a terrifying lobby for the rest.
Yeah, it's definitely CIS PUBG on display today. Curious to see how Foot is gonna kind of follow suit. Day 2 had a really good, 60-point day 1. So not at all something to be unsatisfied with. And also, to go back to their first day of play, they had themselves a win. They finished 3 of their 6 games in top 3. 1 in top 5. All of the games except 1 were in placement points, which is something that I feel like it's been a while since we've seen that level of consistency for Foot. They oftentimes have been rotating edge and losing one early on, from which they haven't really been able to amount to much. But here, it's been a different story yesterday. And perfect example, working together, finding Marseille on rotation. And, that's I guess we cursed him a bit and talking so much about him coming into this one.
Well, if he's feeling sick, that's not going to do much more for him, is it? So, yeah, a bit unfortunate there to be caught out like that. Some great shots coming out, obviously, from Twisted Minds to be able to hit that on the move past. And another point on the board for Twisted Minds. Now find themselves at a cool 69.
Yeah, the solid set of points to be rocking into a, I don't want to call it home turf circle. They do like to play them up here on the northeastern side, but I love the fact that they're already showing so much presence. They do what Twisted Minds tend to do in circles like these. They had a chance to claim something much further center than where they're currently posted up. But what they do is they go kind of, if we do a split between what is the very center and what is, like, let's call it tier 2 from the middle, they'll sit up right on that border and just allow the teams to go past them, as we now see Primal try to get some points and take risk. But Twisted Minds will do that and then allow teams past them. They'll do some damage, as we saw there, find Marseille, and then just kind of allow them through, but play off of the info that they now have. Great, we saw 2 teams go that way, 1 team go that way. Now we play edge with all the info. We don't come in late and backfill and then scout. We sit center early, or somewhat center, and then allow teams past us to then play edge with a lot more info later on.
And this is 100% what Primal needed to start the day off, with only having 11 points in their first one, catching people on their rotation as well. Good stuff. And they've sent Take Risk absolutely scrambling here from this position. So there is potential for even more, trying to shoot through the smokes and try and find somebody as they move from tree to rock to tree to rock. So still on the retreat out here is Abelmir. Will he be able to get away? Looks like, no, not going to work. Another potential point on the board here for them. They're really rinsing Take Risk.
Yeah, 1 knock does come in return. Das falls down, but I don't think that's going to be enough damage to really slow things down here. Das is isolated, so maybe Billion I can find him. I'm not seeing anyone on the Primal side right now trying to go for the rest, but I think that's because Das has maybe fit the info across already. Guys, I'm safe. Just deal with the last guy. Come for me after its first knock, not in a hurry.
Yeah.
And as we can see on the map, there ain't really any opponents around. And there you have it.
Nice.
Headshot connected with the Dragonov. That's an easy pick-in for Primal, who in this case don't lose any players. And as you were saying, important points to get early on, some momentum going their way.
Yeah, it's a huge psyche wake-up, right, for them.
Yeah.
I think that this team knows that they are actually capable of hanging with this lobby better than they did in their first day. I think that is fair to say, considering that there's even veteran power on their roster, like Rustamar, for example, who has been able to play at some of the very peak moments when it comes to EMEA. Admittedly, it was a few years ago, but he has been there in the past. So, good start for Primal. They're a huge start, I would say, for them.
Oh, yeah.
Take a look.
To put it into comparison, they have as many kills now as they did in their best game on day 1.
Yeah.
So that's saying something.
Got to exploit these teams as you see them going past you. But anyway, let's see how it's going to fare here for Na'Vi, who's found themselves all the way down to the south. What they're doing here is what a usual Na'Vi rotate for a circle like this, just finding themselves in towards these hills and then being able to scout out a lot of areas from here. I like what they do in terms of their approach to this. Usually what they will do is there's like 3 fingers of these hillsides that actually do exist down here north of Valdemar. They usually send like the Trident, exactly, sorry. So they usually send like 1 to each location if they feel like that they've got enough room to be able to do it. And from there, they make really assertive decisions based on the information that they can gather from so much vision across this area. And it's a beautiful play.
It really is. Their ability, and again, for a team that, now they've been together for quite a while, but when they first kind of came in as what can we expect from this Na'Vi roster, and they started doing this, to go back to the communication discussion we had just before regarding Sakura Sanson, in order to spread out like this and play these sort of play styles, you need to have amazing communication between your team. Like for your IGL to be able to kind of split the troops where he wants them to go, and just for them to be able to hold each other's backs effectively. The further split you are, the better your communication has to be in that regard. So for them to be able to do that from the start, and seemingly not really having failed on it yet. I mean, their edge play in these competitive games is phenomenal. Regardless of where they get the circle, now they don't. But look at how many entry points they now set themselves up with their 2-on-1 split on the southern side. Well,
it's true that they do have that available to them, but one problem with this circle shift for them is, man, the terrain in this circle relative to where they were hoping it would go is so different. So there's definitely going to have to get a move on, a little bit of a shift on here, as all of the teams realizing now that there's actually not a huge amount of priority spots in a circle quite like this. So taking up those compounds along that usual pass DA split becomes a pristine moment. As you can see, Primal's already trying to rock up to wherever they can go, and BB team is also trying to take their pick of the litter.
Yeah, everyone playing the lottery that is, which compound are we ending the game on today? Because that's that's the one that everyone wants a piece of. In these areas, I mean, doing compound jumping later on in these games, we know usually means you get one push, maybe, but the second time you go and you've already lost a player or two, that's usually you down and out. So you want to be as close to wherever the game is going to end as possible. And of course, that's impossible for these players, at least currently, to tell. So I like the fact that Na'Vi is wrapping out East, but they're also doing so knowing that, okay, guys, this is going to be a compound hopping game. We're going to go from pulling up on a compound to pulling up on a compound and hope that it's going to work out for us. And as long as the hills on the northern side, which Foot currently has control of, as long as they're still in, doing all that compound jumping on like down towards Picado just becomes that much more difficult, because every time you're trying to wrap out like around a building or anything of the sort, you're going to get shot in the back, as you can see here with the mountains leading up towards Power Grid.
Sad we didn't get to see him jumping off the high ground with his parachute after getting the knock and running away. Lovely stuff. But the problem for them, as well as Stardust, is committing to Monte Nuevo this early. Yeah, okay, it has some benefits. You can get a lot more loot on board after having maybe transitioned a little earlier than you would have liked to have during a game like this. But now, coming out of here, even at this early stage of a game, is still kind of annoying, especially when there's another team around this area too. So they've got to be careful, both teams, about the opposing team, should they want to leave. And then, of course, I mean, there's no guarantee the circle's coming this way. So you've got a lot of problems if you have to transition east, especially.
Definitely. I guess best for both of them, I suppose, is that they are both the teams with 3 players alive. So no one having the upper hand, at least in terms of numbers right now. Na'Vi, here we see the wrap around that I was talking about just before. Not looking, and it makes perfect sense. Why commit to a compound now? You're only now getting into terrain from where you can scout forward. You still have a minute to spend in the blue. Of course, we know phase 2 blue damage doesn't really hurt all that much. It's very easily bandageable, or like pop 1 first aid when you're a bit down and you're fine. So scout forward, and then depending on where the next circle goes, see if you can get the jump on your opponent's headed there.
Foot with a cheeky flare crate. Let's see what they've got.
Whoa.
Ooh. MK14, like
solid. No tax ducks. It's fine. We'll take it anyway.
I was sort of expecting a little more, to be honest, but anyway.
More?
Yeah, you know.
What do you mean? There was like full level 3 gear, first aid, a ghillie suit, attachment, and a gun. Okay, you're just being greedy.
I am greedy. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Circle's gonna pop 5 seconds from now. Eternal Fire is set up there. You pick up, they know them, the far southern side. We'll see if they have to move, and indeed they do. And Na'Vi, do you wish you came in from the west right now?
Yeah, you do. What is going to be their option? I mean, when all that's going on as well, the Mad's going to be dropping down very quickly as well. Here, Eternal Fire realizes, hey, maybe we need to actually get some cars on the board here and start rotating in from this side. Because anything else that they would have gone to, be it Brickyard, be it Monte, be it the compound that Fairy Tail's rocking on past and trying to blitz towards to get to as a 4-man, very important. Crossberg takes IRAO down here as Samler will lose significant members to start things off. Oh, this rotate past Monte Nuevo has been a disaster.
I like the idea of them trying to full speed center. They came in further north. They wanted to breach over there. I think they saw the compound was open on the eastern side. They wanted to get there, but when you have a stalemate in Monte proper between Stardust and Sakura Sanson, and they're just both sat there waiting, we hear a car. You know what? Let's stall for a while and just take them out instead. That's a bad timing on the side of Samla.
BB pushing up on BBL. Oh, Baron Peak tries to find warm fill first, but Bestalosh absolutely blasts him after that. Here comes Schiller for the reinforcements as well, though, realizing that this is going to get a little bit hairy for BBL. Flash goes through, Spiro is blinded, gets back into the car for a second, tries to get out, and CCNX will take him, but Bestalosh once again, another trade. That's a nade right next to you. You need to move Schiller with the double. Oh, dear me.
Back and forth, and right now no one is in a position from where they can engage on this. We are seeing Primal now, though, starting to look in this direction. Nice read, and there he comes. Swings to the corner, Panzerfaust in hand. BBL out victorious, but Primal, 2 people pushing up on foot now. It's Das, and it's Das coming in a vehicle, sorry, with 2 more players set up close. Are they actually going to fully commit to this push? I'm not sure they should, but I think they might.
Meanwhile, we've got Eternal Fire rocking up on last day, and Molodok across the road here really doesn't have much to answer for this. It's a little bit far away from his scenario, especially considering that they kind of split still. Quizzy and Nitro are way further away, so this 2-2 has been, I would say, to a degree punished, but I mean, how on earth is how are they going to react to it? Because Code Marco's already on the move out now.
Yeah, it's not good for VP in the meantime. I like this split. They set up early. They all played out of the church initially, and when they saw the circle swing west, they instantly sent Lucarooks over on this side as well. Jorges trying to get that one-tap headshot with the Dragunov, but not to be. Eternal Fire also eliminated as they tried to wrap past Virtus Pro, so they will be taken out in 14th.
We just missed some nuts shots from Molodok, by the way, to actually take out the rest of Eternal Fire. So I thought maybe he wouldn't have a chance to be able to really deal with them, but he blitzed them as they were leaving. So great stuff by him to get the recovery on that.
Solid play for sure. We stay here on the southern side. Phosphase now down. That's once again, I mean, the fight between Sembler and Sakura Sanson popping off on the northern side. VP in the meantime trying to fend off against Na'Vi. Na'Vi came in very late to the circle again. I mean, had to kind of scout on the go. Not too much info to go off of initially. As Na'Vi actually will be eliminated. Beamy able to get the double with the nade.
Yeah, it was always going to be hard for them to really try and get on in here, and there was a lot of teams shooting at them. Now it's going to be Fairy Tail playing King of the Hill on the position that they've got and see if they can hold off a lot of the teams that are going to want technically that spot. But Sakura Zensen is also done, as Crossberg does actually get knocked by one of the residual nades left over by Sakura Zensen by the end of all of this. But as you can see here, Virtus Pro is one of the teams that's south of the Fairy Tail position, as well as the Royal position there in Brickyard. So technically, I think those 2 spots could eventually become heavily contested, but approaching them's not too easy. Maybe a bit easier to approach Brickyard than the Fairy Tail compound.
Yeah, I think for now, I mean, it's only really VP that can come up and play it. At this current moment, with people on all sides, you can't utilize it at all. And we saw, I mean, the result of teams trying. Na'Vi get up there, they instantly get demolished. When you have, like, when you're within nade range for 3 separate teams, you know you're not going to be able to stay alive. Foot here, difficult position for them to play as well, but they saw what happened to Sakura Sanson. They know that they have Stardust over on the other side, and if Pixel M249 in hand can I suppose suppress long enough to allow for the remaining Foot players to come over, they should be okay. Issue is, as soon as they start fighting with Stardust here, you can be sure that Twisted is going to pull up.
Well, it was a great thread of the needle for Foot to find this location due to the fact that it's good map knowledge. This is one of the better dips to take once a circle's like this. Monte Nuevo is a threat. That compound to the east is a threat. Where do you go? You can go in here. The only problem is that once people do push up, nade bait becomes kind of a bit of a factor, right? So Metabait is looking to kind of lurk around. I'm scared for Foot if they do get kind of got caught unawares by this. Let's see. Oh, caught unawares indeed.
Caught mid-jump, Metabay peeks on over. There's no one from Foot close enough to have massive impact on this. Nice headshot, body shot to follow. VAR2 will fall down. Great standoff here. Stardust, the ones to have to push into this, are doing a lot of damage. Third player down now as well. It's just Pixel left alive.
Yeah, they found this spot well, but I think that they didn't expect Stardust to go quite as aggressive on it, right? Like, so that was
true.
Just really flying out the gates of Monte Nuevo here with Stardust to really exploit this. And yes, they have. Great stuff by Stardust.
Incredible. 7 kills already. I mean, they cleared out their side of Monte to then, as you said, surprise Foot with their aggression. And I love that when we see teams do this. I mean, Stardust 2 didn't have the best of days on their first match day 2 days ago. They finished... Oh, well, you know, they had 41 points. I'll take that back. They actually had a pretty decent showing off of 2 good games. But overall, I think in terms of consistency, in terms of going out and making daring plays, we didn't see a lot of it this time around, though. Change of pace and clearly caught Foot off guard.
Oh, still kind of king of the hill for the moment for Fairy Tale in their compound. But a lot of other locations will be pushed out. Brickyard, for the most part, gets pushed out a little. Last Day are now pushing forwards to try and do something about this compound location. You can see how much of an overlook this spot does have. And you can also see what's important is, yes, you can be in the compound, but you also kind of need to be on a little bit of the lip above it to try and make sure nobody's going to be really pushing up against you. Well, where are you going, Last Day? What's the plan?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know at this point. It's I think they're waiting, hoping that the teams around them weren't going to see that they drove down a hillside in a Bronco. So clearly, we can both hear the car, we can see it. Now he has a smoke for cover and an almost exploded vehicle. Curious to see, if we keep a nitro cam up, how long he's going to stay alive in this game. I mean, he's one team away from placement points, so I guess a 1 point rotation is something.
True, true. He's just on smokes, though, for the most part. Like,
oh, we're leaving.
Wait, where are we going?
I'm not sure
to the
anymore.
other smoke.
You know what? We'll just follow this rotation, see what happens. Now he's been headshot. Oh, there's a new dip, and he's dead.
Oh.
Happens. Who's next? Who's second up on the run? It's really just Royal and Virtus Pro with rotations that they have to make. Primal could get into a better spot than the northeastern side, but it's again back to this Fairy Tale compound because it's still in there. The entire southern half of the circle you can't really utilize outside of this compound.
Well, it looks like Fairy Tale abandoned the idea of holding the little ridge line that Virtus Pro is kind of pushing up on. Lucarux is already down, though. Primal's going to try and exploit the fact that potentially Fairy Tale was embroiled in a bit of a skirmish. Let's see if they can do much. He's shimmying. What's he going to do?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of good and bad for Fairy Tale that there are two teams pulling up on this now. They're starting to damage one another as well. You can see neither of these two teams can really fully commit to the fight at hand. They have to also be wary of a potential flank from the other teams trying to breach into the compound. Ooh. And once again, it's the teams on the outskirts starting to fight one another. That's a good nade as well. EB gone down.
Perfect stuff. Let's see if they can do a little bit more. Lucarux is now back up on his feet, good to go. However, Fairy Tale's really not had to do a whole lot about this because, again, these teams have been kind of corralled into one another, really not wanting to push across the ridge into this compound, despite there not being that many windows looking at this ridge from the compound. So, well, let's see. This beam is still lurking around the edge of the blue, looking for good old Rustenmar. We find him.
Distance to this spray as well. Beamy needs to connect one more. Not gonna happen. Bass takes him in return.
Rough, that one. Really rough. And I didn't know if that was quite the AR angle he wanted. Maybe a few cheeky taps of a DMR. But regardless of the fact, down and out at the moment. It's all on Lucarux to really do something here for Virtus Pro. But Primal, 8 kills on the board, man. 8 kills. A huge step up for them.
Solid
in game
circle
one.
now as well because it's just shifted off the hill. I think they're reading that too, saying, great, you know what? The compound is out. Let's just stay up here to make sure Fairy Tale don't, like, whenever they do leave, that they don't push down on our side. You can see Royal is doing the exact same thing or trying to from the left side. They say, we need to force Fairy Tale down the hill on the other side because then we can fall back and we can play into this next circle. Because right now they can't play the areas down below the compound on the northern side because Fairy Tale would have easy pickings on them if they tried to. So right now it's a what's the reverse of tug of war? I don't know. Like, they're trying to push Fairy Tale over to one another.
I'm not sure what that would be called. No, I'm sorry. But it's all the hopefuls when it comes to teams alive, and then Twisted Minds. But Twisted Minds will have to make a bit of a transition away from the warehouse. Maybe the hopefuls can all shut them down at the same time. Here, as the points are slowly tallying up, Perfectix is now going to make the move as well. Let's see how far he can go. They do know that somebody is in that shack, guaranteed, so they're going to push up against the ridge line, maybe try and find a little bit of a utility range from that shack and clear them out.
One good nade could be the downfall of the remaining two similar players, but maybe Primal has something in mind. Indeed, they do. One knock comes through from Rustin. Cross will be able to flush it, though. So points once again over for Stardust.
Not bad. At the same time, just going crazy, taking out Lucarux on the other side of this. Fairy Tale has now exposed themselves a little bit, charging up a nade. Knows that he's kind of stuck in that corner unless it's up on one of the buildings. Oh, sorry, one of the boxes. But no, he will go down thanks to being forced out of that position. Great stuff so far from... It feels like these small moves that Primal's making. It's like, where was all this in the first day?
Yeah. Yeah, because it's not even that easy a circle to play from. The good thing on their part is that Twisted Minds has remained preoccupied with what was happening on the northern side. Normally, they could get a bit of an angle up here. And then, of course, having VP as well there to kind of help out and fending off against Fairy Tail does make things easier. But again, I mean, with what they've been given, they've played this game exactly the way you want to.
See if Royalty can do anything from Brickyard. They've been sat there for a long time. I don't think they're going to be warm into this one at all. And no, they are not. They will be taken out. Admittedly, it was a bit of a hard transition. It's still so open there. They tried to go for the smokes, but what can you do? As now Fairy Tail's going to say, well, business, we are your priority now. As they move all the way right up to them. Do they have no nades to underhand? Doesn't look like it.
Nothing to work with. Again, they were sat in that compound from early days, so limited what util they've been able to get for themselves. Vanos able to find one. Brightside is just over the other side of this ridge. I'm not sure if Vanos and Rhino is aware, though, that there were two people in that car coming in. Perfectix will fall. Primal now on 10.
They've played a banger of a game. I really like what they've been doing so far here. Twisted Minds kind of stuck in no man's land, and Samler's outliving them, outlasting them at the moment. They not only divided up from the shack as well, they went over to the rock to be able to make sure that they weren't as vulnerable as one would think. But somehow, some way, Example is getting this res. It looks so open from our angle, but it's not.
You have a deployable cover, and you have a bit of a rich line. You don't need much as long as you have a little bit of a dip to prone in, or crouch behind, I should say. You could be all right. Primal now, of course, they know what one of the bigger threats is here. They know Twisted Minds can log out games from this position. Rustenmar, Privilvision. Spots Example down there as well. One good nade, two good nades here. Could and should be him going down. One down, the two down, the third. Already blue. So not that just yet.
Yeah, just a little short. Let's see if they can kind of deal with him. There we go. Damn, Primal's on fire. I love it. I love that they brought the initiative and brought the aggression to them at the same time here, though. We have Fairy Tail trying to shut this down. Another nade coming out from business to shut down this Fairy Tail push against this tree. They've been stuck here for a few minutes, and they're going to get blasted down.
I mean, Business, Stardust, Primal, your top three teams, and arguably also the three teams that have played the best game so far in this one. 13 kills, should be able to get Norby back up alive. Yes, Primal, no casualties taken. Business should be able to get to Rhino here as well, so they'll be able to reset. And we are seeing a rest being committed to by Stardust too. So these three teams, two of whom did not have the most phenomenal day. Yes, Business had themselves a 10-kill win, but outside of that, it really wasn't a whole lot going their way on their day one. So just insane. I mean, insane start to the day. And honestly, with these three teams now playing as well as they are, that's going to have us kind of reopen, I suppose, the discussion of who we're expecting to come through.
They're the hopefuls, I say, and it shows that, once again, our region is unbelievably deep with talent when it comes to even just the tier 2, tier 3 teams that don't quite make it to the finals, but they are very, very scary and deadly indeed. Crossberg finally gets one from Business, trying to shut them down. There are 2 knocks on Business already, but this P90 might be able to, what does Rich normally say? Sing its song and do something. Actually, P90 wasn't even the game when Rich was here, so he was always on about that with the arm.
751 damage over Crossberg. One good nade in between those two deployable shields. Should be all of Business taken care of. But not done just yet. Now they have to think, do we go back for Laza? Do we make the aggressive play here? Nope, they're going to go back. Try and see if they can get Laza back on his feet. Because off of that knock, Primal, you'd expect, are going to push further forward. Jorgus is the solo player currently on the dot of what will be the next circle. I like this 2-1-1 split that Primal has got going right now.
And there's really been no exact standout for Primal. Everybody 4 kills coming in from them, with Rustamar doing 1,000 damage in total so far. Still, there is extreme amounts of control potentially here for them. Will be taken down very, very quickly, though, as the peek over does come along. And it looks like Primal's just been setting themselves up for all of these angles as the other two teams push on against them. It is an absolute slaughter coming out from Primal. They're looking fantastic.
And they're all up there, too. Just Medibay left alive to deny what could be a 19-kill win to finish this one off. Peeks on over Medibay. Able to find the first. We'll see if we can do anything else. We have broken vests, broken helmets on the side of Primal, so maybe there's a miracle play in the making. I doubt they'll allow Crossberg back on his feet. Let's see Rustin peeking on forward. 1100 damage done already. Looking for the kill here, but now they're hesitating. Now they're playing safe, and it's allowed Crossberg back on his feet.
I'm glad Metabay held the res because he realizes there's no way he's going to win if he doesn't. So it doesn't matter if they peek over, you just have to hold it anyway. One nade goes forward. There is still one more available here. Still see him around the corner. Rustamar, can you make this work here? Can Stardust somehow salvage this situation? Blinded as well. Goes over. P19 hand to Crossberg. Will they be able to find Rustamar? He's just shooting blindly through this. No, they will take it, but Nova V will actually finish that off.
Low HP Metabay again. I mean, while it might not be a game he's going to win, he's doing everything he can to do it. Now, finally, taken down and a 19 kill win for Primal to kick off the day. We talked about BB Team, Na'Vi, Twisted Minds. No. Forget about them. Look at what we got here.
They came into today with 11 points. They almost got themselves triple that amount in one game.
Yeah.
Well, good job.
Pretty decent.
And the way that they were constantly being able to control some of this terrain was awesome, right? Like, they didn't over-aggress into the Fairy Tail location. They quite easily could have in some moments once Virtus Pro had been completely eliminated, but Fairy Tail eventually opts to back on out. The fact that Primal understood that just taking control of the plateaus slightly northeast of that compound to eventually be able to exert themselves on the rest of this lobby. Great stuff.
I feel like it was very similar to the Fairy Tail when we saw in Miramar 2 days ago, I guess, with how many different decisions they had to commit to over the course of this tournament, how they played them all perfectly. From the pull-up on the BBL fight in the compound on the hills earlier, and then just breaching over and understanding we don't have to actually full push this Fairy Tail compound up on the hill. We'll just wait for them to come to us. Very smart understanding, great communication. Clearly, it must have been in order for them to bring home a win like that.
Well, the hopefuls are fighting back against the big dogs, and I like to see it here at the start of our third day of group stage. Let's head over to the desk to get all the breakdown.
I love that analogy, Kalaris. The scrappy dogs are coming in to fight the big ones. And Primal, damn, that wasn't even scrappy. That was just full-on aggressive pitbull style fighting from the get-go. Mark, I mean, Kalaris touched on it. The amount of points that they just got in this game is more than what they've had the entire group stage.
Welcome to the group stage, Primal. That's all I'm going to say. Day one, forget about it. Primal's looking to back it under 6 games themselves, doubling up, nearly putting 30 points on the board and leapfrogging themselves. Is it enough? We're going to need to see Primal with the foot down on the gas consistently now through the day. But this is the team that came through the group stages being able to do that.
You can see there, 19 kills. What a game, Avenger. What was it about Primal's play today that was just working in their favor on our first Miramar?
Yeah, it was great. Obviously, being able to work out how they were pushing some of the teams and kind of getting in and poking the teams a little bit, getting a kill or two and getting out, and then taking them on later and making sure there are 4 guys alive all the way in through. And also, they saw the Stardust rest going off, so they kind of pulled off a little. And it felt like they were like, okay, let's get these 2 points as well
100%.
to make sure that we maximize the points in this one here. And the funny stat is also that they got 1 placement point in 6 games. Now they got 10-fold points here on placement. That's pretty crazy to see. Good to see Primal coming in, but they need to continue, guys. They might be on 40 points now, but they need 40 more to have a chance at the top 8.
I think that was going to be my next question, Mark. Do you expect to see Primal be able to continue this performance, or is this just one of those situations where good first game, but possibly not really going to feature much more as the day progresses?
It's a risk, right? Maybe people have been woken up by Primal, right? Maybe they've gone, oh, okay, let's not drop the ball on them. But as I said, through the qualifiers, that's their performance. This is what they're used to doing. They're so aggressive. I think Martin's right. We were sitting there talking. It's like 100% they are going for that extra point. That's the level of detail that this team can play. Will they be given the movement? Will they be given the space? They made a wonderful push into that BB team. And that just sort of tails down to their strategy. I think they could do it. I'd love to say they're going to be an outside bet and clawing their way into a potential top 8.
You mentioned there about them coming in on the BB team. We're focusing on BB team, actually, and I love the fact that Miramar, this first matchup, has just been all about Primal. You're going to break us down that the plays that we saw from BB and Primal will feature as well.
Yeah, so BB team, obviously, normal drop for them, especially with this sort of late pain path. They'll come out, they'll obviously get their gear, they're spread out on the compounds, and we see some teams obviously take advantage. I'm quite surprised that FUT Esports haven't taken advantage of the split, but I think based upon the zone shift, they had to get moving. It was a good move from them. They obviously worked their way down, a lot of scouting going forward, and they kind of went for this 2-2 split sound. They held out, but this was where they were hoping, praying the zone was going to play back to them. They wanted to pull back towards the southeast, but it didn't. That only left them with one option, and that was a push towards BBL. Good crash. Obviously, they had got the momentum up in the cars. They moved around using the train to their advantage. And I was quite surprised at this point that BBL hadn't collapsed. It wasn't until the guys breached the compound that we see BBL sort of make their way now, Martin, back towards this location. It obviously was a push. They had a knock. That's not great. But this nade here, Martin, outstanding. He knows he's gone. He tries to get away with it, but it's done and dusted. And how better way to finish it but with a Panzer?
Yeah, I liked it. It's first of all a little bit unfortunate that we're focusing PP team on a situation where they get practically Panzerfausted out of the lobby. They got a first, a second, and a fourth on the first day, and this is the focus. But the play was correct, Mark, and I completely agree there. Like, they had to do something here, and a chance where they can actually open up a compound and take a 4 versus 2 effectively here, and just where it ended up not working out for them. It's just unfortunate, and sometimes it obviously works out for them, and that's also where Primal came in and third party that play, right? So yeah, worked out well for BB until there's a few nades and a few utility that gone against them, and they got knocked out of that.
Avenger, were you expecting what you saw in our first matchup?
There was still a little bit of misplays that we don't really usually see from some of the teams, and I love the guys that they're first of all pointing out that all of our mid-pack and some of the teams that had a rough first day, that they come in and do extremely well here. That's cool, but it's also that's what makes it extremely hard for everyone else. If we don't have BB team Twisted Minds and Navi fragging out, it's gonna be 10 teams fighting for that 1 or 2 spots in the finals there, so it's gonna make it really fun. And also, yeah, it might be some scrappy fights, but still very impressed with what we've seen so far. There's some clever moves coming in, and yeah, very cognitive plays coming in for sure.
We've seen our first game here in the final day of the group stages. There are 5 more to go. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we're heading right on back to Miramar. We'll see you then.
You guys up there? Oh, that was.
Healing.
Another rotation green. Enemy.
1 active.
Let's get from me up under me.
I stole one.
That's inside.
Dead. Yeah,
Got it. I come in knock one.
On the dirt road, they're holding close.
Knock one. Let's keep you on the car. Native green.
Go active.
Don't get shot from behind, Nix. From the.
One guy's on the shack.
I'm coming. You need me?
Knock one more. I think let's get shack. I think. Dead. Good up, guys.
Running at you from green.
Yeah, I'm holding left side. For now.
You're alone. He's gonna peek your right.
Pick over, remember?
No, let him play.
right, one more murmur for these teams to try and get themselves points on the board. And already, as we mentioned, the hopefuls, the young guns, well, some of them young, are coming out in the previous one to try and get themselves all the way to the tippity top. We'll see if that can continue though here, Toby. It's not easy in a lobby like this.
Definitely not. I do like that. I mean, just with the amount of points Primal got in this game alone, they are now very well set within the race of a top 8 spot to go through to the grand finals. So I mean, it's more teams joining the party as we get our way closer to the end of the group stages, and I think it's perfect when it's that way. See some of the teams on the top, maybe not tippity top as you say, crumbling because that doesn't really matter. They're kind of already locked in. But the teams right there on the cusp, if they start off slow on the day, and they already now see some of these teams in the bottom start to claw back up, that's even more pressure on their shoulders to go out and deliver.
I think that's the cool thing about a game specifically like that, is that at no point would I have thought in a million years that Primal would have come into today and had a potential opportunity. However, just one game can change that in PUBG, and that's what's awesome about it. If you're able to play it out well, if you're able to have these things go your way and you're able to work with the terrain and take the fights that you want, you can get right back in, and that's what Primal just did, and that's what a lot of these other teams can do here, Toby.
And also to further complement them off that game, I mean, yes, it's incredible that they get a 19 kill win, but in the area of the map that they do, I won't say it's unheard of, but it's very rare that a team that has to push in that area south of Monte Nuevo and kind of play it on foot is the team that not only comes out victorious, but doesn't lose a single player until there's one opponent left. I mean, the amount of fights, scrappy fights, we talked about compound jumping, coming into those couple of circles there. They had to do all of that and came out victorious time and time again. That's very rare. You see a team string together so many successful pushes on opponents, and come out with no casualties in the late game. Like, usually that's the team that gets your 10 kills at phase 5 and then dies. Like, still an incredible game, but they just took too many casualties over the course of the mid game, so they would obviously crumble in the end. And then it's the team like Fairy Tail, who sat in the compound forever, that just kind of pushed out and won it, you know? But for Primal to do both the heavy lifting through the mid game and bring it home in the end, that is it's very top shelf PUBG, and something we rarely ever see from even like some of the best teams in the game.
Get away from here, you.
No, we'll
cheeky,
go there.
You
we'll go
silly
there.
minx.
Are you ready? 2, 1, boom. Never mind.
Look at all those islands in that circle. Wow. Anyway,
I mean, I'm sure that if we go back 10,000 years with how this terrain is carved, there were islands. Just south of Vadusi was an island. Maybe north of Vadusi was an island. And you know what? I think west of Vadusi was probably an island too.
Ah, yes. When the world was Pangea and millions and millions.
I'll never get my island game. Eventually, it'll happen. It'll happen.
Well, it is our last chance for these teams to really get it rolling on Miramar. So let's bang it out. Let's get ourselves going here for the Dusty Dunes. And we've already noticed, a pretty central circle to get things rolling. It does favor Stardust split to get things moving on. Take Risk is already moving to find themselves. Actually, normally, now that I think about it, isn't there normal split like kind of west of water treatment and things like that? Let me take a quick.
Yeah, I mean, the plane path obviously didn't allow for them to go straight there, unless if they kind of go through San Martin. So makes sense that they'll go a bit further northeast. They do have the, let's call it the magnet compound within reach. So you know what? If you see this circle pop and you're already in and around water treatment, just send Billionaire like 600 meters further west, chill, and who knows, maybe 26 minutes from now it'll be phase 8 and you'll be vibing with 2 teams left alive.
Well, some of those compounds have always been extremely instrumental in some of those circles, right? Though, so yeah, who knows? We'll see where those circles do go, as we do have Samla here as well. One of the hopefuls teams that I think that actually could do pretty well as time goes on. Unfortunately, we don't really have that many full German rosters apart from Ascend, but they are definitely one of them, and they've been able to show in the past that they're capable of good things. 23 points languishing down towards the bottom, not ideal for them, but I do think that they are better than a 23-point scenario so far.
Yeah, I mean, pull off a Primal, and all of a sudden you're ahead of Foot and VP.
Well, yes, technically, yes, I suppose.
I'm just saying. It's possible.
That's ambitious, though.
You alluded to it before, and we can mention it again, of course, Circle, very center, with a lot of teams on the southeastern side. Usually not something we see too often. Like, all of these teams are now having to figure, how deep do we dare go in this? Do we wrap all the way north around? I would imagine that some, if not most, of the teams will, looking at VP, Foot, and RV as well. I mean, 3 teams with a lot of experience playing in PUBG and as a team as well. I would imagine Na'Vi is going to do a hard northern wrap, potentially all the way north of water treatment. VP though, for me it's the bait of either we stop before the power grid plateau, or we have to go over. But then if we go over power grid plateau, how far do we have to go? You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of that's kind of the first checkpoint you have to clear. Because scouting south of Picado in this circle right now, like, it's, unless if you're banking on an absurd hard shift south, it's really not going to grant you a whole lot.
I like how you said scouting south of Picado as a sandstorm is south of Picado.
Also, that doesn't make it any easier either.
Yeah, that would be a problem. But as you can see, VP's currently in that. They're moving away from Los Leones that they were sitting around in for a little bit. So, and a few shots coming out from Lou in all directions to just kind of cordon off people from coming up here. But, I mean, if anybody knows anything about Miramar in this lobby, it's that Twisted Minds is probably in the area. So, yeah. Is it required? Maybe. Who knows?
I mean, having said that, FaZe did try and kind of ambush them yesterday, which worked initially. They got one player down, and then they got destroyed. And I mean, Twisted Minds ended up getting like a 13-kill third place. So overall, not successful, but it did cause a bit of commotion in the early game. And with the way there's currently 2-1-1 split, there is room to punish the likes of Lou and Batulins, and seems to me now that Last Day might be a team that could look to do something of the sort, as most teams, again, I mean, are all sat very northern in this circle. It's really only VP that is opted to go, you know what, we'll just chill. We'll wait and see. If we get the next circle, we're going to be golden. If we don't, we'll figure it out. Who knows, maybe they have an e-pick up or something they can utilize, but until that moment, for now, they chill.
Yeah, I think it's a symptom of like the circle changes with unplayable, right? The fact that up to the north, if the circle does end up shifting up there, which was more unusual than it used to be, I suppose, more usual now than it used to be. Correct myself there
English,
for a second.
Yeah, difficult language.
And it's harder to transition up there than it is to transition further down. But the problem is with everybody also thinking the same thing, then suddenly you've got way more barrier teams up there. So it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy of damned if you do and damned if you don't.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. And speaking of transitioning, Jorges might transition to the lobby if he doesn't soon realize that Hitman is sat here chilling. Obviously heard the vehicle coming in. Marcelik is dead early game again. I did not see what happened there, but that is now the second game in a row he's gone down as player 64 on the server, which of course is, again, I mean, not really what you want to have happen to kick off a last day of quals.
No, the game 3 of the day, they'll just kill him themselves to make it more usual. You know, I also didn't see what happened. So.
He needs the HIMAS service, where 3 players just drop everything they have in their hands and rush for the rescue.
That's really not great. I guess maybe when Primal came up the hill, that's my only guess.
Yeah. Maybe.
Somebody in the Discord will know.
We talked about last day the potential if they could pull up on Batulins. Let's see now if Batulins has his car parked in the right position. And indeed it does. And you know what, kids? Out there, everywhere, even the honking coming through. That is why you always have a fire escape ready. For this exact reason, believe you me, 50 people on this server, had they been where Batulins is, or just was, they would have died. They would have not had their cars parked in the right location. They would have not read to disengage quickly enough, but Batulins realizing we're in a like very, very, very weak split in terms of protecting one another. I have to be able to get out of here. And he does. Great play.
Is there a more apt logo for Twisted Minds and Batulins than a huge brain, right? Like,
no, it's very fitting, I suppose.
Yeah, they are masterminds of this game, and rightfully so. Currently sat at 74 points. They didn't quite get as much as they would have wanted off the previous game, but it was enough because they know that they're solidifying themselves. But damn, Stardust at 77, man. That is not what I had on my bingo card coming after one game of today.
No, incredible jump up. As we now see Foot, the mid team here in terms of where they were before on the southern side. Na'Vi went all the way north. VP still in the south, and Foot coming in from the middle eastern side here, backfilling Eternal Fire, who are actually busy fighting Royal, and I guess this fight kind of helping out, or at least rescuing Code Marco and Ruin, because they only opted to rotate now because their teammates needed help. Little did they know they were about to get backstabbed.
I'm looking at this. I think it's wrong.
Oh?
But anyway, well, yeah.
What's wrong? You can't say that without saying what's wrong.
I thought maybe the points were wrong, but anyway, regardless, let's focus on the fights that are going on. Rustamar taking down Quetpa to get things rocking again. Primal, see, look at that, rolling with everything that was going on before. Because for example, like Primal's in second, like 7th with 71 points, right? Like that's absolutely not correct. They didn't suddenly get 60 points off of the previous game, right? Because they came in with 11.
I'm trying to math. But
what do you mean you're trying to math?
You may be right. No, I'm just trying to figure out how...
Ignore it. Let's talk about the game.
Trying to figure out how 11 points, how we can possibly make it 71 with a 29-point game. Yeah, no. Math failed. It's true, it's wrong.
Okay, great, cool.
I was just thinking, multipliers and stuff, but clearly we don't play with those here, so.
No.
Last day multipliers for points. Rule change in the making.
Yeah, well, it happens elsewhere. And
on the final day, you get 2 points per kill.
Let's not talk about this. It happens elsewhere, and it drives me crazy. Anyway, so let's talk about this game currently going on.
Good idea.
Yeah. Sossev was shooting everywhere, making sure people aren't coming towards him. But Toolins is kind of caught in a bit of an odd spot once again, but not necessarily. I mean, last day is looking to completely rotate past them. Bombilovo is actually caught out a little bit here, so maybe they want to shut him down first, and then all the things gone. But He-Man, on the other side of things, takes on Jugges, so Primal's already taken a casualty as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, is it him caught with last day rotation, or is it last day caught with him? I'm not quite sure, but seems like they were both kind of trying to regroup with their teammates at the same time. Crisscrossed a bit there now. Up towards the Coruscant we go. Virtus Pro opting to pull up on them. First, trying to hold off the angle. It's going to be nowhere to find the first one on the side of VP, but Nixie instantly in there to find Fuss in return.
Look at Rooks, still lurking on around here. Tails still fighting against Primal. Few pot shots here and there, but we'll just actually fall back for a second. So, concern definitely on the side of Virtus Pro. Definitely not safe just yet.
No, it's of course not optimal when you try to take a fight to one team that you get knocked by another. That just adds to the fear of multiple teams potentially engaging you. But of course, we are wrapping into San Martin, and I guess a bit surprising that VP opted to fully commit to San Martin west side. But then again, looking at the split the starters have, how we with this circle, yeah, you know what, I take it back. It kind of makes sense seeing where they came in from and how they were kind of forced to make space for themselves.
Yup. Can He-Man do anything more there? I don't think so. Last day should be able to kind of clean this out and get going. Whilst he is stuck.
And Mika is set up on Plane Crash overlooking all of this. So definitely not optimal. I'm just curious if Last Day knows he's here. They're rotating vehicles around, kind of maneuvering around. But now, I mean, obviously with every step he takes, it's there's a bigger chance that they'll hear him.
Got to do some of that shadow stepping and see if he can get away with it. Sneaky. Oh,
only moving when they move.
There is something to be said about it, but at the same time now, all being stuck down in San Martin is not exactly the ideal scenario for a circle like this, technically, because again, we have so many scenarios where the circle will go away and then you're kind of just stuck in here. A lot more utility being spent out here by Eternal Fire to try and stop any encroachment from Virtus Pro that's kind of lingering around, but they're a little bit further away than I think they realize.
Ruined through a nade, double smoke, and a flash.
Yeah.
And just sat tight. Yeah, it's a lot of util, definitely. And also, I mean, he had, or has, the mat there. Marco obviously is further east, and now with this circle shifting west once more, or sorry, center, but out to the western edge of San Martin, it's just wait for Marco now and then play into the hills. The thing is, if they realize that Mika is a solo player up high. Like, it's just him shooting. That's the only person shooting from all of Plane Crash. They should hear that with where they are. Maybe set Marco up on the hillside and scout forward. I think that might be what they're going to do here.
Maybe.
Or, no.
Last day, though, coming on up as alongside it. And let's see. As for now, it's getting a bit treacherous and problematic, this circle. Because you're going to have a lot of teams that want to contest for that high ground above San Martin. And then, I mean, San Martin... the probability of it continuing to be in the circle is slowly decreasing. Actually, I would say rapidly decreasing, never mind. So Stardust, you can see them here at the moment trying to also position up on this high ground, but everybody's coming up here now. Business as well.
Yeah, we're looking either towards the hard east or hard, I suppose, northwest. Shift off for this one.
Ooh.
Stardust creeping further forward. Crossberg finds his third of the game as Marco now found by Beamy as well.
You might not technically have 80 points on the board, Stardust, but, you know, if you keep doing things like that, maybe you'll get there eventually, right? Beamy, 360, yes, let's go! Jump away, and he'll be okay for now.
Yeah, at least for now. They still have to... I mean, they've made enough space for themselves in the western side of San Martin. The thing is, the likelihood of this circle shifting down in this direction with the unplayables up towards Mika is very, very small. So, unless if we get one of those weirdly, all the circles went down here that was generated, so this one has to go it as well. I highly doubt they're expecting, I mean, VP that is, that they'll be able to sit here for much longer. In the meantime, towards the northern side of the circle, where there ain't really a whole lot of people around, it's just Semmler and BB team. They'll be set tight. In the meantime, Foot, they do like this compound. Makes perfect sense. Issue is, I don't think the game's going to end here either.
No, it's technically, man, it's a great compound if the circle comes your way, but not to be the case for this one. I'll just kind of clear people out and use it as a checkpoint location. To get in a little bit further. The only problem with it here in this circle specifically is that Na'Vi's going to have overwatch of it from multiple angles. So yes, you'll be safe for now, but then getting out of it later on will be a problem. As Baron Pete takes some damage, Twisted Minds is on the retreat on out. Lou is kind of caught behind them here, so maybe this will be a positive. Maybe they just get some free knocks and they can finish off the fight.
Only phase 3 blue. You can definitely tank that. Has a med kit to work with as well. I don't know if he doesn't have a vehicle. He was the player that was set in power grid early on, so maybe his teammates took the cars and left. Patulins alongside the remaining Twisted Minds players, fully aware of the BBL push coming through. Baron down, Sheila now down as well. This is a nice sweep, and now Lou starts shooting from behind. Lyron down to low HP as well. Completely clear execution here from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, brilliantly done. Brilliantly done indeed. Just absolutely clinical. And now, well,
what a circle.
San Martin's still in, guys.
So, okay, I guess we'll leave San Martin in. I think everyone, you can see there, everyone was scrambling for the vehicles as the circle was about to pop, but now they go, oh wait, we get to stay in the city. Sure, we'll chill.
We will take it. The funny thing is that Mika is still up there, totally alone. So
yeah,
eventually somebody's gonna come in there, crashing in there, all guns out, ready to go. Let's breach, and there's one dude there. It's like, oh, okay. Well, yeah,
this is going to be the mission of how does him and Mika regroup? He does have a vehicle now. Can he actually get up the hill? I mean, I feel like now is the time to try and go for it, because Mika, obviously being sat here on his own, has been here for quite a while. No one's really been looking his direction.
Well, the longer you leave it, the more the guns from the rest of the lobby are going to be condensed. So it will be made a bit more difficult as time goes on here. Spray coming out from us. Minions will be find Pixelic straight away. 80 though comes around the other corner, shuts him down. And
great trade coming through, but from Usman too. And yes, they go down, but I mean clearly the top performer out of Royal so far. I feel like every time we've been on him, he's always found at least one before going down himself. Nice attempt, but of course, an angry Foot. And you in a 2v4, it's not really bound to happen.
Hey, the leaderboard's fixed. Woo! Woohoo! Okay, cool stuff. So, as you can see, Stardust was not on 80 points. They're on now 62, but they're still doing really well. Good for them. Crossberg finds himself another knock here against Fairy Tail, so Stardust still on the warpath. He man actually finds one member from Primal, so whilst he was trying to look and move and maybe get somewhere, he's actually just knocking people.
Yeah. Definitely doing all that he can to stay put. Him and, well, spoiler alert, was not found to regroup with his teammate. He will fall down on the western side of San Martin's last day now. Try to fend off against all the teams that are effectively looking at exactly where they are, because it's the only place available on the western side that you can kind of just pull up on and hope for the best. And of course, last day is well aware of it. So heal and then get right back up on those ridge lines, because you need to defend it properly in order for not having everyone gang up on you.
Slow and steady for last day. I'm just going to sit here, chilling out. It's actually very impressive at how many teams can coexist on some of this hillside. Never mind the plateau above it, which still actually could have more in if they were to kind of ward things off. But at the same time, he doesn't realize that Molodoct is lurking right above him. Crossberg gets caught off guard there. Morts coming in from the other side of the battleground as well, though. Got to be careful about that.
Is that Twisted Minds on the southern side? I think it might be. You saw now. I mean, you can see it in the minimap as well. They are getting shot from behind, and this Twisted Minds sat down there behind him. But Tulens is actually pulling up on this position now.
Big greedy on the knock here for a nail up. Oh, it gets hit straight away by the mortar. Examples just raining down havoc on this position. Oh no.
Destruction, destruction, destruction all over the place. As Batulin's now able to find one. No, actually make that loop. But again, I mean, these edge kind of sweeps that Twisted Minds are putting up right now are completely insane. 6 kills already. Obviously not satisfied with Primal getting all the attention in the previous game. They want to go out and show off on their own.
Yeah, just a congregation of players meant that it was eventually going to hit someone with the mortar. They were all so close to one another. And now Example's going to peek over and finish the mortar knock that he got. Perfectix! Brilliant stuff from him. Last day gets annihilated.
Yeah,
and now
apart.
We'll see with what Stardust can do against it. I mean, I think it's just a retreat. Get out of here as fast as possible, because you know it's Twisted Minds on the other side.
The thing is, where do you go? I mean, look at what they have available. You just yeet it off the hill and take it into, like, take risks compound? Or do you just go for a shack that's outside the circle? Like, maybe you go underneath the rocks, but then you're envisioned to BB team. I'm not sure what the play is here. It seems like they're going to commit to the rock play, at least for now, while BB team is taking the fight. Samler.
See what they can do. Nade's going to come across this as well. Umbra will take down Phil first. Phil first uncharacteristically getting knocked twice early for BB team's fights going down here. Spirit will trade 1-for-1, but Umbra with a huge nade. And BB team is going to be going out here unless they can have a doozy in the distance, do something. He takes some shots at them. Umbra goes down, but now finally finished off by Samler.
Great hold by Samler, but look who's engaging now. The 2 boys from Stardust. They were on the run just before, but a perfect third party opportunity presents itself. And Crossberg with 5 kills this game already wants to see if he can get some more.
Let's see, 7 on the board for Crossberg. If they can just finish off Neeks here, they're going to take out Samler almost completely. Yep. They're gone in 10th. Mate, Crossberg's on an absolute barn burner here. This is fantastic.
Definitely is. Finds 2 steals there, and then they get the final one as well. And they make a lot of space on their side of the circle because of it. Because if this next circle goes north, now obviously it's not going to be an easy game for them. But now they're breaching into placement points. We still have yet to clear out the entirety of San Martin, which is happening right now. So placement points for the 2 from Stardust is pretty much guaranteed at this point.
Mika, stay very still. Okay, just stay very quiet. Very chill. It's like when the T-Rex comes out of the compound and everyone's like, just don't move. Twisted Minds just walks past him, you know, bites the lawyer, throws him in the way. Anyway, yeah, damn lawyers. But anyway, yeah, Twisted Minds has got an all right spot to be able to look over what's going on for Primal. They did actually get themselves a great knock, a double knock even on towards. Oh, almost tries to do that for Eternal Fire, but it's not going to be. Virtus Pro. Eventually, all of this fight was going to go down. This was like 15 minutes in the making.
Wait, does EB actually get both of them back on their feet? Circle has gone in completely into the open. Twisted Minds is looking all kinds of amazing to win this game. Unless if Mika comes out and somehow backstabs them and gets, I would say, at least 2 kills, my money on Twisted Minds to come out victorious. They're going to have the rocks up on the western side of this circle, and everyone is going to be scrambling in the open once this circle starts closing in. As now Primal tries to make a run for it. They want to sweep around the other side. Perfectix already at 5, make that Twisted Minds at 10 kills. And we still have 23 players alive.
Twisted Minds does this like when they know that they've already qualified. I'm just like, leave them alone. They're already dead. But just, you know, they just keep going. Oh, Batulins is down. That shuts them down a little bit.
Yep, nothing for them to do. But Tulans does get knocked, so info for Mika to play off of. Now you know fully well that it's Twisted Minds. He probably was aware before, but in case he wasn't, this should be the info. And now it's on him again. I mean, to try and go out and see if he can do anything. Twisted Minds is split in the 2-2. If he can catch one of the duos off guard without the other duo kind of seeing the play, there might be a world where he gets this one home. For VP, though, not going to go home here. Nixie, all that's left alive. I take that back. He's now down as well as we hit into top 6.
Hey, 5 points for this Primal. We'll take it. Considering that I don't think they're getting out of where they are right now. That's not too bad after that big win that they got themselves before.
Oh, they're continuing. They're continuing the feast. Twisted Minds, that is, as I said before. Of course, tricky journey for these teams out of San Martin, but Mika is still lingering just behind Lou and Example. He could definitely be one to take this win away from them.
They just never stop. They just never stop. Primal's down in 6th here. Screams actually finishes them off as well. So Take Risk does need a lot more points to try and keep themselves in the running. And this might be a great opportunity to do so. They do have just huge names around them, though. That's the problem, right? Twisted Mind lurking above them. Na'Vi lurking above them in the opposite direction. So as much as their compound is still in, if one of them does get knocked, then maybe they have to transition over. Maybe the second gets knocked. Is he going to feel? No, never mind.
It's Risk. He's so far away. No way.
Decent shot.
No way. Batulins, I want to see face cams and their reactions when they hear that bullet hit Mika behind him and go, wait a minute. There's a guy there this whole time? Wow. Saved by Take Risk.
Oh, yeah. It was so abrupt.
Torn apart. Foot down and out. Not more for them to do as we now head into a 4v4v, most likely 4 as well. This next circle is, unless if something absolutely crazy happens, this next circle is going to dictate who wins this game. I want to see it go straight south.
Yeah, just get them all out. Yeah.
Into the open. Thank you. Kind of. Thank you. Navi still definitely at an advantage.
Yeah. So... Well,
but you can push that ridge line. I mean, if somehow a Navi player gets knocked, which could happen with the capabilities of Twisted Minds and Take Risk as well. If they get a knock and they wrap it on the southern side, that could happen. But I like what this is. This play from Risk now is a counter to what I was just mentioning. They have to go down and fortify the southern side because that's the only direction Twisted Minds could push this from.
Very important by Lou to stay alive on that one. He actually did get a knock himself. Sausage is now getting rezzed from all of this. But I feel like Take Risk, their play is to try and wrap northeast, no? And yeah. I know it's brutal to do. I know that they really don't have many options and probably lose people upon trying for that. But you can't go out into the open.
No, it's definitely not easy. Definitely not easy. Still 7 bullets for Billionaire to work with. We'll see if he can somehow rally his troops and make this journey happen. Loot down early, though. That's, I guess, beneficial. 1 kill for Navi, unlike them.
Yeah, very unlike them. Yeah, they've just chilled. Nobody's really come along their direction, right? They've just had pick of the litter when it comes to the northern side. Nobody's really dealt with it. So that's an unbelievably long-range grenade. That is not going to connect, surely.
Nah,
it's nowhere near.
I like the try, though. Sometimes you got to test your strength, you know? Go throw a rock in the water and see if you can, I don't know, throw it all the way across the ocean.
Oh, exposed. Here it comes. Here comes the blue.
Again, I mean, this setup from Navi is perfect. They're practically ignoring Take Risk right now. They know the bigger threat right now is Twisted Minds, and they're doing everything they can. So you look at how they're positioned. They're setting up in a position from where Take Risk is effectively being allowed, and I love this response from them. Take Risk is now starting to realize, wait, they're actually letting us play into this next circle? Obviously, it's a rock and nothing else, but they've done what they had to. Navi, they've taken out Twisted Minds, and now 1 player left. Screams should be done. No, not just yet. Oh, headshot connected too. It's just him left alive.
Just an unreal scenario for all of these teams trying to go up against Navi here. Not possible. They will deny as well. It's Navi taking the win here. It's not a big one. It's only 4 kills. But I mean, even Twisted Minds over the other side of this ridge line. Normally, I think if it was a Navi that hadn't as done as well in their first day, they would have said, okay, well, we could deny these and just like not really give them anything. But I think all the teams realize Navi's going to be going through anyway. There's not really much a point in denying against the team in this scenario.
Also, I mean, for Navi, this is clearly a we're playing for the win type of situation. They could just YOLO in to take risks, see if they can take them out in that situation. But a great understanding of the terrain, of where their potential Achilles heels could be, and they instantly fortified that southern side. I love to see it again. I mean, a young team that are able to immediately react when they see stuff like this, because Twisted Minds are fast and punishing teams. They had 1 second more, maybe, to go out and fortify the southern side, or else Twisted would have been right there. So phenomenal understanding of the situation by Na'Vi.
All right, well, the studio is ready as we rock on out and get this game 2 finished off with the desk.
There we go. Na'Vi gets their 3rd win of the group stages. The only team to actually have 2 wins, now 3 as well. How did they go about doing that, Mark?
Control. No one really, as the guy said, really pushed into him. They obviously played in, had a big 2-2 split, and then everyone kind of sensed that Na'Vi was in front and spread either way around. Then they had a great control at the end, moving eventually in. They had to commit, though, at the very last second, and it was kind of a fight between Twisted Minds and Na'Vi. Na'Vi had a bit of a ridge. Twisted Minds were kind of doomed at that point, but really good control from them. Disciplined game, and discipline will get you chicken dinners.
What did you think of that final fight, Martin?
I would have loved to seen Take Risk push on Na'Vi, because I feel like that would be their only winning play. Because Na'Vi put out a guy southern side that kind of puts them in a multiple angle situation, where when they still have guys up top, then it's just rough to play no matter what. But then again, they want to maximize. They want to make sure that Twisted dies as early as possible to maximize their points. But I would love to see a play push on Na'Vi on that hill to take it away from them, and then yeah, try to win the game.
Still great to see Take Risk sitting at the top there in the top 3, this full Lebanese lineup coming in for these EMEA championships. And Primal as well, Avenger, being able to get more points on the board, 5 kills as well. We wondered if it was going to be Can Lightning Strike twice. Not as impressive as their first Miramar, but still nice to see them at the higher end of the leaderboard. Yeah, again, we said they kind of have to continue putting another 40 on the leaderboard after this, right? 7. If they average that out, they're going to be fine. They're going to actually be in the finals. That's impressive. So all in all, we've now finished up with Miramar. We do have a team focus though, Mark. So this is always an interesting one, because I think for a lot of people watching, they play the game as well. Maybe they can learn something. Walk us through Fairy Tale's game.
We can learn a few bits and pieces of Fairy Tale. So it was a Monty drop for them. Not too bad. Obviously had some time to get the loot. They were sitting on the outside edge. Now they took their time, Sam. They came in a little bit slower. They went for the split, went for a 2-2. They'd be very aware that Twisted Minds would be in front of them, because we normally see Bedouins taking a high ground. Not in this case, but they'd be wary of that. And then it was this push here. They had options. They could either come down to the south, played in towards that Twisted Minds, but then they played up to the hill. First initial fight kicks off between them and Business. Great knock, though, from Brightside. But it's this next sort of section that I really like. They got the knock, they then pushed forward. But what actually happened, they were chasing Thanos down the hill, but they clocked Twisted Minds, got the knock, and then they clocked Stardust, actually confirmed it. So they went, hey, there's no entry over that side. So a good read on the kill feed. It sent the vehicles round towards the north side. They eventually took the compound, but unfortunately, like game number 1, we see the team lose the zone. And Martin, there was nowhere else to go. They could have pushed Stardust, they could have pushed towards last. They decided to split the 2, and eventually they ended up in 13th place. Yeah, I gotta focus all your guys towards one angle here, right? They get held out. I think it's because they also question, like, where do we go from here? It's almost impossible when you have a team like Stardust that have a way into the circle that are holding them, because of course Stardust is like, okay, we actually have a pretty good high ground, we can hold these guys out, and then we can actually run into the circle from here. So perfect hold from Stardust, and if they had potentially moved earlier, Fairy Tale could maybe have gotten more points, but yeah, not much to do here. They got checkmated early. Here is your leaderboard. It is the final day of the group stages. Remember, the top 8 teams are going through to the grand finals. I'm not very good at maths, but when we take a look at this, Avenger, what is the cutoff? Are we still sitting on sort of a 75? I'm not very good at maths. Just like Toby when he thought that 29 plus 11 was 71. That's great. I like that. The difference, to be fair, the difference between... Yeah. The difference between Toby and I is I just admitted I'm not good at maths and I don't try to do the maths. He does the maths. Right, yeah. No, I think it continues still here. Like, if Stardust is actually able to grab one of these spots here, that obviously takes it away from GG and Win or Die. And, you know, a few more points, they're completely fine.
I'm a little bit worried for mid-pack teams. Like it's looking like it's harder. And if I am GG or win or die right now, I am extremely worried because it is not looking good. We know that we have a few teams that's gonna like put pedal to the metal, as I said a little bit throughout the day. They're gonna get the points, and I think it's very likely that we're not gonna see at least GG in. Win or die could still be the cutoff.
2 matches, 4 more to go. We'll revisit the leaderboard after the third because we'll be halfway through the day. It is Taego. It will be time to Taego, but first, a little break.
World updates to Taego, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Taego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Taego. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Pixel rolling a bit.
Might be outside on the gym. Outside on our house.
Hit once.
One active.
I think it's west of me.
Behind my monster, I think.
Okay, dead.
Inside. Good job, safe cars.
I'm going down, Beamy. Be careful.
Like outside the left side of the building, I can't flush it. I'm just
holding the wall.
Let's clear the left house, come.
Blues on the small house.
Yes.
One more.
We need to clear the left house now, just keep it.
Clear.
Oh, flush. I blues on it.
Table by me. I'm dead. Be careful from top now.
I saw all 3 of them. I saw all 3 guys run.
Last one.
Nice.
Front of gym. 2 active. Go for the rest.
I mean, maybe people go to 8 and I can play late. Behind
Shots.
Twisted our full team. We should
You
100% be
can just... I have a smoke and a shield on me. I think you just run in the smoke. You can crouch.
Sam is correct. It is indeed time to Taego. Let's do it then as we really shift gears from the way in which Miramar is played and move over to the fields. Lots of fields when it comes to Taego.
Yeah, I mean, an area that there are many of on Taego, definitely, but also something that I'm looking forward to see in, I suppose, what would be PGS would be the first time we get to see new Taego. Curious to see how I mean, not so much the whole like abandoned school down by studio, that change I don't care too much for, but just the riverbanks. We didn't see them too much in play yesterday, but there was a lot of rotation through those areas, and I think yeah, the riverbank optimizations, hopefully they're gonna be good.
Well, Na'Vi yesterday won out on Taego with 11 kills as well as that victory. So, hey, if they're able to continue rolling in from where we just saw them on Miramar, that would be quite spicy, to say the least. But that's the scary thing about Na'Vi. They can basically win on any battleground because they are that good. And you mentioned it at the beginning of the show, right? Like, I think there were definitely a lot of question marks around this roster in terms of how it would actually fare together. And man, I think they've surpassed so many expectations of a lot of people, apart from maybe Alrain, who apparently just was clairvoyant and knew that they were really good. Well, we all knew that they were good individually, but the way they've come together is so awesome.
It's also just, I mean, the story about how the team has become what they are, I think is absolutely amazing. You have Alrain, who in its own right, phenomenal, like one of the big brains of PUBG Esports, and he is set back in the day with a roster, a world championship roster with Uber, Example, all these guys, and he goes great. These guys are phenomenal, but where's my contribution? They're all these superstar players. I mean, obviously he's arguably more of an analyst on the team than coaching them, because they already have their personalities. They already know who they are and how they want to play. Change that from winning a world championship. Now you get the greenest green team ever. A team with literally 0 LAN experience that you can, I suppose, in a weird, like, godly way, kind of mold into your own image or turn to what you want them to be. And also, most importantly, all these guys from Na'Vi, I've talked to all of them before, they're so open, like very welcoming to this, like to Alrain being a big part, kind of a 5th member of the active roster in helping shape these guys into what most likely, at least with the trajectory they are now, looking to be like future champions.
Well, let's get to it. We have our Taego on the way here, match 15 of the group stage. And looping back on what you were saying about the Na'Vi Alrain situation, I think for Alrain it's probably twofold, right? One, you've been at a world championship roster who have won the world championship, so you can know what success looks like in the background, like what is required for success. And then, as you say, if they are open to being molded about that, and this is point 2, then being able to take these guys that, you know, can be shaped in that form, just, yeah, there is double success potential coming out here from them. So I expect eventually in an international, this team will win an international. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, I mean, if they stick together for long enough, I love the, I never thought about this. I'm not a big clay person. I know that's kind of become the new black, is that you get into pottery or whatever, at least in Scandinavia. Everyone is doing pottery these days, man. Everyone's doing pottery. But there is the thing where if you kind of, I suppose, shape the clay too many times, it becomes hard and in the end kind of just crumbles, you know? I like that analogy in this, in that these guys are so young and have never been shaped before, therefore are extremely flexible to go out and try different things and very accepting of that. So, I mean, just looking back at how they've played, when we saw this first Na'Vi lineup, like the first couple of tournaments, they weren't as edge heavy. They weren't as I mean, dedicated to the playstyle they're putting forward now. But then they come to the first global, which I believe was PGS in China? Yeah, I think so. The first PGS, and actually put up pretty good numbers. I mean, for a team that had never done a global before, putting up some pretty decent numbers. I go, wait, there might actually be something to this. There might actually be something we can build further on. And there you go, fairest, SKS in hand. You know, I mean, what's not better than a team that understands perfection?
No. All right, 2 things, right? One, we got to look at Studio from BB
Oh, he's
Team.
dropped it for me. Damn you, fairest. Here I was.
Yeah, exactly. Secondly, Toby's hot takes. If you play with your clay for too long, it gets hard. All right? So just, you know, think about that, ladies and gentlemen. And that's that. All right, well, anyway, of course, the SKS is gone. And we've got ourselves Na'Vi trying to eventually move from that west side. And Sakura Sensen here. It was funny, actually, with the Na'Vi 2-2 split on the drop that they did, because I was concerned. I was like, are they actually going to drop towards Sakura Sensen? Since they're always kind of going towards Palace, but that's not to be the case. Get out of here, SKS. No.
We like it.
I'd rather take the crowbar next to it. Bloody hell.
It's the only weapon with a Danish skin on it, too. Maybe subconsciously, that's why I like it so much. It has a Lego skin, you know? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that is what it is. You talked about Sakura Sansen. We've seen Masterlake 2 games in a row. Dies the first player. We'll see. Hopefully, this time around, they can change that up as they come driving forward towards a Stardust to seem like they're still kind of getting in position here.
Admittedly, I do like that Lego skin, and it's the one I have equipped.
Exactly.
So that's the only redeeming quality of the SKS.
No, it's not. It's amazing. It's like shotguns. Everyone hated on shotguns. Then we have this guy on screen showcasing that they're actually kind of cool, and then now everyone's using them. You know, we just need the one guy. Just need one guy on my team to go SKS main for a tournament, get good numbers. You know what? I'll DM Soul. I'm like, bro, try the SKS for a tournament. If you can make it happen and get an MVP, everyone's gonna play SKS.
Soul doesn't know who you are. He doesn't know who I am.
I've talked to him.
No, he has no clue. He's like, oh, standard.
I'll get a DM. I'll get a video from Soul saying, I know Toby.
Yeah, okay. Let's ask Soul who, like, let's put you and Avenger stood directly next to each other, and let's ask Soul who's who. He's gonna have no clue.
I mean, I shouldn't have cut my hair. Now he will never know. Now it's too difficult to tell us apart. Oh no. Yeah. In the meantime, we have a game of PUBG taking place, which for now is very much rotations, but rotations that, I mean, somehow have kind of worked out. I might have spoken too soon, though. Mika, somehow the player to come out alive in that situation. Marco, not one to but miss shots like that, usually. And Mika, a nice little spin on a dime there to get the kill.
That was a jump scare for me. I was worried. But yeah, Mika comes out on top. Like it. Here come reinforcements as well, actually. Quetpa's coming along, so it's going to be a pre-nade through that window to see if he can make anything happen. But all the reinforcements for Sakura's Sentinel are also on the way here. So I don't know if this has been the... Well, I mean, we'll see how it unfolds, but if Ruin's going a little bit further to try and find Noff angle, I think that's a smart move considering the way that Sakura's Sentinel are pitched up.
I love how CC NX from BBL is looking over this hill and going, guys, there's a full fight happening over here. It's like coming over a hillside and realizing World War I is taking place on the field right next to it. It's like, you know what? I think I'm just going to leave.
Oy.
Mika still dialed in. He was the player to stay alive for the longest time in the previous game, so obviously still coming off hot from the previous match. As he now finds one more. CC only now really probably leaving as Frostface is trying to get that same off angle up on the hills.
Yeah, he's done bits for them already. I like it a lot. As now Quetpa and the Mad are kind of in... Well, Quetpa's in this building at least, so he's kind of vulnerable. And Nade goes towards the roof just in case he was on one of the other sides, regardless of the fact. No, he is in the building. Mika's seen him, so he has to close that door. Sends the blue zone nade in. Okay, so this zone's out. What are you going to do when you throw that in? Yes, you could do some tickle damage to him if you wanted, but you need to then either throw a nade in the other side where he's been moved, or what I love, the double blue zone nade. But, you know, some people don't like it.
No, they can definitely catch people off guard. But again, I mean, I agree with you. It's usually for isolation purposes. Mika again for the third time. Of course, it's a team effort with multiple angles being held. But when it comes to the just core mechanic skill right now, I mean, he's popping.
Give him the quad. Get out of here, Marselek.
Yeah, he deserves it.
Come on, Mika. Come on, do it. Are you even shooting? Well, Beamy's ruining things. Go with Beamy.
Trust in the Danes to ruin things. Yep, that's how it is.
I've been used to that for 7 years. This is...
I figured that we come back off the sword. As now, I mean, again, okay, so outside of this one fight taking place, overall, we're actually looking at a pretty good split of the teams right now, which I like a lot, because usually when we get these kind of yapping sessions in the first circle, it translates into a very, very hectic phase 2. And obviously, yes, we do lose 4 players. A lot of the players from Eternal Fire go down. They just have 1 player left alive. Stardust lose 1 as well. But everyone else have pretty much made it in. It's just business. Wrapping in on the western side. Stardust now leaving to go back on the northern side. So pretty much regardless of where this next circle takes us a minute and 15 seconds from now, we are going to see a lot of really tricky rotations. And mostly because we have so many teams that are kind of locked in. Kind of, what do you call it? I guess blended together is the best term I can come up with right now. And they have to kind of just figure out how to get out of that without everyone running into each other.
The only thing going through my head right now is, will it blend? That is the question, and I need to get away from that as fast as possible. Let's talk about Books Ansar, because these teams
actively making James' English worse game by game. I love it.
I know, and I've got those old YouTube videos stuck in my head now as well. But Books Ansar, these teams trying to kind of eventually transition through it is a little bit difficult, right? For Samler, they kind of got 2-2 split across it, and Quizzy is just all the way off alone. So I don't think there'll be any conflict down in Books and Saw anytime soon, but...
No, I mean, it's really on Assembler to I feel like, engage in it if they want to. Maybe Bumbill spots one off. I'm not sure if... Is that a... Your moving is so weird. No, he's definitely moving. Okay, I was gonna say, is it just him shadow walking, or is he DC'd, or what's happening here? But definitely aware, definitely fully aware that they have Neek still in the compound.
I'm wondering if he's in that building. Sometimes X-ray is a little bit deceptive. Is he in that building? Can he see his feet moving around?
He's on the back side of the building now, trying to get out around the back wall. I think they're aware that you have the other assembler player down here too. The new circle's just popped and has actually swung down in this direction. I think Ombre and Rayo should fortify. It's not oftentimes that I encourage people to go to the areas like Books and Saw, but if they claim this here and just stay on the eastern side, they're set really well.
You can't be 2-2 anymore, that's for sure. Considering that, Neeks gets caught out and Bombilova finds him straight away. And unfortunately for Neeks, it's funny because Neeks, he might have even been moving side to side there, but when you kind of cross the T and you're coming in from that angle, it doesn't matter. You're just dead to rights.
My parents taught me early, whenever you get into an intersection, always look both to the right and to the left. Unless if you're in the UK, then you look to the left first, but we don't do that weird stuff here.
Yeah, I got out of that habit after not living there for a long time.
Speaking of looking to the sides, players want to do that as well, as we are seeing set rotate. Wait, did he?
That's cool.
I'm not sure if that was a kill feed that baited me, or did he just pop that guy out of the vehicle while moving himself in that moment? Because that was not an easy shot. So I don't know these guys are drive-by masters, but that had some distance to it.
Yeah, well, you know what? It's worked. So we'll take it. Primal still doing all right, doing more bits. I like it a lot. 49 points now on the board for them. And it comes back to the fact that Samler just did not regroup fast enough, and now is taking casualties left, right, and center, and it is looking grim for their prospects here.
Considering what they had coming into it, the position they were kind of able to play off of with the circle shift, it's unfortunate they don't get more of it, but we'll see if maybe the solo player left alive can do something, but I highly doubt it will amount to a whole lot. Mika continuing where he left off, kill number 4 in this game. A stolen one there for him. Racks up his 300th damage in this match. It's a nice turnaround, really, for a team who obviously, losing a player as the first player in the first 2 games is always going to limit what you can really do. If Sakura Sanson wants to go aggressive, all of a sudden you're pulling up with a guy less. If you want to spread out, that's a player in your split you're missing out on. So for them now to kind of turn that around, still chaos early on, but able to turn it around is huge.
Well, Marselek is currently their front-facing player as their anchor point when they eventually want to move. It depends where that circle's going to end up going. Business, it's just good business. They're getting themselves the E pickup on the way to have a little bit of a scout forwards by the looks of things. No, actually, no, nobody's taking it. So they're just ignoring it for now.
PP team and Navi on the southern side, look at how much space they have around them. Yes, business is down in this area, but they're in a compound and most likely not looking to leave. Whichever teams comes out victorious here, they're going to have a ton of space to maneuver. And I think for Navi, with how we've just talked about they like to play, if they can win this fight, that would be, with one more shift south, potentially game-winning.
But these repositions from both teams are relatively aggressive, right? You're seeing them all getting in vehicles, slowly trying to outflank one another, and then a doozy falls back to the position that Besto was in, just so that there's a potential reinforcement spot or on the 2-2 kind of that they currently have going on. But Navi is like leapfrogging each other constantly, trying to see how much room that they can play with on that eastern flank against them. Really like what they're doing at the moment, just kind of circumnavigating around BB team and trying to outposition.
It's the flank on the flank on the flank on the flank, which is currently taking place. And so far, Medusi is the one able to sit the furthest out on the northeastern side. Issue, of course, could be if they start spreading too thin. If the likes of Business start looking their way, if Foot up to rotate all the way south towards them, they have opted to wrap around Primal. And honestly, with where this circle currently is, I don't see another place for them to go that wouldn't be over here. They're not going to stop out in the fields, I would imagine. They want to get up the hillside at least a little bit, so maybe they will be running into Navi from the east.
Kind of coincidental that we started talking about Buksansar earlier because it's becoming a real focal point of this circle. As Sakura Sensen sending it all the way past Fairy Tail as well as the one remaining member of Semler. But this is a big send here for Sakura Sensen. If they were able to scout out the top of this hill and get here completely unscathed, this could be a game-winning play for just this send alone.
It's still, though, I mean, yes, it's center located, but it's not easy to defend. I mean, look at how exposed they are to the west still. They have BBL behind them. Business, yes, a solo from Semler as well, but now Royal is coming in here as well, as we now see Virtus Pro and Fairy Tail opting to party right down in the open.
T90 watch, Lucarus has got one and he takes down April completely here and takes down the rest of them. Jeez, that was lightning quick.
Crucially fast, because look at what's happening around them. Instantly, Sakura Sanson is starting to look this way. Royal, on the other side, is now looking this way too, and all of a sudden, what looked to be a great position for Sakura Sanson is now going to be incredibly dangerous. They start shooting towards VP, but now Royal is up here as well.
Unless Sakura Sensen's just able to farm everybody that's coming up. Currently, they've taken themselves 2 scalps with it all. Maker with another one on the board, and he will start throwing a few nades down this hill. I don't think they're going to bounce properly enough to be able to take out Beamy's position. He's aiming at the wrong smoke, unfortunately, but Fuzzface definitely isn't. Will finish off Ibi, and now that means that, unfortunately for Beamy, he's in a lot of trouble about his position.
We are 15 minutes in, and Mika already has 6 kills. That is, I mean, incredibly impressive from this young gamer who obviously, I mean, he was dropped by Ascent. They favored Paints. They pick him up instead, and now Mika goes, you know what? I'll make you pay for it.
Yeah, it seems like to reference kind of not the hearsay, but just kind of the situation. It was more a situation's outside game than inside game for Mika, right? So he's still extremely deadly. And also probably after, you know, falling out of the situation with Ascend, has now got a bit of a chip on his shoulder and something to prove. And when you get yourself 6 kills like this on a team like Sakura Sensen, that's definitely a little bit of a that's a notch in your bedpost to get things going.
Yep, it's exactly what you want. New circle, it's gonna pop. Are we gonna go full Buksansar? What's gonna happen here? Yes, we might be. Swings hard to the east. Primal still in foot. In my opinion, still, I mean, much further field than I thought they'd be. But obviously, with this shift, I'm not gonna complain about not having committed further uphill.
Strong potential for as I say, with the taking the fields spot eventually, because I mean, if it does go this way, and I think if you control the west side of those fields, then maybe you can actually find something going on. Currently, they've taken the east side because they're just kind of scouting out, okay, what are those angles that people could look at us, and then we can slowly move up, right? Meanwhile, Navi's realizing that there was Stardust behind them and being a little bit sneaky, so actually they're just moving away from all of that. And eventually they'll start holding them out. Actually, I'm not sure that they're fully aware that Stardust is behind them. Maybe Ferris is getting info now.
I mean, they rotated around in vehicles. I'm not sure how long they've been on foot for, but we'll see now. BBL gonna go down towards BB team, not because that's confusing at all. A lot of Bs in the chat, as business too is actually in the vicinity. So the 5th B comes through. We'll see now. Best of luck. The 7th B is opting to take a shot.
Well, BBL already took down BB before, right? So this might be a little bit of retribution if they can get any knocks here at the moment, but they don't really get anything. This is a brilliant little rotate from BBL in the blue, but they're going to run straight into Stardust.
Talk about no knocks. They've barely got any damage in. Unfortunately for that, BBL can now engage on the second team issue. Stardust is here, ready and waiting. BBL able to find 2 linemen. Will run over Nailcop as well. Laza able to get one in return, and this is the chaos that you'd imagine that honestly both Na'Vi and BB team was hoping for. BBL slaughtered. Laza able to turn that one around despite them losing 2 early on, but here comes BB from one side, Na'Vi in from the other.
Yeah, poor Laza now just left alone in all of this. I mean, they were being sneaky down towards the bottom, but they get caught out on all these huge wide rotates. BB team should have this in the bag, really, to be able to shut him down and then continue transitioning on. They might have to, though, eventually dip in towards or try and breach the side of Buksansar here, unless they want to go wide themselves. But, hey, they're not going to take Laza. They're just looking to move elsewhere, prioritizing their movement.
Yeah. And that has kind of become the BB team of late, how they, I don't want to say, I mean, are scared to fight, because that's not what I'm seeing. They're just heavily favoring tactical, like positioning over engaging. And I think I think, honestly, to some extent, it has made them less scary to go up against in a weird way. Nixie, a solid 3-piece for him, taking care of business. As I hate that I'm using that term against business because I do like their name. But here comes BB team. We talked about them being passive. Now they're pulling full throttle.
Yep, rocking on with it. Buxansar, such a difficult place to constantly keep transitioning through. I mean, they take down Royalty as easy as butter. They're melted in this building. But now they know that surely there's so many teams not only inside here, but also above, where we were seeing Sakura Sensen trying to enter from. So it's going to be difficult to make these transitions through, especially now that the circle has gone towards the east. Foot has got to be laughing for the moment.
Definitely do, but once people do start looking down in the field towards them, how much cover do they actually have to work with? 8C is on the ridge and they've lost a player already. Curious to see what they will make happen. But first, of course, most importantly, how do we untangle Buxansar? Can it blend?
I don't know if it will. This is going to be difficult for these teams. It's going to be rough. Marsalek, no! Oh, well, you know, it's not been the easiest day for Marsalek, has it?
Nope, happens. Rust and Mar now looking for the remaining take risk players again. I mean, they got to clear this fast. They know they have space to maneuver, but they're not fully aware of whether maybe Foot is looking to third party from behind. They have Das tasked with looking towards the south to make sure no one's coming towards him. And I think now with him seeing Vart down there, that's time being both. That's info that, guys, you know what? You can take your time. We're fine. No one's pulling up from behind. I just love the fact that, again, I mean, to go back to what you can do with 4 compared to when you're 3, they can have that guy to hold the off angles.
Well, First Face knocks Perfectix in the distance. August is still watching Take Risk, trying to hold them out. I mean, as if you can hold them out, you're actually going to have so much of the north side of this circle. But at the same time, the problem is with this position is that T-Bone is actually able to see some of that's going on over there. So it's very open between the fields and where Primal actually wants to enter from that north side. The man's still holding this angle against Besselosh. Again, the transitions through here, they're going to be tough.
Yeah, Matt.
No.
Opting to play his M4 rather than the shotgun at that distance. See if he can get more as he starts repositioning. He got to get away from here. I mean, he's against the remaining teams effectively inside of Buxansar on his own. Spiro alongside BB team here, lastly here as well. Now Sakura Sensen looking from up high as well.
Slow and steady walk in. They've really been unimpeded of Sakura Sensen on their move through to this circle. They've been picking some great spots through this game to play. And I mean, are we surprised when people like Fuzz are leading the charge for a team like this who's just constantly grinding still so many years later? Nice nade, finish off Lazar. Realize that they were eventually coming in behind them. And down towards the south. I kind of like Navi's split, considering where they had to come in from. One still kind of holding the Buxansar, and actually they're crashing towards where Vard's position is.
Yeah,
so maybe they can take him.
This is what I was worried about for Foot Esports. I mean, them opting to stay in the fields rather than try and play a bit up the hillside. Of course, we know it is an open hill. They get the circle down towards them now once more. But now that the fights have ended towards the west, now that teams are starting to look towards the fields, does this area really grant them the cover that they need? Can Vard play here alone? And if not, how does T-Bone and HC come to fortify?
Well, especially if they've got vehicles, it ain't too bad. For sure.
Yeah, maybe.
We'll see, though. I mean, if they can dislodge Foot, Navi, then they will have a very, potentially strong spot as time goes on. The one thing that Vard, of course, has available to him is this little kind of crate that does exist there. The rest of Foot needs to reinforce this. This is going to get sticky for them very quick if they're not careful. The mortar shots are actually coming in from the distance as well.
Yep, I think that's Primal setting up on the northern side, trying to see if they can find some players in the open, which, I mean, we know they're there. It's just about lining up the shots proper now. Foot does come to fortify, but not before Vard falls down. And this should be the immediate push for Navi to take over that position.
T-Bone behind the exploding car. What can he actually do in his little vehicle in the distance? I mean, not too much, I don't think. He's so slow up the hill, it's very difficult. If he gets out here, they're going to try and use it for cover, but no, they get obliterated going up that hill. Of all vehicles you want going up a hill, that's not one of them.
And I feel like that's the perfect, explainer to why Foot didn't go further west. Look at the hill. Look what they had to work with. It was either we go Buxansar or we stay down here. There's no in between.
With our milk float. Yeah, great.
Exactly. Not optimal at all as the fight does continue inside of Books and Saab proper. Adusi able to find the knock on to him and Sakura Sanson in trouble. Just 2 left alive. Him and does get taken all the way down. Mika again still fighting tooth and nail, doing everything he possibly can to keep the team alive, but he too will fall now. Fuzzface back on his feet. Not too much for him to do either. Taken down by Adusi.
For a good portion of this game, Sakura Sensen was really feeling it, but there was only so much you could do considering how many teams are coming in from this west side. You're gonna get pincered, you're gonna get shut down, and now it's up to teams like Last Day to try and shut down BB team on the other side of this wall. But at the same time, if Primal wants to peek over, it will be BB team caught in the sandwich.
Das, meantime, just chilling with a mortar. Him and Navi are having a 1v4 as opposed with mortars at a distance. Adusi found. Nice play by Moldog. I mean, Last Day, a team who has kind of struggled, able to get some success here with a just 4 more games left to play.
Cam Hopeful shut Na'Vi down. I mentioned at the beginning of this yesterday, Na'Vi had a win on Taego, and now they're gearing up for another one unless Primal and Last Day can stop them. One thing is for sure, though. The fields are exposed.
Definitely are. But they needed a mortar mate. You saw Das do it before. You can't do that with a nade in that distance.
No.
Maybe he thought he could.
Hakatori's spot might be the joker for some of these teams. As much as they've got control of the fields, that spot up towards the... No, jeez, look at this circle shift.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, he could be a spoiler for Primal, but then I remember that that's exactly where Das mortared before and got a knock. So I don't think they're not aware of where he is, but for Last Day, definitely. Him being this close could catch them off guard. Oh, doesn't he not see Favors? Yoga's just, I like the kind of toggle on and off with the X-ray there, because you can see he's set just through the bush, but it's so hard, if not near impossible, to see him.
So many tournaments we just get full X-ray on 100% of the time, and what I want to see oftentimes, especially as a commentator, is what the players see, pixel for pixel, right? And these bushes actually on Taego provide such thick cover. I have seen so many instances where players have just been able to kind of sit in bushes and just exist. Never mind the idea of having a ghillie suit as well. So yeah, it's a little bit.
Putting up on this?
I think they are.
I was just gonna say. They're setting up the smokes. They're using the util. A lot of damage coming through from Divix now, of course, with the MK in hand. A lot of damage pulled through. I love this play from Rustenmar. Instantly flexing out on the left-hand side. Doesn't want to be near that vehicle. A lot of damage coming through onto Ferris now as well. And here comes the shots. Now Last Day and starting to shoot into both the teams.
Yeah, Last Day, perfect opportunity to try and soak up some of these points very, very quickly. If you're not going to get the win, I mean, you know, they still could quite easily get the win, but just shoot at everything. Ooh, got to be careful about maybe shooting your own teammate there. They know Hakatori's on the rock, though, and they've got a little bit of cover to work with as well. That nade might be able to finish him off. Doesn't matter, though. In the distance, Daz has already been able to finish off Fairist, so Primal's getting points. Nitro manages to finish off Hakatori, but no, the nade goes through. It's a bit of a miscommunication coming out from Last Day.
Unfortunate situation for them, but definitely still a winnable game. They can reset unless if Das really is the only player that can put a spanner in the works here. Able to find Quizzy. It's just Mordok here to try and fend off.
Primal, Daz goes down from the MK14 in the distance. That's not something you want to be going up against. Diff X with an MK14, terrifying stuff. Nitro in the distance as well, being peppered at by Rustenmar. But if Primal gets another win in 3 here, that's huge for this team.
Not gonna lie, Diffix knocking Das there might actually have just, I don't say won the game, but kind of, because now they get to reset. They get to get 3 players back on their feet. They definitely have the better position. Phase 8, they have to come down the hillside, but still, I mean, Last was currently or trying to help you against Primal, and now, well, now it's a whole other story.
Maybe. The only problem for Last Day is that smokes are keeping them alive right now. If they do not have smokes, then they are kind of open to some of the line of sight some Primal currently has. It really just depends on if they can go blow for blow, trade for trade. Because the problem for Last Day is that if they try and use the rock for cover against Primal, they're then open to Na'Vi in this current situation.
Yeah, outside the next circle as well. They do have 1 billion crates available, including a... That's
nice
still
shot.
Very far. Including an arm. There's a sideways vehicle. That's the car we saw from T-Bone left over. Actually, the only cover that's going to be in this next circle. But Norway, up on the hill on the west, or like on the northern side, if Last don't realize he's there, that could be them going down.
Who would have thought that the milk float was going to be Molodok's salvation? This is actually, it's actually kind of crucial. His move up here has been super important, super impactful.
Mm-hmm.
Great cover.
Definitely has been. Again, Novi right now playing more of a contain on Na'Vi. He's, of course, waiting for them to move. They're outside the circle, so about 35 seconds from now, they will have to try and make a move. And I think for last day as well as Primal, they're well aware of this. They're waiting for Na'Vi to try and make a play. They've popped the back tires. Actually, no, there are tires still on the vehicle on the southeastern side, but not to be. Diffix with the full auto MK at that distance. I know you have a muzzle break, mate, but calm down.
Yeah, as soon as I saw those first 2 shots, I was like, okay, that's ambitious. Ooh.
Running low on ammo now as well. Wait, do they still have all the tires in that US too? I thought they'd popped them. If they allow them out because they get a vehicle they can maneuver, and that's mistakes in my book. No, they have popped the tires, okay, and they see them underneath now as well. This should be Na'Vi dead.
If Primal bides their time, last day is the one that has to move first, nice. It feels like, for this all said and done. Great blue zone. And Sasa will start healing through it here. Defex trying to position himself to maybe get a res, but no, Nitro kind of sees him as well. It's all but said and done here for Na'Vi. Lovely.
Toe taps, toe taps, toe taps. Soset has to make a run for it eventually. Of course, they already qualified. Might as well try and see if he can get one more point. Not to be. Primal once again in double digits with a chance to win their second game of the day.
And they could. They've got better off angles here than last day. Last day is coming in from one angle alone. Yes, technically they've got either side of the smokes to start playing here. Molodok's going to swing out wide. Actually, Rustamar does know exactly where he is at this point in time. Tries to duck in towards those bushes, and it doesn't do too bad. But bomb below over the nade to get Novi down already.
That's a top player. The guy with the vision really on the other side. More util Wolfare being set in play by last day. And now swing that smoke. Do it together. You're in a 3v1. They know exactly where they have him, but Yorgos not done just yet. Molodok gone down now, though. Groza in hand will find the flush on one. It's just on the 2 here from last day to try and take him out. Falls back into the smoke. Tries to buy himself some more time. Maybe reposition off the left-hand side. He's able to separate these fights into 1v1s. Somehow now we're back to 1v1 once more. It's just Nitro and Yorgos left alive.
Smoke's about to dissipate right now. He needs to deal with it. No, it's not going to happen. Nitro, as the smoke dissipates on the very edge, is able to see him. That was down to the wire, though, here, Toby.
And it shouldn't have been, if you ask me. 3v1 in that situation. I think they got a bit too eager, a bit too greedy. Guys, 3v1, let's just send it. You know, like, that's usually where it comes stop and cheering preemptively starts happening. And then you realize, oh, wait a minute, they're still fighting back. They lose 2. And, I mean, no fairness, massive props to Yorgos, able to separate those fights, to fall back into the smoke, understanding what he had to work with, despite being outnumbered 3-1, but it should have never been so close.
Book Sansara in those fields. Thank you for an exciting Taego ending, man. That was spicy, to say the least.
Thank you, T-Bone, for bringing the car up the hill, because if not, then last day would have died like 2 circles earlier.
Yeah, maybe. That was, again, the knock-on effect, the butterfly effect of these things that happen in PUBG. Sometimes you can't account for all of them, but hey, last day was able to ride with the punches. Let's head back to the desk to break down Game 3 of the day.
Thanks so much, Carlos. I think he explained it so well there, where he said that last final fight of Avenger was spicy as all hell. That final 4, what a showcase of PUBG.
Yeah, it was huge. This execution and planning and decision making throughout this late game was just like really masterclass of some of the best teams, how they play around the cover, how they analyze, and how they take it circle by circle and maximize points in every single chance they get. What a fantastic late game here, and what a great game for last day.
Now we're going to take a look at how this all played out. I mean, Primal, for me, Mark, that's one. But the team that I want to pull some attention to is Sakura Zenson, because they came out of the gates, and you could just see that they were feeling this game. They knew that this was a chance for them to point hunt, and that is exactly what they've done.
Sakura Zenson, you mean Mika? Oh, my God. We was on a crazy. He was like 5 kills. He was the only one killing people early game. It was unlucky. They went down to a 3 again. They're just struggling keeping numbers up. If they can keep the 4 up, they obviously need to ensure that they keep those additional gun blazing and picking up points. And actually, there was a big decision that Sakura Zenson done at the end there, Sam, was they could have potentially gone round and just clashed heads with Primal, but I think they would have been on the losing side. They opted to go into Buxan. I think that was a call to get more points, get more kills on the board. At that point, I felt like they weren't winning, but they made the right call to go for the kills.
Avenger, in the group stages here at PEC Fall, I mean, Has Marcelik lived past like the first 5 minutes of a game yet?
Yeah, so I don't want to throw my boy under the bus, but it looks like he's been the first guy to die 3 times in a row, you know, and yeah, that's not the way to go. But like as we talked about through the game here, and as Mark pointed out here, they were able to take so many fights and actually win here. And Micah, of course, doing some crazy stuff, the decision making throughout to maximize points and kind of see what's ahead of them. That's just, it's so cognitive. And I don't think there was a world in this circle with the shifts going away from them that they could have gotten more out of this. So it was beautiful to see. One more big game for them, and they're going to take over GG and win or die, to be honest.
There we go. I mean, Mark, there is a team, though, that hasn't really done enough, I think, to make it into the final 8. Walk me through the Taego that Eternal Fire had.
Yeah, we pick another team that goes down numbers. Let's break down, obviously, their drop spot. Look, they've been fighting for this area for a while. Fishing camp, they work their way in. Don't go too far. That's actually really interesting. Secure Centrum know exactly where they are. They go for the crash code marker, pops out, and this is where the wiggle jiggle puts him down, and they know exactly who they're fighting. Eternal Fire need to chase down Secure Centrum. Secure Centrum wants to build the gap on them, and then this read, Runasov's on the outside edge, gets picked up. He's really cheeky here, and Fuzzface holds his own. Great play. Eventually, Blue Zone nades come in. I actually do think this Blue Zone nade from Marta is a little bit too short, and obviously the read then from Marco is obviously on the outside. Great sound cues, does pick him up. And then there was only one thing the Mad could do, Sam, and that was run, run, run. He did find himself in this shack where we kind of catched out where VP were. Didn't quite get all the connections he wanted to. He picked up a few additional kills, especially from here and then into Bucksan. But it was the best scenario for him was to get placement points. 15th, he actually ended up in 6th place. And I'm so shocked though, Martin, that I think me and you was in the chat, he was going to step on a landmine, but he didn't quite get the connection, and it was eventually ensured destruction. Eternal Fire, obviously, unfortunately, falling out in 6th place.
Yeah, squeezing out as many points as possible here for the Mad. That's the best they could hope for, losing that compound early. And yeah, that's something you gotta do. And if you can get yourself, 2, 3, 4 extra points being solo, that's completely worth it. And of course, they're gonna have some bad games. They were in our like kind of huge mid pack of before this game concluded, having in that 40-point range where within 7 points, 7 teams were fighting to get one or two spots that's kind of available in the top 8. So yeah, it's looking a little bit dire right now. They need to have huge games here in all that last 3 ones to go to the final straight.
We're now at the halfway mark of the final day of the group stages. Obviously, these two groups battling it out. Do you think that the spots to get into the grand finals even less of a chance now because of how close that mid pack is, Avenger?
You completely missed the opportunity saying halfway mark, and then asking him something. That was a little bit sad there. No, yeah, I think we're in for some super interesting games here, Sam. That's the cool thing, because our mid-pack teams that are chasing are actually getting a huge amount of points. I am excited to ride this primal hype train that's happening today here, having 11 points in day 1, then going in, okay, let's show the size of our guns here and let's take them on. That's going to be huge, and I actually think they could very well be making it to the final straight here from the group stage.
Avenger's going to be riding the primal hype train. You can let us know whose hype train you're riding as well in the chat. We're going to take a little bit of an extended break now for the teams, and when we return, we're moving on to Rondo. Welcome back to the PUBG Game Show. It is round 3, everyone's favorite. It's Pubg Geography, and I still think we should make the rest of the talent play in this because they always seem to have the answers and claim that they know where places are. I think that they're lying. I think that the pro players almost always get it right. Deirdrix, Brax, and Gustav, you need to prove me right now, please, and protect my pride. This is how it works. We're going to show you a specific place on Erangel, and you need to tell us where it is. If you're 0 to 20 meters near it, you'll get 5 points. 20 to 100 meters, you get 3 points. Anything further than 100 meters, you only get 1 point. This is your opportunity to really show how smart you are when it comes to Erangel. So, gents, tell us where on the map is this point. super serious concentration happening, yeah?
Easy 5
Everyone's
points.
gone silent.
I think so too,
You
yeah.
said it's an easy 5 points? Okay.
Easy.
Gustav said it was an easy 5 points. It was, in fact, an easy 5 points for you because you were that close. Also, Brax, you were that close. Dedrix, unfortunately, you were a little bit off the 20-meter mark, which means you only get 3 points. But when I say a little bit off, like by like 11 meters. So I'm really sorry about that. That sucks. But it is what it is. That's how Pub Geography works. We're going to move on to location number 2. So, gents, tell me, where on Erangel would we find this point? Some very serious faces. Do we have any idea? Feeling confidence again?
But I think I figured this one out actually.
Yeah, same. It's actually easy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Right. Every single one of you was between 30 and 40 meters off the point. This is exactly where it was, which means you were all almost bang on the money. You all get 3 points. But now, your final opportunity here for Pub Geography. Where exactly is this?
Oh. If someone doesn't get this, then
no.
you to... Oh.
I clicked like...
There's no way, bro.
I mean, I clicked on the big map and I forgot to zoom it, you know.
Okay, I'm gonna show you where exactly this particular point is. Dedrix, you've already said you clicked the big map, so unfortunately it's not gonna measure as clear. But Brax and Gustav are both getting themselves 5 points for this one. Right, at the end of Pub Geography, round number 3 here at the PUBG Game Show, we do have a tie for first place currently, which means we're going to have to move to a tiebreaker. Unfortunately, Dedrix, we say goodbye to you. This wasn't your day, so bye. But now, Gustav and Brax, you need to fight it out. You're both on 13 points, so this is the tiebreaker question. The player closest to the correct answer is the winner, so no pressure. But how many nations were represented in PEC Spring 2024 in the grand finals? So it would be in the grand finals, how many nations were represented? Quick maths in your head. Maybe you can try Google, but we'll hear you on your keyboard. Or you can just take a wild guess. But you need to give us a number. Brax has made a commitment. Gustav, I'm going to need a commitment from you. So, the correct answer was in fact 21. Brax said 28. And Gustav said 19, which means, Gustav, you are the winner of the PUBG Game Show. Congratulations. Well done. Would you like to know what you win?
I guess I win nothing.
Yeah, nothing. You win nothing. But you can run around and tell everyone you won the game show. Good job. Well played. And let's get back into game.
One more. On blue. Straight on blue mark. Like on the wall.
They're regrouping.
Room for you guys.
Yeah, another room now. Stab him.
You vaulted out. Right side.
Nice. Okay,
Nice.
last across. Good shit.
His car is here.
One guy on it.
Two guys.
Team T took it. One knock. One more guy, take it.
Three man, one active.
One more on the shit.
I'm putting in.
I need to figure out.
Behind the shack. Nice. I'm safe for us.
We got him. Back.
3 guys. Nice.
Almost to the right then.
2 more.
One guy orange, sorry.
Delay.
Knocked him.
Two
New orange. 3 men.
Nothing far green.
Last new orange somewhere. I saw him.
3?
One active.
Yes, one active. Last was new orange running.
Probably running
Under me.
Nope.
Not
Okay.
insta.
Alright,
So
okay.
fucking.
All right, welcome back. We've got Rondo on the way in just a few. Of course, though, we're just waiting for these players to get fully ready and good to go. Pubg Geography actually was a bit easier this time around, Toby, than last times.
Definitely going easy on us with these ones. I think you can see the players' faces too. They were better. Wait, I think they were trying to go. Wait, it looks easy. There's got to be there's got to be a trickery to some extent, but no, they were pretty straightforward.
Yeah. Now that Martin has solved his muted issues and things like that, do you have any other cup? Because obviously yesterday you were using your muted cup.
I still have this one just waiting for you to eventually accidentally not have your mic unmuted. So
you think that's
it'll live here? It'll live here until the day it happens, and then it'll have been worth a while. It's a good stock, you know. I invest in this location of the cup right now.
Have you seen my owl cup that I have when I need my
and
team?
I don't want to see it either because I want to see the leaderboard.
Well, we'll take a look at the leaderboard.
Thank you, production.
No, I want to show you my owl cup. Anyway, yeah, we've got ourselves a situation where teams like Primal, like last day, are trying to fight back here to try and get themselves up to that top 8. Yeah, I thought maybe Gaming Gladiators would actually have an opportunity to stay alive in that top 8, but it looks pretty dire right now considering how close some of these teams are.
Definitely does. And I mean, for starters, they've started picking up pace. Primal obviously, we started the day at 11 points. Phenomenal day so far. We're only halfway through. VP and Foot as well. You just don't see either of those two teams go out with nothing with 3 more games left to play.
No, that's true. That is true. Tough stuff. It's a little bit of potential heartbreak. It's potential heartbreak for win or die, though, right? Like the fact that they had such an insanely good game to end yesterday, and now there's a chance that all of these teams are pressuring that position. So tough stuff. Tough stuff.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the math on the cutoff here. And
no, don't
again,
do that.
I mean, I mean, I'm not going to do not actual math. I'm just seeing, hoping that we're coming into a final Erangel with the likes of maybe even 6 teams fighting for 2 spots. That'd be pretty sick. Is that your owl? How is that a reference to anything PUBG related?
It's not.
So what is it a reference?
It's my big owl cup.
It's now, so you just wanted to show your owl cup?
Yeah. Now, bear in mind,
a glass of water, guys. Speaking of things that are super relevant.
Everyone's got that glass. Bear in mind, I'm a very small human, right? So this is just a normal size cup.
That is true.
It's huge.
That is true.
Look at his silly face. Look at it.
It does look like you. It's the same color pattern as well.
What do you mean? Let me have a look at that color pattern. It's kind of, well, it's got a little bit of ginger to it, you know?
True.
It's a silly owl.
I love filling. It's amazing. Now let's get into the game and get ourselves a 3rd Rondo and a 3rd one-plane Rondo. I feel like we're being cheated here.
I know how it's PUBG relevant.
Tell me.
Eagle Owl's got a win today in PWS. So there you go. That's an Eagle Owl. Anyway, it's Rondo time. Yes. Martin, come over here and tell me about your condo. Because look at this. We've got Rondo on the cards. And wait, are more people going to test track? Hello, Martin.
I mean, I think 4 teams are going test track. I hope not, but it does look that way, at least right now. Business, Twisted Minds, Navi, just them 3 maybe? I can't make it out. I feel like there are more, but it just... I mean, hopefully Business flies further. Surely. Nope.
Maybe.
Triple hot drop because, I mean, yesterday after the show was over, I tweeted that it was the most APEC day we've had in the EMEA for a while. Maybe these guys are trying to up the ante on that one.
Well, one thing that's important about this is this fight still will not end between Twisted Minds and Navi. And it's an important one because for them regionally, both teams want it and both teams have got the skill to be able to hold onto it. But Business is suddenly just collateral damage in this. Spanos is already down.
I have no clue what they're doing here. Not gonna lie. I mean, they are trying to set up on the southeast side of it, so maybe hoping they could get down here and just kind of linker and then third party if they timed it right. But between these 2 teams, I think you just stay out of it. I mean, they even get the circle towards them now too.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. This is tough stuff. Now, the funny thing about this hot drop, particular between Navi and Twisted Minds, is that we saw it internationally. We saw it at EWC, and we saw what teams were wanting to do, either contest it or come here. And oftentimes, a lot of the teams actually just kind of left it by the wayside, but then later on down the line, they actually came back to it, like 17 Gaming, for example. So it's still such a hot topic, a hot debate as to what is actually going to happen for me, especially at PGS and PGC coming up.
It's the only stable that we have in Rondo. It's everything else is random. Everything else is undiscovered. The only thing we know for a fact, the only thing we get every time is a fight over test track. As we now see again, this fight continuing. Foot Esports, in the meantime, doing what we saw from BBL yesterday, which, I mean, in all fairness, kind of won them a game, and rotating very early to the circle center. Foot, a team that is very much always playing edge this time around, setting up center. We'll see if that's going to reward them.
Again, super interesting that businesses injected themselves, oh my days, into this scenario. And actually just, I mean, that was a good shotgun shot through the door window, but not enough for Perfectix. He's down. He's gone.
Good thing for both Twisted and Navi is that this is more of a fight for pride than it is a fight for the actual survival of this stage of the tournament. Both sat at 90+ points will be good. For Business, on the other hand, sat at 49, and this is part of the reason why I'm saying don't risk it. They're definitely not guaranteed in a direct spot in the finals yet. They could play for a spot in the finals, but opting to hot drop like this makes me think that that's not on their bingo cards.
Well, to really like nitpick this and analyze this to the fullest extent, I find it interesting that Twisted Mind's objective on this drop straight away was everybody on the top of roofs, everybody straight away onto roofs so that they could potentially have as many lines of sight as possible. I mean, the fact that you've got these air conditioning kind of cooler things at the top as well gives you a little bit of cover. So it's not like other roofs traditionally on some other buildings that actually could work out quite nicely. Nade goes forwards from Ferris but doesn't connect. Meanwhile, now V, straight to the ground. Get in the buildings, find the hard cover as quickly as possible. So two very different approaches to the same location.
And I guess the winners of this right now, Business coming in, getting one kill, now leaving. It's from me not saying they shouldn't have been there to begin with. At least they come out big, kind of alive and with all their players up. In the meantime, further towards the circle center, we've just seen Eternal Fire actually come in and try and push Foot out of one of the center spots. Not sure what Example is doing, staring into the ground right now. Maybe just trying to stay hidden for as long as possible. But now hearing the cast on the left side too is gonna. You'd have him expecting that that other people will engage soon. What is he? Is he just listening for footsteps? And
I think so. Yeah. I think it's based on that. And obviously, if you're looking down like this, and it's all about like the directional the sound, I suppose, for this. Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose. Why play 3D when you can convert it to 2D and just have them run around on a flat surface down below you? Example, now obviously feeding the info across, you'd imagine that the Navi players are in fact wrapping down towards the south. It's going to allow for Twisted Minds to make up their mind here. They've lost a player, so do you go hunting? Or do you see this as an opportunity to potentially back out yourself?
Well, Example actually just jumped off the roof by the looks of things, what I could see on the minimap there. So, I mean, he identified straight away from his ears, that he could actually leave and find himself a bit of a more defensible position alongside the rest of his teammates.
Solid play. Smart decision making on the side of him to not engage single-handedly versus the entirety of Navi, which, I mean, when you think about it that way, kind of makes sense. In the meantime, Soset and the Navi boys are still looking for more, and they find Lou on transition.
Big JS9 being able to do something. Soset is finishing that off as well. Surprised actually that he was this deep into proceedings of all of this, but hey, Navi's going to be okay with it. But as you say, it's kind of the pride thing, kind of trying to claim your territory thing as a whole. I don't expect this to subside in the grand finals here. We didn't see it last time around for PEC. Was it PEC?
Yeah.
And we won't see it now.
It's also kind of funny to me, mainly due to the fact that this location in terms of a drop spot doesn't really play into Navi's playstyle at all. It's very center. You're forced to play with opponents most likely all around you. It's very hard to get out on the circle edge unless you're, I suppose, lucky to keep getting shifted away from. And we know that's where Navi thrives. So for them to commit this hard to a center, effectively the Chinky Picardo of Rondo is it strikes me as a bit odd.
If I had to theorize that, I would say that they came into a competitive environment, especially in Europe or EMEA, right, where everything was kind of settled, and then they formed as a team and were like, well, I guess we just have to take the scraps of the other maps, the other battlegrounds. However, Rondo kind of came alongside them to a degree to competitive. True. So this was their opportunity to be like, okay, well, they might not lean to the playstyle that we were exhibiting on other battlegrounds, but at least now we've got a chance to say, hey, we want the center spot, and they are fighting for it fiercely.
Yep, everyone fighting now, it seems like. Foot taking casualties. Sakura Sansa doing the same thing. We've just lost Mika. Now Himan is down as well. Not looking good for the boys in red. Fuzz face. Oh, seen in the open by Ebi. Can't quite fight the knock, at least not initially, though. Beamy is up close here. He knows he's down to low HP. Will up the nade on O, but he has no cavalry here. If he does not find this, which he will, then he'll be in trouble. But for him now, not quite to be. Fuzz down early on.
An absolute corker there coming out from Beamy. Very nicely done. Sakura Sensen, well, definitely needs still more on the board. Despite having a good first day, not a bad start to day 2 for them. True. But yeah, this is a bit of a rough situation here for them. Still behind.
And if all the teams to give points over 2, I mean, VP is one of the teams you're chasing currently. Currently set at 67, so not what you want to have happen whatsoever. Take risks. Abulmir will fall down as well. As Eternal Fire, I mean, they kind of collapsed center alongside Foot, or tried to, I suppose, push them off early on. Then were forced into an awkward split, and now all sitting in this building. And I have to wonder how Abulmir ended up there. Considering where... Wait. His teammates are...
Where are you looking, mate?
I'm looking at the map, bro.
Yeah? Where is he?
Why was he down there? On his own? Against them?
Against them? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's kind of rough.
What are you doing?
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe just trying to get to his teammates. Not quite happening, obviously. It's hard to thread the needle when all the remaining teams are already kind of locked in play. Marsalek goes down as well. Sakura Sanson, tough one for them out in 16th.
Hey, at least Marsalek wasn't the first to die this game, right?
True. He definitely got more playing time.
Silver linings and all that. But anyway, yeah, we've got ourselves this circle. Now, this is an interesting circle for me for Rondo, because a lot of teams oftentimes, as like a pseudo central drop, go for like splits across Miramar, and then also kind of split a little bit west of that between Test Track and Miramar, and have that kind of spot. But Foot moved here super fast to try and lock this location down for this circle. Depends where we're going to be going now, but it still could go pretty much anywhere here for this one.
Oh, no Yungu, but maybe Meiran or Lo Huai Xing.
Mate, I wanted there yesterday. Do you remember?
Yeah, you did. I mean, it's most likely not going to go there just because of water and all, but we'll see. Maybe we'll get lucky. A weird shift if the next circle and a half goes in that direction. It's kind of forced to stay in and around there. It is a beautiful location. They changed it. I mean, that's the earliest rework I've seen in a very long time of a map being released, but this location looked differently on release. And now, of course, some of the statues have been changed. The mountains here have been changed. A lot of good changes coming into Rondo, but also a map I think that everyone can agree on needed the changes in order to be PUBG Esports viable.
All right, well, PUBG Esports viable. Let's do what I want. Let's do Lo Hua Jing with the NPCs in your normal game, or around the tier 3 kind of shop.
And production mute.
No. Don't mute me. Don't mute me. If you take over the landmark, then you suddenly get an army of these little NPCs that defend your castle. Wow, that'd be cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And then we play third person, and then we do like you can build your armies as well and become StarCraft. No, James, you don't get that. You don't get that. It's a different game.
No, wait, PUBG's got strategy elements, I promise.
Oh, no, you don't. No, you don't.
Oh.
We look towards the northwest side here. I mean, last day are going to have plenty of space coming on the eastern side. Honestly, a super heads-up rotation by them going all the way down towards Jadina City. BB Team 2 will have a lot of space rotating in. It's up in the north that it's going to be tricky. Royal now kind of tangled up with Primal. Na'Vi might end up joining that entanglement as well. All the teams coming in from the straight west side here, you can kind of just see the cut if you go straight north to south and draw the line down the middle of the new circle. It's just last day over there. Everyone else, all 14 teams are set on the western half of this next circle.
Yeah, they are. So they could easily get a shift if it comes to hit royalty. This is rough because he's shooting underneath the car. That's so rough to be dealing with. And Rustamar is going to try and take a few more pot shots on their way, but now he realizes maybe this is going to go a bit difficult. So actually, nice attempt at the nade, but shouldn't work.
Also, just, I mean, with the location there, and should have maybe upped the trap even further north. Like, if you're going to commit to the northern wrap anyway, might as well just full commit to it and not send it over the hill there. Primal in a good position now to try and dislodge Royal. And with the rest coming through, I guess this is a chance for Royal to try and disengage, but Rustamar on the flank. Das now fortifying. I feel like there's a chance here for Royal to rethink their approach.
Maybe. I think you're on the money with it, because continuing around that way would have just resulted in just death, I think, going up against Primal, the way they had it kind of locked down. So move back, just find another way around. There's still a lot of room, technically, for them to be able to take.
Yeah. I'm looking at the map, and Na'Vi just went, you know what? We don't care that the circle is over here. We're going to go west. They literally just drove straight west off the map. Now I don't see them anymore. Here they are on your screens. Now they do a U-turn. Okay, guys, thank you. Reminder, the circle is to the east. It's one of those racing games where you just get the massive red sign in the middle of your screen going, wrong way, turn around. And now finally they do. They're opting to wrap all the way north of Bamboo. And you know what? Worthwhile, because we're going east once more.
Yep, last day is having an absolute field day in their position. And now we have, well, the attempted...
chaos.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of moving and a lot of emergency pickups coming in as well. Eternal Fire is already up in the air. They are moving fast. We'll see probably quite a few crashes into Miramar to try and take it, because actually a lot of teams can co-inhabit that landmark. Last day is already coming in the south, and I imagine Eternal Fire is going to be dropping in from the high ground, whilst Virtus Pro hits the north.
Yeah, it's a full sprint for everyone else. Eternal Fire are coming in. It's a question of whether they go deep into the city or if they want to just stay on the east or western edge here. 8C spots one of the take risk players, full flight in his vehicle. So he will make his way over to the other side. Pixel 2 trying to shoot at all these ducks as they come rolling past.
Oh my days! Virtus Pro actually hit Eternal Fire as they were coming in from the air as well. Molodocs are getting grenaded by the fact that the Fairy Tales already found themselves in here, so it's going to be an absolute bloodbath. A bit of chaos going on. The fact is that the matter is that there's still a lot of teams that still need to inhabit this circle, still on the way.
I love that we're in a city and he just threw out his deployable cover, or emergency cover, I suppose we should call it, not to be confused with deployable shield. Bumble, nice hold there. Such a hard path to cross. And April taken down because he wasn't looking to the right and the left before crossing.
That's inexcusable, isn't it? The green cross code. What's it called in Danish? Is it the green cross code, but just translated?
I do not know. I'm not going to look it up right now. Twisted Minds down and out example dealt with more people now coming into the city as business opts to hop in on the far eastern side. Nice jump from on them in understanding that the western part of the city would most likely be lit ablaze. And as you can see here, that is exactly what has happened.
Yeah, Molodoc doing some work for them in this distance position, trying to hold off Fairy Tale wherever they can. As say, BB maybe moving forward a little bit. Take Risk is south of them. Foot is in a quite dicey split over towards the west to find themselves some way. Because it's funny how early they were there, and now they're just kind of really punished for not moving quickly enough, I guess, with all these other teams trying to go fast. We'll see as the circle goes down.
I was just going to say, you say that, but imagine this shifting back west and now all these hard-committed city teams having to get out of it again. That's like a top 3 guaranteed for Foot. So we'll see where the next circle is going to take us. It is, of course, phase 4 coming up, and there are a couple of ponds that we might be shifting away from. Of course, Rondo does play some tricks on you every now and again with the circle shifts. We'll see what's going to end up happening. In the meantime, towards the north, Na'Vi on that, I mean, eternity rotation. Now finally, Camp running straight into Primal.
Yep, this could get very, very dicey because these two teams are really not been able to set up too much about this fight. And also we're seeing Stardust as well as Semler also shooting this way as well. Yoggers will take Hakatori and even follow that up. And now Diffex is just stuck behind this tree. I mean, yes, technically he's in, but for how long? It's only a minute until this blue's going to push him.
Yeah, circle shifting straight down towards the south. BB team risks at that in the center. Na'Vi taken out, too slow on their approach. And now Semler, 0 kills so far, have a rotation to make of their own.
Holding on the road, just waiting for these movement to come in here. They don't really want to try and go up the hill, because if they do that, they know that they're going to be open to the Lo Hua Sing lines of sight. Peeking around the corner here. Virtus Pro shutting down Eternal Fire completely when they saw how they came in from the sky. So they knew exactly where they were in a lot of these buildings and have been able to accommodate them very quickly.
Yeah. Nice 1-2 push in there. T-Bone able to take down Yas now as well. More points garnered for Foot, who, I mean, again, if they can clear out Royal here, look at the amount of space they're going to have on the western side. Thing is, once the fight between Semler and Stardust ends on the northern side, there will be more teams joining that area of the map. Actually, already now, Lassa full speed forward. It's going to make its way down towards that southern side and potentially try and pressure Foot.
Primal on that big rotate. We've got BBL still just chilling slowly down towards the bottom. CCNX is now loaded up into a car, and it's going to be trying to find a way on in whilst Foot is holding off this western side. Let's see if they can do anything about it. Looks like Royalty's not going to opt to just swing straight in, but Stardust from above them. Lazar with a shot and an instant... I thought that was going to be an instant retreat, but it's an instant push. Hello?
Yeah, true. Lazar coming full speed forward once more. Just them two, Crossberg and Lazar, trying to do the full-on pull-up here. Out of the vehicles they go. Let's see if they can do something. There is enough player on the side of Foot Esports, but they should have this one locked down. We'll see, though, if that's going to be the case or not. Nice trade peeking over the top, and with a little bit of help from Screams, they will come out victorious. But here comes Royal, still in the vicinity.
Yeah. I mean, if you see those knocks the way they're coming in, it should be super aggressive on this, but
yeah.
I guess not. I guess they were just looking to perch themselves on this spot. Samler's north of them as well. They could get caught in with no cover here whatsoever, could Royalty, if they are not careful. They only have one car between them by the looks of things as well.
Yeah.
So Samler's looking for some free points.
Deploying some smokes now in the open here too, so they will definitely be seen by Samler, but look at this area. So hard to get any proper cover. That's why it took a while for Royal to make anything happen. Now you see Mooseman get back for the vehicle. I thought the tires were pumped since they didn't opt to go for it at all, but now Foot 2 are starting to realize there's opponents right over the hill.
I feel like if they wanted to make this work, they had to be more aggressive about this pushing through, but 80's been able to take two. Sucking finally finishes off 80 and even flushes him straight away. So greedy on it, but I mean, in the end, Foot does clean it up. Now Samler here, they could just try and leapfrog forwards of the Foot position and try and hold them out.
Issue is, as soon as they start doing that, VP is now starting to shoot at them from behind, and you can see here, Nixie able to find Rayo. Circle send us up once more. BP team take risk at dead center of what is a circle that splits the road right down the middle, kind of, at least. And now Semler over here saying hi to Foot, but VP doing everything they can to give Foot a chance to rotate.
Yeah, we're just... It feels like we're just feeding the beast here, be it Foot or VP. These teams are just kind of feeding themselves into this via a conveyor belt, and I don't know about this for Samler. They are still playing it slow and steady. But
two teams that, again, I mean, they're set in 8th and 9th place respectively, right? They want to separate themselves with just two games left to play after this one. They want to make sure that it's not going to come down to the very final match, whether they qualify for finals or not.
A lot of these teams now stuck in Miramar, maybe regretting their decision, but now you've just got to farm for the kills. Just try and get as much as possible as all these other teams try and get out of here. Business well shut down last day. And now, well, Primal's actually sneaking back on into Mayran to maybe try and hold these teams at bay.
I respect it. BP team started flexing out on the southern side, and Primal realized, wait, that's the counter to where we're currently set. We can't do anything from here if they are set down there. So they have to fall back. And again, I mean, as you're saying, now it's becoming a salvage situation. We have to do one thing at a time. We can't care for endgame. We just need to win this city first.
Sam's getting butchered. They're gone once again here. Nothing's going right for them today at all. As Virtus Pro in the northern side of this, it's just trying to find themselves big hill spots. One of the issues that does exist for Rondo is that when you're looking down, so from VP all the way down to Risk, right? Like there's just, it's such open area. Yeah, there's trees. Yeah, there's some rocks and stuff like that. But there's not any kind of like rolling about the field. There's no... not a lot of that, so you've got to be very careful about how you transition across some of these areas.
It's a weird mental thing of because we have forests available, we expect there to be more cover. Lookarook's now going for one, finds the double.
No.
Solid shots come through, 11 kills for VP, but I feel like we accept open space in Miramar more because it's a desert. We go, oh, that's not so much foliage, it's a desert, guys. Where on a map like this where there are trees, we're like, why can't we just get a couple more? You know what I mean?
Sure, but a lot of the scenarios on Miramar, I mean, I would argue, are like either like tiered down hills. Anyway, regardless, let's talk about it later. Got a Spiro here just doing some work as well against everybody. what can BBL really do now? They are caught in a bit of a rough spot here, so some smokes are going to go down to try and deal with this, as well as maybe some blue zone nades across against BB to try and slow them down.
I mean, it was a long-range vehicle explosion, and they're not in nade range right now, so honestly, committing to the rest here makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't look like BB team's keen to just try and peek on over. Yeah,
no, they can't.
There's other
BB
lines
now
of sight
looking
on the
towards some risk as well down here. I mean, they can't fully commit to. Look at these nades; they're going to fall way short.
Well, it doesn't matter too much for them for now, because the circle has preferred their position. Some more smokes and blue zones coming along to try and shut down any position that BB is in. But they're sitting very well done by their position at the moment, considering that the Miramar teams are all going to, again, slaughter one another.
Yep, exactly. VP up on the northern side. Beamy continuing his stride. 6 kills, I believe, now for him as Lookarooks 2 will find one more solid play coming through here for Virtus Pro, who, I mean, we're kind of caught in the chaos, but opted to play the smart side, I suppose, of the city on that north, where they knew for a fact they could get out if need be.
Kind of a crazy scenario that the road is one of the safer places in a circle like this, but here we are. BB team's just going to be sitting on. Meanwhile, BBL's holding out some of these teams coming in from coming out from Miramar, I should say. I think Primal was just like, well, okay, we have no good options. We may as well go into Miramar and try and get some more kill points from there, because the way that they had rotated initially found themselves maybe in what was BBL's spot. The problem is that BBL had lines of sight on it. Then BBL backfilled this location, and actually it was one of the better spots. Definitely not Miramar, all things considered back then.
Nope, exactly. BBL's Sheila with the nade. Primal locked into one position. They will fall down because Fed solid nades lopped on through. That's points garnered for BBL. They need them pretty desperately too. Sat currently at 41. If they want to qualify here, they need to have 2 phenomenal games. Not even talking about the game we're currently playing.
He's so ready to make this shot. Oh, and he misses. Oh, that's a shame. It's hard to react to that exact crosser from that wall, so I was hoping for it, though. Oh, nice. That one was nice.
That's them on the other side, but look at all the damage that has been done. Everyone, I feel like, coming into this final fight with no helmets and broken vests. It's definitely tricky, but BBL continuing. They had a win on Rondo yesterday, and they want to make it 2 for 2. But they are the ones, alongside Business, really, that has a rotation to make. And with how BB team and VP are currently positioned, I'm not seeing them getting out of here alive.
Yeah, unfortunately for Business, they really needed this one to keep their hopes alive to get into the final. It's looking very sketchy now. But BBL in the distance, likewise, they need technically so much more points here with how this is all going down. But for Virtus Pro and BB, just keep holding this line, because you are not letting BBL in if you just hold this down. There's deployable cover goes down on the top of the ridge. Some more as well.
Timing of that deployable right in front of the vehicle. Maybe they can get, but I would imagine that they've popped the tires already. Sheila, though, able to find Nixie. It's just 2 on the side of VP alive. So if they can find Lookarooks as well here, or you just suppress him for long enough, there might be a rotation to make.
Yeah, the deployable cover, or say the foldable shield, I should say, is actually the GOAT right now. Really doing a lot of work here for Lookarooks. As shots will come in, finishes off Lyran, gets another kill point on the board. But Shilla's been doing a lot of work, regardless of the fact that BBL has been in quite a troubled state, a troubled spot, a troubled position. As CC next is going to go for the mad dash on through. Will he get anything done here for them? Because everybody else is down and out. He needs to find some kind of cover anywhere, anything.
Oh, double down on the side of BB team. Huge turnaround. Take risk to potentially get something because of it. BBL will fall down, but once again, Cobra peeking over. That's the 3rd for him.
Yeah, take risk. That's perfect. You may as well take these risks and try and get in there as quickly as possible and shut this down. This is a perfect opportunity for them to get some win points on the board. I mean, there's not been the most kills for them so far. The doozy is just in that slight smoke. They can shut him down. It's in the bag.
It's just him left alive, but he's not done just yet. 2 left alive to go up against, but it's not going to happen. It will be take risks to come out victorious. And you know what? In all fairness, they took the risk. They sent it early to that southeastern side. Circles came out of the city towards him, and they claimed the win because of it.
Really bided their time for a lot of this game, right? And, you know, you don't have to be flashy to get a victory in PUBG when it comes to some of these scenarios, especially considering that there really wasn't much cover to work with. As I said, some of the best cover in this game was along a road, which really does speak volumes for a lot of where all these teams were kind of coming in from. So BB survives for a long time, but take risk. They peek over when they need to.
And honestly, I mean, smart understanding of the situation for them too. They couldn't do a whole lot with BBL on the other side, still 4 alive and still with vehicles. They knew if we start engaging BB down below, they're gonna swoop around on us. They'll go around the southern side rather than the northern one. We just have to keep applying pressure. We have to force BBL to go north, and then when everyone is looking in that direction, that's when we strike. Great understanding of how to bring home a game like that, and they brought it home. So solid finish for Take Risk.
Well, they came in at 18th with 44 points into this game, so let's see if it's going to be enough. I don't think so just yet. They need a bit more. Let's head over to the desk to talk about it all.
So as the highlights are on your screen, let's do a little bit of housekeeping here. So the first thing is, at the start of the show, we spoke a lot about Gaming Gladiators and whether they had done enough to make themselves available into the top 8 for the grand finals. Of course, they aren't playing today. We can confirm Gaming Gladiators have not done enough. They're going to be watching this closely, but they are definitely going to the last chance qualifiers. And then I want to draw your attention specifically to the team that won. Take Risk, Avenger, this all-Lebanese lineup. There was so much hype from them coming into this. So really nice to see them take a victory. But again, sitting in that middle pack, and it's becoming harder and harder for those teams to be able to breach the top 8.
Yeah, for sure. Last day is going to hate that they were in that compound that Take Risk ended up being in here. So a huge compound to just kind of yeet their way. And also that comes back to the rule that the unwritten rule of PUBG, never go to a city unless you know it's going to end there. And yeah, that's unfortunate for some situations. But Virtus Pro here, 19 points, 2 teams besides Virtus Pro and Take Risk and BBL getting double digits here. That's huge for them, and it really opens up our mid pack and makes it super interesting. And I think at this point here, Win or Die is also not going to make it. They're probably going to be the 9th or even maybe 10th team.
So Win or Die, another team that we're not seeing play today. They played the first 2 days of the group stages. And this is where it gets a little bit tough, right? There's 8 teams that are watching this very closely, and their entire futures are kind of in the hands of whatever the teams here do. And like you said, Avenger, unfortunately, probably just not enough for Win or Die or Gaming Gladiators. A team that is fighting very hard to try and get points on the board, though, Mark, is BBL. Did they do enough, do you think, in this particular map to make you excited that they could potentially get enough to get out of that mid-pack?
No. They're not going to qualify. They're not going to qualify. Let's not give any hopes or glories. But I wanted to highlight this team because when Rondo came out, they were dropping on VP in Yuling. Obviously, they moved their drop spot. They did get the win, as Toby said, on their first set of Rondo. But there's a couple of movements which I really like to highlight. They played down towards that south. They take it easy, working their way in. But they also wanted to wrap out to the blue. Zone shifted away back towards that sort of northeast area. And a lot of teams, Sam, they kind of worked their way through the middle. They played their cards, and it was kind of a bit of a destruction derby, and everyone's sending it towards his town. But BBL wrapped the blue. They controlled it out. Then they could obviously get an option. Which way did they go? The zone shifts towards the west-hand side of this road, but BBL go to the east. This is telling that they are trying to get points. And yeah, with that nade, Martin, it looked good. I think at this point they knew they weren't going to come over, and they would have known someone been sitting in the road. So they were just thinking, okay, let's just try and get as many points as we can. Not a bad game for them, but there is far too much of a mountain for them to climb to get themselves into the grand finals at the moment.
Yeah, maximizing points here, of course, and I like that play, making sure that they can maximize every single point getting out of here. But there's no way that they're gonna be able to win this one here. But still, I like to see what the style of play that they did, and they are completely aware of their surroundings here, so that's good. But yeah, they were on 31 points, I believe it was, before this, right? So yeah, not a lot of points moving into this game here, and I don't think the 2 last games is going to be enough to them. If they had 2 more games to play somehow, maybe if they didn't hot drop into Picardo, that could have been different. But yeah, we'll see that another time.
What would you say is the cutoff for the team? So how many points do you need if you want to make it into the top 8, Avenger?
Yeah, it really comes down to the mid pack, right? Because they continue looking good, they continue farming, and we talked a bit about it before here. It's kind of 5 teams fighting for 3 spots. So, and it's Akira Sanson, it's Primal, it's Stardust, it's Foot, and what was the last one? Last Day, I think it was. We agreed on. Yeah. That's fighting for that. That's 8th, 7th, and 6th spot, because Win or Die is, I feel like, already counted out here in this chance. I see with 2 games to go, the few amount of points that the teams need, it's definitely gonna be taken out. If they're super lucky, like if all these teams sucked last 2 games, they might be lucky and be the 8th team, but I don't really see it happening.
We are going to Erangel, so I don't see it happening either. We'll find out if Avengers Maths is mathing correctly in a little bit when we jump back into game, and you can see the scoreboard, but first this break.
I'm cheating. You're cheating. We're both cheating. Woo! Nah, no way. How much HP?
1 HP.
Nah, I don't believe it.
Stopped on me.
One more in fucking blue pushing up.
Yeah.
One guy stopped to me.
1 sec, Luca. Wait, Luca.
They're driving me. Blue,
One
blue.
more knocked.
Nice.
One more blue.
One stop on me. Guys, peek on me.
Last guy
Yeah,
mid.
hit. Wait, Beamy. He's low.
Hit.
I'm good.
He's
Get the
droning. I'm
push.
getting angle.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get angle, Beamy.
Reset now.
Knock.
Nice.
Last guy in front of me on green.
Let's still the kill.
Last guy green.
Reset now. Be careful south.
Yeah, they have a guy behind me as well.
Got me. Forcing the fight.
Two guys. Yeah, they buried up. Just leave us.
Drop.
They have a guy on top space on yellow.
Yeah.
He's nading.
Really good name.
Taking yellow.
Trash now. We want to kill them. 4 men. Knock one in our house. Close house. And too far. One close house too far.
Hurt.
If you can rest.
I'm nading, I will. I'm taking a better angle. Keep shooting them, guys. Nice.
It's a lot.
That's a lot for man.
There's a guy green.
On the west. Knocked on
On the green knock.
Last guy on green rock of GSLR.
What's his knocked?
He's running forward. Nice, boys.
There's a guy on the side.
Target drive.
Foot.
Two guys.
No.
One more.
Drive by me. That's
Nice, Luca.
One knocked.
One BBL knock. 2. He's getting shot.
Who is? Nice.
All right, 2 healthy helpings of the grassy pastures on the way, but I will never get bored of Nixie's microphone when he's in comms, because it's usually just like, I'm taking the shark, It's so close to it. I don't understand what's going on, but it's great to listen to.
It's an airplane pilot mode where you have like, put it all the way inside your cheek when you're communicating through it. It's yeah, exactly. That's just part of the deal, you know. It's we can't have everyone sound the same. Sometimes you need one guy, just one guy, to vary it up a bit.
One guy that's 300% volume and peaking. Yeah. Good times. But
we love it.
Now with this though, Toby, with only 2 games left, it's becoming slim pickings for some of these teams. I mean, yeah, a lot are kind of in this danger zone, and I think we're probably already writing quite a few off.
Definitely, yes. There are teams in the bottom who at this point would need, I mean, historical performances in order to be able to come back into it. I will say though, there are also teams that are unlikely to bring it home, but I want just for the sake of potentially doing something cool, I want to say the BBL, despite them being on the struggle bus, but in the last game I feel like I saw enough decisiveness, eagerness to pull up on fights that they could still be in the run-in. I know it's slim, I know it's unlikely, but I want to add that extra team to the mix of teams that could potentially go out here and have 2 good Erangel games in a row.
I'm still just kind of wincing in pain for teams like Win or Die, of course, that are in a... They had such a good last game. I was so hyped for them, but now, as you can see, the cutoff point, Gladiators is already out because teams that really needed points at the cusp have already got them with 2 games left. So, yeah, Win or Die is also probably done.
And also, I mean, again, BBL, as I said, 45 points currently. They would need phenomenal performances, but we'll see. We'll see if it's going to be possible. Maybe it's a bit too big of a stretch to assume that they will have a chance. But Primal, Last Day, Take Risk, and Sakura Sanson all in the race. Of course, for Take Risk and Sakura Sanson in particular, maybe like Last Day as well, they need not just 1 but 2 good games here. Stardust has shown us that they're very much a consistent 5-point performer per game. Foot doing the same thing. It's gonna be a tall order for them to catch back in this one.
I have also thoroughly enjoyed that Virtus Pro, who has traditionally been a CIS team in the past, has also now joined the elite squads up towards the top. Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, BB team, all of them are at such a strong position points-wise. And these rosters, these organizations just keep looking awesome in this region. So good to see VP blasting up there at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the pick of BME when you add Danish players to your team, you just tend to have more success. Who would have thought? I have to do this because there ain't a whole lot of Danish players left to go around. We used to have quite a few, but not quite the case anymore. But BME in this match in particular, 6, maybe even 7 kills for him. I mean, solid performance in a game that they played really well. I think in the end of it, they were too battered. I mean, they've been brawling through the open into the city as well, and then back out in the open again, but able to pull up some pretty good numbers with 2 Erangels left to play.
I do find it a bit of a shame that Denmark did not have a PNC team this year round, right?
Like, I don't think we had. I mean, Canada played, so everyone, I suppose, could have been invited to play. But yeah, I don't think we have enough active players that have high enough. What do you call it? Like presence at this day, with Clip retiring, with I mean, multiple people kind of being out or just not on top rosters these days. It's a little different.
Since it was so successful viewership-wise, just expand it next year, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, just more teams, more stages. Anyway, let's get into it. We've got ourselves...
Anything else you want more? No,
I'm a greedy guy. Just... Our penultimate game of the day, it's Erangel on the way. Match 17 out of 18 for some of those teams down towards the bottom. They have to pull it out now if they want a chance at going to the grand final straight away.
Early days here in this match, my eyes are gonna be on Sakura Sanson. I don't know if it's been intentional, but again, I mean, patterns start to emerge when things happen time and time again. They find themselves in early game fights very often. Whether it be, when I say fights, I don't necessarily mean 4v4s, everyone on even playing fields, but they're either shooting at or getting shot at other players within the first 5-6 minutes of games. And unfortunately for them, for the most part today, it's been them at the losing end of that. So I want to see, as they are one of the teams kind of on the cusp right now with a need of 2 good games in a row to qualify, if they can avoid that commotion. They have Na'Vi right next door. We know Na'Vi does not usually like to fight early games, so maybe just backfilling them could be an option, or just staying in and around Miltech because you just got the circle.
Yep, these circles always get a little bit cheeky, as unfortunately for a lot of these teams, there's still a lot of water in, right? So it does kind of make things happen at an accelerated pace for all of these teams trying to condense themselves into a smaller area than would be normal. See already last day is moving towards the Pubg and get themselves that self-situated up for the looting phase. And then from there, see where they can transition, because technically they would have a little bit of a leg up relative to some of these other teams to try and find their ideal spot.
Yeah. Curious to see where Primal is going to play this game from. Obviously, going to take their time committing to North Georgia, not just kind of trash looting south of shooting range. Does mean that they're definitely going to dedicate a bit more time. Are they going to pick up in maybe North? Are they going to... I mean, I would imagine playing it slow, potentially even a southern wrap. The issue here is you have two, make that three, I mean, based on where they landed, teams on Millie Island. And Primal, obviously, with how the plane came in from the south going north, would have seen the sheer amount of, I mean, effectively half the server jumping out of the plane before we even hit Pachinki. So I would imagine that they're going to stay north. There is a Severny thing that just tends to attract Finnish players to it. So maybe they'll head up there. And maybe, again, Sakura Sanson will find ways, despite getting circle center early, to either shoot or get shot at in the first 5 minutes of a game.
Yeah, everyone's coalescing on this spot.
Patterns.
It's tough for the Mad. I don't know how he's going to get out of this one alive, because everybody's on the way. Where are the rest? Oh,
Whitbear's pulling up on this. He's coming in from the northern side.
Uh-oh. Well, yeah, the other two are not. They're very far away, so it's going to take a little while for that reinforcements to come along, so they need to buy a lot of time here to make this work. The man is already down to about 33% health here, and they're looking towards the stairs to see exactly where he is, but he's still on that ground floor here, kind of biding his time.
They're biding their time, and it's working out for them, because now Ruin and Code Marco are looking to come in here as well. If somehow the Matt, he's in the smoke outside, I think now. Wait, what is he?
Did he get out?
I can't figure, but this is now a 4v4 if Ruin comes in as well. They're playing this too slow. They knew they had a 4v1, or maybe a 4v2, but they knew they had the numbers, but because they don't aggress fast enough, I mean, it was 20, 30 seconds before Sakura Sanson pulls up probably on it.
A bit of a disaster for Fuzzface. He goes down to the molly. Yep. It flushed. He was weeded out very well here by Eternal Fire. And now they know that the rest of them are in this building. They heard that many footsteps. They heard that many kind of pushing into this building like a SWAT team. But this might be them kind of effectively trapping themselves in here with Eternal Fire now pushing.
It's very strange to me. I saw what they were doing. I mean, Marseille kind of slowing down initially, but then saying, no, you know what, we're doing this. Putting up at the compound. The rest of the team was there, and then slowing things down a bit too late. Mika, tries to get the flush. Actually, Lyra is going to steal it away from him at a distance. Now, of course, giving the info across that multiple other teams are here to look at this one too. Navi's Hakatori starting to look into this fight, and all of a sudden, what could have been a pull-up and an execution fast and successful for Sakura Sanson, because they hesitated, now 5 teams ahead.
Oftentimes, I'm a bit critical of being greedy for those kinds of flushes, but they didn't realize that BBL was in the distance. They only knew as soon as those few bullets came in there. So it was a little bit by the by. Good, fast reactions and retreat from Mika, though, to get out of there. So at least they are still 3 alive. The fight's going to go on with BBL and Twisted Minds, though. So now they're completely preoccupied with a bit of a state of a fight. They've already taken down Example, though. So that's a good scalp to take in the start of this fight as it does ensue.
This tournament as a whole has turned Erangel into Chaos Land. I don't know what happened. I don't know why they decided to do this to our beloved map, but this has been 3 days of non-stop chaos on Erangel's Twisted Minds now. Tangled up with BBL. Batulins down. Example already out. Lou down to low HP as well. Perfect. Dix goes for Sheila. Can't find him, and Twisted out in 16th.
Yep, uncharacteristic.
I mean, I would say so too, but it's been 5 now games of the same. Just chaos from start to finish. I don't know if it's this specific set of 16 teams. It can't be. It's the 24 teams, because they've all been here now. And all the Erangel games have been chaotic.
I do feel like there has been, well, especially because it's group stage, right? And you get some teams that aren't as quite used to being in the very top lobbies in EMEA. So that causes a little bit of chaos. But then also we've seen kind of the slight shuffling around of some drop locations from some of the teams that are like a bit more well established, right? For example, like BBL is suddenly now in Pachinki. All of these kinds of little things that are going on. And it does cause different variances, because even if you're a very similar level team dropping in Pachinki, you might rotate slightly differently out of Pachinki and things like that. So yeah, it definitely caused some problems.
you know, that's what's confusing me though, because I agree with you. We have teams on here that aren't the mainstay and maybe aren't as easy to prepare for, but for the most part, in the Erangel matchups we've seen, those teams have not been the ones to cause the chaos. I mean, too, of course, I mean, to your point, BBL is now rotating out of Pachinki, and they're playing a more fast-paced, kind of leaving Pachinki style, but it's been win or die pulling up on them. It's been Twisted Minds getting engaged early on. It's been, I mean, Sakura Sanson, who might not as a roster be with Mika at it now, like be a mainstay, but in terms of individual presence and understanding of how to play Erangel, they all have the experience. And I feel like it's teams and players that we know from way back when in these last 3 days that have been part of what has been very chaotic Erangel games.
And regardless of what it is, I kind of hope it continues.
Don't, bro. This is the only map we have where we actually understand what's going on.
No, I'm okay with this.
We can't do this to. Maybe it's that issue of Rondo that just triggered everyone, and now everything is wild.
I'm totally okay. The reason I'm okay with it is because, yes, Erangel is the bread and butter. Erangel is the place that people go for stability and things like that. However, hey, if the meta's shifting and if we are suddenly playing like some of the other regions, because Europe is slow sometimes, like not in terms of like boring slow, just in terms of we're going to be way more meticulous about some of our scouting, and then because of that, we're going to make macro decisions and nobody's going to touch each other until 15 minutes, you know? It does happen quite sometimes in EMEA. You can't try it.
No, I'm maybe one that appreciates that. I like the calculated PUBG. I mean, you know, both extremes have their place.
Yeah.
In the game, I just feel like there are more like other maps that we know will give us the other end of that spectrum. So we don't need like if everything is chaos, then then it's just fire and flames all the way through.
And nothing is chaos.
Well, I don't think that's how it works for chaos.
Well, yeah. There are parallels I could draw to other scenarios, but let's not for now. We've got ourselves last day. Quizzy's almost down. He was very close to being knocked there, but he does manage to get over to Bombilova by the looks of things, and then maybe get himself safe. Oh, we're nading cars. That's good job, Suppy. Get that car.
Gotta pop those tires. Somehow, though, the grenades won't always do that job for you. Let's see now. With 40 seconds left of this first circle shift, 7 players dead, and again, a lot of entanglement between Sakura Sanson, between them and Eternal Fire. Up towards the north as well, VP and Stardust sat pretty much on top of each other. No one is opted to stay Milta. No one outside of Ferris, really. And half of Fairy Tail has opted to commit Milta Power side. And obviously, no one's still like on Millie Island side of things. So this next circle shift, with everyone being so spread on this first circle, could cause some commotion, because a lot of people have to rotate pretty much regardless of where we go.
But if we go southeast directly,
or just go south. Center up on the bridge. Let's see where. Okay, as close as we can get, I suppose. Yeah. Farm is where we're headed. Take risk. We'll take that happily, as they're not going to group up as fast as they possibly can. BB team doing the exact same thing. And the north migration now.
Oh yeah, they're moving. They're moving. Aduzi's actually looking towards farm as well. You can see him there, very close to where take risk is, and to a degree, he's taking a slight risk himself. However, the funny thing about farm is that actually you have to cover so much room to actually to hold the whole thing. So Aduzi is not in his vehicle currently, but probably will end up retreating back to the rest of BB down as time goes on.
Murders Pro have Semler just on the other side. Nixie, of course, well aware of this, seeing the vehicles now as well. How much more time do they wish to spend here? Not quite sure. Oh, the Nate bouncing just off to the side, but he's alone right now. Now the fortification is coming, though. Beamy, Look, both pulling up. EB on his way over here as well. Nice headshot connected by Nixie. Follow-up from Beamy will take him down.
Yeah, Locrox is looking for the pursuit as well as Ibby. Just where are we going? What the?
I'm not sure anymore.
Okay,
it's chaos. It's Erangel chaos map, you know.
Apparently, yeah. This is the new hotness. This is what we do here.
It is. It's a testament to EMEA having become too calculated. So we just to start doing random things. It's the good old, if we don't know what we're doing, the opponents won't know what we're doing.
It's tough. It is tough here for these teams to try and situate themselves properly because everyone's already in like Prios positions and trying to take OP dip, and unfortunately for him not really being able to hold on to it and just one alone and just run him over. So Neeks as well, going to be the last watch. No, there's Irio north of them as well, but they're so separated and so vulnerable. Samler's just getting monstered.
I mean, VP is just going to continue doing this. They're going to continue trying. It's a full-on brawl in the streets. Nick Seaton will be taken down. Lucarux has to get out of the car and reload. Rayo not in the position from where he can get the flush. Crossberg from elsewhere is going to find him, though. So Nixie down. Lucarux does get the trade in return, but not before his teammate falls.
You've been correct in your assessment. This is just wild.
Yep.
It's just all this driving around trying to shoot each other. I don't mind it, but like it's just the thing for Virtus Pro is they basically know that they should become totally secured, right? So they can get away with now these flamboyant plays that they're trying to go for up in the north.
Yeah, circle again. I mean, as we can see here, still far down towards the south. Sekiro Sanson still entangled with Eternal Fire. We saw one get knocked before Medibe. He ran over on foot, catches EB and Lucarux off guard as they were committing to the rest, finds them both, and that's going to be them down and out. 87 though, you'd imagine that they're safe unless if, I mean, all the right teams get all the right games in here. It's looking to me like VP should be good at 80 plus.
Yeah, you need quite a few teams to really take on over. As for now, I mean, even the 3 teams alone that are actually playing this outright. Stardust 77, 74 for Foot, Primal 69, and then from there you still need other teams to breach into that top 8 as well. So it's going to be difficult to really take them over, as we do still have now narrowing down of this circle. CCNX is looking towards Primal here over on that northwest side. Where are we going? Oh, no way. No way. All right, show the circle right now.
Show the map, please.
No, what is this?
James wanted chaos. We have enabled chaos. I don't think I've seen a shark fin ending since 2018. God. Let's do it. Let's full commit to this one. BP team going to try and maintain their split. Honestly, I think at this point, if you're best of luck, just go south. Just head back down to the crossroads. To the garage compound, because they're going to get pulled up on by BBL. Here they are, Phil first, and best of luck on their own trying to defend.
Clearly was just no time here. Phil first even had a mod set up just for the potential later on down the line, but anyway, regardless, this is 2-2 split at the moment. You're going to have to hold off against all of these people breaching and encroaching into you, because even if you clean up BBL here and now, I still think there's potential. Dave Wake out for the door. Oh, but it doesn't matter, as we have reinforcing shots coming in. Phil first will get knocked by CCNX nade, but yeah, they couldn't retreat. They have to have the reinforcements coming here from BBL, from BB, from the south side.
Unlucky. The fact that you can't open a door towards you. Unlucky. What if you double tapped it and it opens towards you? I'm not sure, but you have the ka-chonk now in the hands of Code Marco. Ruin does get taken down, so the initial trade goes in the favor of Sekiro Sanson. Up to Marco now to determine whether he really wants to engage in this building or not. It's outside the circle, so not a whole lot of space to fight over. More just trying to stay alive. Marco able to find... Oh, sorry, it's been taken down by Mika, but it's going to be Moldok to find the point.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was kind of outside by the looks of things. Marslick's also gone down as well. Now it's going to be on him and Mika to really do something about this. They know that Last Day is above them in the hills. Marslick's gone. Again, been a very rough day for him.
To consider that Sekiro Sanson were the team looting Milta, right? They had all the... I mean, obviously, you cannot really fault a team for not being in the right place. It's just... it goes to show that just because circles come towards you early days doesn't mean that wins are bound.
I still can't believe that we've got a circle here once again. Like, as much as all the chaos began for this game, and now it's just going to keep going. It should do, at least.
Gonna be clapping their hands up for this one. I mean, it has to go pretty much on the crate, because as we know, crates predict circles. It has to go pretty much just in between Navi, Fairy Tail, BB, and Take Risk. You'd have to imagine, as now Royal trying to make the run on forward. How is down outside the circle? It's just Subby and Jazz left alive.
Yeah, tough entry for them, considering that all of those eastern compounds are also taken by, well, majoritively Na'Vi, and even if you wanted to wrap around Foot, should eventually be able to kind of weed you out on a south side wrap. But at the same time, taking a look over towards where Stardust is, they are all huddled in a very small building, which is not exactly the most ideal of scenarios, considering that Primal's just trying to blitz them down through the windows and even push on forwards with a blue zone nade as well. So that could easily... I don't know if Metabay's close enough to it. I'm not sure.
No, I don't think he is. I made the big mistake of accidentally looking at the map for a second.
No, don't do that.
Fairytale has set up an e-pick up to Millie Island. I don't know what that plan is, but we'll leave that as is. As we now see Primal here pushing on forward. Still need more points in order to qualify. Nade exploded right before them. They know that there are knocks on the other side waiting to be taken down.
Is it sick bait, that emergency pickup, making it look like there's a team there? But regardless, we have them.
That's a good nade. That is a good nade outside the window. How many are they going to get with it? One down. Dash finds Lazar as well. Medibay down. Crossback down. Just one player left alive, and there he goes. Full reset should be possible now as well. Great push by Primal.
Primal's playing as if they've got a chance to qualify. Oh, wait, they do, because we've got 73 points on the board right now, and if they can continue this, it's going to be good. The only problem is they found themselves on the western side, and the circle has shifted away from them. So now making a transition may be rough. Foot is actually moving into where the E-pickup was. Just shoot, just shoot, just shoot, just shoot. Okay, we do get that. Vard goes down. He was so easy to pick up here for Jash.
Twisted Minds had a 68 game or point day one. Na'Vi had a 65 point day one. Primal had 58 points coming into this game with 2 games left to play. And that's insane. I mean, absolutely insane turnaround for the boys. We'll see if they can make this rotation happen, though. Right now, they're being kind of contained by business. Same thing is happening on the other side of the circle. Last day, trying to get inside the circle proper, but Na'Vi won't let it happen.
Yeah, it was going to be so difficult. We expected them to be held out here, considering that they really had nowhere to go. Pitching up against this little hillside as well, and just using your cars for cover. Oh, Molodot, you are fortunate to keep alive off the back of that. That was very, very close, but you're going to get swept. You're gone.
Down he goes. Last day eliminated. Not what they would have wanted. Again, still in the race. But at 67 here, they would need a great second game, or a great final game next game in order to guarantee their qualification.
Primal's on the move. Where are they going to go? I guess it's going forwards a little bit. Let's see what is going on. Business did have a little line of sight on Novi for a second there. So I think they've found themselves maybe a little lip to play here for the moment. But again, it doesn't really afford them many avenues of attack later on.
Nah, you wait for now. They're still rich on potentially to be played on the other side. If you're Primal here, just wait next circle. You know I mean, with 28 alive, you're getting closer and closer to placement points. Not even if you're not inside the circle, but if it's closer to you than the East, you know there are so many teams that are going to have to make moves that top, 6 essentially would be guaranteed. We'll see now, though. Any chances present themselves. Shots are being fired and returned by business. I like that they're being preemptive about this one, too. They know the Primal is still on the western side, and they want to set up to try and deny them an entry. And this circle couldn't be any better for Primal, honestly.
Yep, this is great for them. Fantastic. They've got a few options here by which they can continue on their campaign for this one. And a lot of teams on the east side now are going to be scrambling for it. Rustam are already knocking one of the members of business as they're trying to move a little bit further into the middle of this circle. It's only Vanos, really, alongside the person who's picking up in the middle to really do something about it.
Yep, that's going to try and fall back as well. But now they're going to pull up on this. It's a good read, seeing that there is a split of players on the side of Vanos. They probably read that they've lost one player earlier as well. Now they're going to pull up on this. If they take him out, that could be a good play for them. They are going to full on pull up on it. They have one player knocked on the side of business already elsewhere on the map. Rostamar does get taken down from Vanos. Oh, no, the timing caught with nade in hand.
They're getting absolutely obliterated here. This is brutal stuff. And Novi, unfortunately, had a nade in hand.
Yeah.
Another mortar hits business in the middle as well. Best Loss has had this lined up for quite a while. But not only that, but it's been set up for quite a while. Back when we saw Filthos being breached on, this mortar was there and ready to go. They've been keen for this position for a while.
Definitely have. Now it's paid off for them. Das, solo player left alive. Could have, again, maybe held back for a little while longer, but I like the idea of the play that they're trying to set up. Vanos was caught in the split. Now Das, low HP, has to pull up on this one. There are knocked players right here for him to find, but obviously with the smoke still being there, it's not going to be easy. Maybe one more shot will be lopped over from Best of Luck if he has one, seeing as his knock was just stolen.
Yeah, he'll land right on Daz's head. He does have to be cautious, does Task, all things considered.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're kill feed watching, you know that a mortar has landed here.
Oh yeah, definitely. Fully aware. T-Bone and Foot are going to backfill the position that Primal had just before. They're going to say, well, if you're not going to play the shoreline, we will gladly take it. In the meantime, Na'Vi trying to make a play of their own, not really working out for them. It's just one player left alive now. Hard entry on the eastern side, and Fairy Tail doing a great job at fending off.
They had a good day one. I mean, it was, 44 points? But since then, they've really not got much on the board. Like 8 points up until this game, where they've got a little bit more. And they've got a good compound to work with. But it needs to be 2 big games from Fairy Tail now to really make something happen. They could do from this one. Business is gone, though. Feel like their opportunities have been dashed against the rocks a little bit. 59 points now done for this game.
If Foot takes out Das here too, they have so much space to work with. Pretty much regardless of where the next circle goes, they will be all right. Unless if we get, pretty much touching the current circle, Eastern hard shift, then they should be looking pretty good. Pixel is still down in Sharkfin, holding off the eastern side. So very nice circle control now by Foot.
Trying for the angle. Das keeps peppering some back. And boop, boop, boop. Did not manage to connect anything.
And that's exactly what they want. Straight to Das, but also straight to Foot again. I mean, it kind of takes me back to the game they had on Miramar, where they won on their first day. Really great understanding of that area just south of El Azhar, how they were able to flex out while everyone else was fighting. It's kind of the same thing we're seeing here. They're setting up a fight for solo, and kind of letting BB take risk, Na'Vi and Fairy Tail deal with one another, and they just go, you know what, if you're going to fight in what's now outside the circle, we will just take it and wait for you.
I mean, BB's on a rampage. This is 11 kills going their way already. Thanks to the breaches, thanks to their long-range shots, thanks to cleaning up some people even with mortars. But Take Risk should fully be cleaned up in just a few moments' time. Flash goes forwards here to try and shut him down. And with that being said, they're very willing to push up and clean this up, because as soon as they have got it, they know that nobody's coming in from this angle. Nice.
Flash spam being locked on over. Screams nothing he can do except to scream into the void, as he will be taken down. 5 teams left remaining. Pixel's still down on Sharkfin, trying to make sure no one does a southern wrap on them, because again, I mean, smart understanding of their Achilles heel. If anyone else gets control of the shoreline, 8C and T-Bone's position is going to be completely compromised.
Foot here, still just holding it. We have ourselves though Daz here. I'm impressed that he's still stayed alive, and actually, you know, gaining these extra little placement points that he can. Just, it might be a difference maker. Might be a huge difference maker.
Definitely. Currently set on the 8th place, just ahead of win or die. Obviously, they're not playing, so they will be now guaranteed to go into last chance. So set will fall as well. So top 4 claimed for Das.
Where's Fairy Tail going to go? Zabila is already moving forwards to try and claim something himself. And then from there, I do wonder if BB team has got any more mortar shots available to them. Because again, it's been set up in this compound for ages. So if they do have it available, late game mortars are deadly. Just so deadly. I think I would go to as far to say as underutilized still in competitive.
It's just, it's very, it goes from being very situational to incredibly situational. Because when can you, in a very late game, like phase 6 and onwards, set up a mortar in an area where you know no one's going to see you, you know? Like, is it worth the risk? Is it, I think that's the main concern for many, is that how much do we dare to commit to it?
Let's get Tig on the line and ask him.
Well, I mean, you know what, he'll probably be of a certain mind that most people would love to agree with, but can't.
Well, Daz now might get flushed out quite quickly. They've known that he's been here for quite a while. And
I think there's more than one player though. With how, I mean, I feel like Foot is a team that is pretty good at just running people over when they want to, but they're giving Daz a lot of space here.
I guess they're okay with the circle, well, up until just now, okay with how the circle was working out their way, so didn't really want to overstep the mark too much. But now, looking to try and maybe get rid of him here, and then maybe claim the spot for themselves, whilst BB and, I guess they're hoping that BB and Fairy Tail eventually end up in conflict between one another. Daz is gone.
There he goes. 4th place, though, again for Primal, as you were saying, every single point could be the qualifying point, so solid that he's able to get some more.
Not bad at all. I like that Pixel was playing the beach for this long as well. Beaches actually give you a surprising amount of cover relative to the other positions for teams because of the slope down and the nature of that. But now, obviously, he's going to eventually have to move.
Spiro spots one in the open. April completely caught off guard there. Spiro, nice repositioning. Able to back off now, swing around the left-hand side. Right has a vehicle for cover. That's exactly where Spiro's going to lob his molly over.
BB team is just going ham this game.
Yeah.
When they play like this, it's the kind of games where I'm like, how do people actually defeat this team? Because they're so individually skilled. They're taking every single fight, looking towards 80 as well. If they shut him down, then they have easy pickings of anywhere they would want to go in this circle.
Ooh, sees him over the top, but can't quite get the shot in. A lot of holes in the backpack, but just a little more rich line for him to work with.
I get why you try for it, and it's just sad that it was able to miss those. But anyway, we've got ourselves Fairy Tail still trying to smoke themselves up. BB team just trying to dislodge them wherever they can. They know that's a huge threat at the moment, but at the same time, keeping an eye on foot, realizing that a potential wraparound could be extremely annoying.
I mean, a win here for Fairy Tail, while unlikely with the current position there, and they only have 2 kills, but that could actually throw them into a... Still, I mean, depending on a very good game, but could technically throw them into a qualification conversation come next game.
Yo, they need it. Like they really
would need. I mean, even the 12 points off the win here, if they somehow won this game without getting any more kills, it might be little. So they need something going their way. Now they're starting to flex east. I think them and Foot are starting to work together to deal with BB.
I'm surprised that they're only at 2 kills. There was an opportune moment in this game where they were shooting at a lot of things where nothing was converted, but Aduzi has moved all the way up against this here, against Foot. The perfect little wraparound coming out from him to take out T-Bone, and now he's kind of isolated the other 2.
And the timing couldn't be better for FT as well. If they want to continue this push around, which they do, Pixel finds one, right side finds the other. Phil first, best of luck, both down. Now Aduzi, the one stuck on an island.
Trying his best, getting out of here. Pixel so low on health.
He has to commit to it while Etsy is trying to get the heal up, but it's not going to happen. Spiro will find him, and now it's just him left alive. And just like that, 4v3v3, and all of a sudden, it's full team Fairy Tail against 2 solos. Make that a duo as well as BB gets 1 up.
Yeah, they're trying. They are trying. I thought maybe this was handed to them in a handbasket for Fairy Tail, considering how aggressive we've seen them go. But I mean, BB team has been out of control. They've been running amok. They've gone berserk. They were frenzied. But now it's not really materializing the way they would have liked it.
Incredible wraparound by Fairy Tail here in the end game as well. We saw a phenomenal game for them on Miramar, I believe it was, on their day 1. We haven't seen a whole lot since, but this one, again, I mean, great understanding of where you need to be when you need to be there. Off of that, a knock from a doozy onto one of the Foot players. They instantly started flexing east. Very, very smart play. And now they can make the full-on committed push. 4v1v1. They want all the points here.
Yeah, they do. Besto is still alive. He could still pull out some magic from all of this. But Fairy Tail, man, it's considering that I was very impressed with their first day after not even originally qualifying. I was hoping that maybe they would be able to make it, and they're still not making it just yet here. But Bestalok is going to try and kind of dash their hopes against the rocks. It will be brutal. There's so many off angles here against Bestalok. It shouldn't work out for him.
There it is, and you can see there's April trying to bait the attention. Now they come around the other side, and Fairy Tail from a 2 kills, 3 teams left alive, clean up and wrap themselves 18 points there. Solid performance, which again, I mean, as I was saying before, they're now in the conversation as well.
They're going to need another one. That's the thing. They're going to need to do some big damage in the next one. And considering we're seeing a lot of Chaos and Erangel, try and thrive in that somehow, some way. Find yourself one of these center compounds and try and take out teams as they pass you by, I suppose.
It's going to be close. And I wouldn't have thought that we were going to get a what could be 80+ point cutoff for the final.
So
I mean, that's obviously we're used to having top 16 go through with no elims and globals these days, so we're all thinking back to the 50s and 60s, but still 80+ off of 18 games, that is not something you see too often.
Well, let's see what the Death thinks are our first grassy pastures. It's just chaos wall to wall, but you know what, I love it. Let's get more of it.
Hello Forest, that's the chaos. You know what I love is when we are in the group stages and there are these teams and they are fighting to make the cutoff, to make sure that they can get through to the finals. And those are the teams that we get to see in these final games, in these final fights, Avenger. You can just see how hungry they are. They want to make a statement. I know that it doesn't really matter if you get to the grand finals, doesn't matter whether you get there in first place or 8th place, but it is a statement to skip through last chance qualifiers, right?
Yeah, for sure. And you got to maximize every single point for this one, right? You got to make sure that, especially if you're a team that is not guaranteed an invite to PGC or PGS or anything with any points available to them, you got to do that. And BB team is on the way. And of course, how far and how much we've seen from them so far, like, they have been super impressive here.
For sure. And at Primal, for me, I mean, Mark, didn't notice them much the first time they played, but definitely paying attention today.
It's like they just didn't want to play day number one, or they're completely resetted. It's good to see them again, yet again, in a top position, getting points on the board. 9 in total, will continue to drive forward. They're one of the teams that are on the cusp, potentially push through, but it's dangerous though because of the win or die guys. Primal chasing things down. Fairy Tail just bagged themselves a win. We've got teams hunting down that 8th spot. I don't think we're going to see win or die hold on any longer because Primal just kicked them out.
How frustrating is it for Win or Die and Gaming Gladiators Avenger? They are having to sit behind their PCs. They have played. There is nothing they can do. Their entire fortune and their future is out of their hands.
This is why you want to always play on the last day, right? You want to have that faith in your own hands instead of leaving it on the table for anyone else to take it. But yeah, it's crazy. It kind of lined up exactly how we were talking about it, right? If the mid pack comes in and goes big, it's going to be huge. And then you have a team that's coming from out of nowhere, 11 points in 6 games, and then they just blow the entire lobby up. And they could potentially be the team that's getting the most points in a single day here, depending on their last game.
Mental. We're going to take a focus in now on our first Erangel because we just had a look at it. And we have a team that we've been following around. Mark, who are we looking at?
Oh, last day, because they were on the teams that are on this sort of cup or the elevation, should we say, for them to potentially make themselves into qualification. Now, they obviously drop mid-pack, they go Lepofka, they go for a wide split. I think part and parcel of this is to try and get information. They make a call, expecting it to play south. Wonderful 2-2 split, but what they weren't ready for is for Esports to back for them. They came down that east coast, they found themselves in a position that forced these guys back over. Now at this point, they're still holding on, it's okay, not a problem, we can still make something happen from here, but the zone just shifts so far away from them. But I like it, last day don't go for the early wrap, they still take their time coming in, and then they also look to potentially get any kills and steals. Great shots though, coming from Monodot, not just one, but the second, and it's actually these next couple of points. They don't give up in this fight. They actually go north. They wrap their whole way around Martin, and they come on the other side of this fight just to clear it up. But then Na'Vi was sitting, watching and waiting, and that was pretty much the end for last day. Is it going to be too short for them? They're going to need an explosive ending though. Yeah,
they're going to have a banger for game in the last one. And it's just so unfortunate when you're a team that's on the edge, on the northeast side, and then you have a super hard shift towards the southwest, right? You're just going to be struggling, and sometimes it just feels like you're just chasing circles again and again. Na'Vi, of course, with a huge amount of control there, they're able to just go out and clean out last day outside the placement point. Still here, leaderboard updated, first team on triple digits here, Sam. 108 points for BB team. We have a lot of teams in that kind of middle cost. Winner Dies out, Gaming Gladiators is out, Fairy Tail, Last Day, Take Risk, and Sakura Sensen is the 4 teams that's gonna have to chase to try to take down Stardust, Primal, or Foot.
Realistically, Fairy Tail, you were saying there, Fairy Tail, Last Day, Take Risk. I'm repeating it just to make sure I've got this right. And Sakura Sensen, if they have a banger now, could finish in the top 8. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. And again, it really comes down to the Stardust, Primal, or Foot. I would say Foot even is safe at this point. Like, they're too far ahead. 15 points ahead of Fairy Tail here. It really comes down to if Primal or Stardust have a 0-point or 1-point game, then the other guys will be aware, and they need, I mean, all of these teams, they're going to be fully aware that they're going to need to have a big game. And they will be playing potentially kind of slow, kind of taking it, no risk, and try to get some of the points on the edge. And then you have teams that are like, okay, we're already on triple digits, let's just full send it, or we're already doing quite well, we're already safe, let's just fight some teams to have funds here. in our last game. So yeah, it's a scary prospect, and I kind of expect those 4 teams to take it a little bit slow, a little bit more kind of clever and cognitive play style here to make sure they maximize the points, because they need double digits to make it into the top 8.
They all need double digits now. Mark, just to wrap up what Avengers said there, these teams are basically playing for 1, maybe 2 spots at a push, right? That's where we're at.
Yeah, I agree. 30 spots, I think, are in. Even if they went down and out really early, their position not too bad. It's those double spots. 2 spots were up for grabs. 4 teams chasing them down. 2 teams holding them off. It should be an explosive game number 6. The question is, who are going to get those 2 spots at the end of it?
We will find out the answer to your question very soon. The final Erangel is around the corner. Quick break, and when we return, Kylaris and Toby will hopefully help us answer those questions and see who will be making it through to the grand finals.
Shotgun below, right?
That's
One
me, that's
outside.
me.
Oh.
He's driving away. Drop him, Luca.
I'm trying. I'm in. Nice.
Yellow leaving.
Watch out, Nix.
Oh man. One still north on my hill.
Yes.
I'm gonna shoot you.
I'm
gonna bait for you, Luca, okay?
There's a guy yellow line.
I'm waiting for you.
He's behind his car. He's behind his car. Knocked.
Nice.
1 sec.
I'm so bad.
There's a guy on the hill.
Stardust.
Poor man, just go. Just go.
Kitchen window, watch out.
Knocked up. Wizard.
Nice.
On stopping on green.
He's down to the check on you.
Stopping on green, 3 kills from
Got
the
him.
top of me. Knock one.
One more knock.
Primal.
Drive out behind the T1. Drive out behind.
You can.
Hurt.
Destroy. Dead.
Nice.
Can you
After
guys
you
help me
use
with
the
the
smoke.
sound now? After.
All right, one more game. Erangel on the cards here. As I mentioned before, for Fairy Tail, yes, they got themselves a victory, but they still need another big game, Toby, to try and get themselves into the qualification spot, because the cutoff is rough for all these teams.
Definitely is. Stardust currently trying to remain in the spot they're currently sat in. It's close. I thought it was going to be a bit closer maybe, but there is that 6, 7, 8 point cutoff between them right now, which it's not going to be easy to make up, especially looking at how some of these teams have been able to perform throughout the day.
Yeah, for sure. I'm concerned, man. I'm concerned. I think a lot of these big dogs up towards top, I think they're probably just going to end up sponging up some points again.
Yeah.
All things considered with these kinds of games, and with the chaos that has ensued on actually every single one of our Erangels so far in the group stage. Maybe Europe's turning a corner, man. Maybe it's different.
And that's the kicker for this final match, right? Because when we get the amount of chaos in games where technically all teams have something to play for except for a select few, now where some teams are so far down they can't make it up and some teams are so far ahead they don't really mind, what's going to happen for the teams that do have a whole lot to play for here? How can they kind of weather the storm of pull-ups that we've seen so far? I'm curious to find out.
Let's get to it then. We have got ourselves one final game. You've got to get points on the board right now, unless you want to go down towards the last chance qualifier, which is not easy by any stretch of the imagination. We already have big dogs down there, of course, like FaZe, for example, who have not been able to make it. They will be looking to ruin teams down there. You do not want to be in it.
Not at all. And I think for a lot of the teams, I mean, when we look at the list of teams we are pretty much guaranteed to have in that bottom, all of them have at one point or another had good performances. Except for a select few, I feel like everyone has shown that they're capable of a top 8 come last chance. So it's just about who's going to show up on the day, really. All of them have shown they have made mistakes, and all of them has been able to pull off performances where we both have gone, you know what, okay, I see you, you know? So curious to see how next week is going to unfold. Oh, wow. That's a start.
Yeah.
And for starters to just surpass, I mean, that's the best start, and it's a melee game as well. Hoo-ha, let's get chaotic.
No way. No way. After... Okay, that's fine. We'll take it. We'll take it. Hey, but look at that. We asked for maybe another big game from Fairy Tail. Look where they are. Look where they're situated. This could be it. It would be ridiculous if they're able to qualify after the last 2 games, but there is, I was about to say a dream, but, you know, let's go with a Fairy Tail for them.
It would be a Fairy Tail finish to the group stages, should they be able to pull it off.
Can they? Can they? They have an opportunity here. Already, Sakura Sensen is moving across the bridge into kind of their path.
Oh, Fuss, does he take the underneath, like this stair? I can't see off the map if he's actually up on the road proper or if he's underneath. He's on the road.
He's on the road,
a bike. That's... I don't know if brave is the right word. Naive? Fortunately for him, Sabila wasn't looking, because he was there. But that's definitely a brave play.
Yep. Yeah, it is. No, not too... Well, we didn't quite see if he was weaving, but looking at how the map was kind of situated, wasn't much weaving coming across that bridge. But now the other guys are on the way.
Yeah, Sabilla's going to leave that position too. 1 car usually means more, and him being a solo player in that position and knowing what they have to do in order to qualify, there's no reason to risk it all for a single point potential here in the early stages, especially, as you were saying too, James, with what blessing they've been given in terms of Family Circle.
I wonder if there is a world where he's just looking to claim the warehouse location kind of west of the radio tower, Radio Hill, because that location, I mean, Radio Tower's cool, and you're able to shoot a lot of things from it. But if you're not ready to hold it with the potential of a team already coming across, oftentimes you would expect them to be like saying, okay, we're coming across early because we really want to claim this. It's really cool for us to be able to shoot at everything. So, smart move.
Definitely. Curious to see what the rest of Fairy Tail is going to do, where they're going to backfill. They know, I mean, for a fact that the hilltop is free as it stands right now. So we'll see if they opt to send it, maybe 2 up there in a position from where they can get off easily, or if Brightside and the boys will just fortify down on that western side. We get an overlook here as Mika is able to find Brightside on that exact rotation for Sakura Sanson. Of course, crucial to get points early on, but more importantly, the team they're taking points off of is Fairy Tail, who they are hunting. Well, I mean, I guess alongside the rest of the teams in and around them there for points.
That is a disaster for Fairy Tail to start things off. They may end up starting their villain arc if they're not careful after that kind of situation. Oh, it's kind of being dashed against the rocks this early in a game like this. I mean, it's not out of the realms of possibility that the 3-man can do something, but it just makes it so much harder. And for Sakura Sensen, on the pursuit, on the hunt, they need every point they can get.
So for those of you guys who are tuning in late or maybe have missed out on the explainer of what's going on here, top 8 is where you want to finish. Currently, Primal is sat there at a solid 78 points. Starters just ahead of them, and then a bit of a gap up to Foot in front. But now, Marcelek, he's seen Navi players, but this might just be a bait, because Fairest in a second from now will have perfect angle on him. Oh no, he shoots at a player far. Marcelek, that is that is fortunate. Fuss, seen up in the hills, will be a... I say stay alive. Maybe not so. He will prone and stay alive because of it, but Marcelek could have easily been caught in the open there had Fuss not looked this direction.
But the cheeky thing is, Fairest was over here a little bit earlier than the rest of Na'Vi, because he came over in boat while the other guys came over in vehicles across the bridge. So he arrived a little bit quicker than maybe some would have suspected, meaning that maybe some of these angles are a bit more open.
Yeah, definitely were. Na'Vi didn't want to fully commit to this, though. They are going to leave, go further east around. They saw the commotion between Sakura Sanson and Fairy Tail in the kill feed earlier, so they probably regret that must have happened because Fairy Tail crossed over, took the fight with them elsewhere than Novo, which means this eastern wrap should be free. Smart read, little info to go by, but if you kind of do the math yourself, that is a pretty good indicator that you're free on that east side rotation.
A bit impressed at how mostly unscathed teams have been able to get across to Millie quite nicely, though. Not really too much bridge craziness happening. And for Take Risk, I've missed something. I think I blacked out for a second because I don't know why these smokes are down. I guess it's because BBL was maybe shooting their way?
Yeah, I think they wanted to get back to save. They had a player knocked earlier, and I think they wanted to try and get him back on his feet, which, as you can see, they now successfully have. I think it was Screams who got knocked just before, and they were able to get him back on his feet, of course, at the cost of util, which you don't think much of when it's phase 1, but if this game ends in and around that area, util that you expend early game is most likely util you won't have available late game, because no one's going to pull up on that position, at all. This game. So all util you use now, you might not have available later.
It's true.
That's a weird way of saying they won't be able to get loot, but yeah.
You expend util, and that's how it works, man. Like,
if you use your util, you don't have it later. That is 9 trillion IQ analysis right there.
This is why you're all the big tournaments, Toby.
True. It's for those specific quotes.
Those moments.
It's only this. That's
what was
all
the
I
maths
do.
you were doing earlier? Let me quickly scroll back up. 11 plus 29 is 71. Ah, there we go. Yeah, that's the one.
Exactly. Full focus though now. Sakura Sanson once again. Their ability to find action all the time in early games. Oh, Mika, does you wish he didn't have a nade in hand there? Oh, I say that, I take that back. Damn. Find Cobra with it, but had he gotten with the full spray instead, with 3 guys in that car, could have been more than just the 1 knock.
There's so many moments where Mika is also the person who is the entry knock, the entry frag. He finds himself in the theater of conflict so quickly, so often, and then wins it out. So he's definitely proving himself on this roster once again. And the crash is coming in here onto the side of things, but Fuzz is down. Oh no.
I thought it was a pull-up, but then it turned out not to be. I think he tried to drive down and then realized, wait, BBL is here as well. Couldn't turn around in time, and then it became kind of a half-do, half-don't situation, and he gets caught out in the middle of the open.
I think at this point, with losing Fuzz, at least maybe he can try and kind of lead from the back lines, as it were, but only 2 points.
They have 2 more IGLs left, don't worry. They got this.
They did say that, yeah. I was... But regardless, it makes it so much more hard, so much more difficult to try and get this done now. True. And they are kind of locked in all of this scenario.
Yep. It's very similar to the previous game where they hard commit to a fight early on, which gets them, I don't want to say trapped, but kind of locked in, as you said, with another team. They do have a chance to fall back east. We know there's no one behind them currently, but of course, with them having been occupied with this fight for a little while now, they might not have that info anymore.
It's almost as if knocks are happening on these teams that are like not the very tip-top tier teams, and then people are suddenly thinking to themselves, oh, we can push them, no problem, like, let's go. But then, to a degree, slightly underestimating just how... the scenario around the compound, firstly, but then also just how good that they can be on the hold down. Eternal Fire are no slouches, right? So in the previous game, they were the one that were trying to kind of get themselves out of that sticky situation, and the reinforcements eventually came when they delayed the fight from occurring. And now Eternal Fire is on the way for this fight.
Important fight for when the next circle hard shifts to the north, and this is going to be where we're ending the game, of course.
Oh, yeah.
As Eternal Fire. With how chaotic the days have been, this would not be a weird end to the day as we see a full airplane glider pull up. The duo of Semler players is hunting down Novi.
How did they not crash that? That was grounded almost. That's ridiculous.
We wanted chaos, and here we go. The follow cam, guns in hand. This is not something you see too often. Circle will full commit onto the island. Matt able to find Jash now as well. Oh, just 2 HP survival, but the cavalry from Royal is going to arrive. And here is the pull-up once more. Novi takes him midair.
What's happening? I was like, we went to the Eternal Firefight, and I'm like, no, I don't want to see that. I want to see this. This is ridiculous.
Guys, breathe. I mean, you know, it's game 6. Let's just do it. Let's full commit. Let's embrace the chaos at this point. Foot are gonna get some the freest points ever. Sat here just taking out people. Issue is now both VP and Twisted Minds want part of the chaos too.
I mean, Sam was kind of, well, not memeing, but like just being very aggressive because they know that they're kind of done in this. But for Primal, this is really important. They've lost 2 on this, and they're on the cusp.
They are the team to beat effectively right now.
So this could open things up completely for a few of the teams that are close to them. Sam was gone, but they may have just had huge impact on this last game.
Where are the last 2 Primal players though? Wait, they're on Millie Island. They're sat in, like in C block alongside Business.
Oh, they are. Oh.
Okay, that happened. I think they picked up, and the other 2 glided, and that's how they're gonna meet on the other side. But then they opted to do let's chase a player in a car instead. So again, Foot and VP fighting one another, 5th and 6th respectively, but a bit of a jump up from Primal to them. You'd have to imagine. I mean, I'm not even gonna do that for you. It's they're in both.
Yeah, I mean, all of the teams on the north are just converging on one another, looking for kill points, right? You can see Twisted Minds up there, Foot up there, Virtus Pro up there. They know that they're pretty much safe, so let's just go out in a blaze of glory, see how much we can do.
Yeah, you would need to go, I mean, all 11th through 14th to all get at least like double digit this game in order to even make it close. So unlikely, and also not happy.
This is actually really good for the teams on the pursuit. Like, I mean, technically you're removing kill points from the lobby as a whole, but you are removing some of the big dogs that could be very impactful against you when you actually want to fight them. And you'd much rather fight some teams that are in 16th through 19th or whatever compared to like a Twisted Minds, a Virtus Pro, a Foot. Yep. So if they are killing each other off in the top, I don't think we're really that bothered by it if your team's on the pursuit.
Not at all. Primal trying to stay alive, but now shots being peppered in from the north once more. As BBL start looking down towards the south into the C block here. Primal's just got Rust and Jorgis left alive again. I mean, still sat on the cusp, tied for points with Stardust.
This is a rough spot for them, considering they're on 79 points here, Primal. So smoking things up, trying to get out of this scenario that they find themselves in with Take Risk. Sorry, not Take Risk, Business, I should say. Similar colors on the board.
Yeah, get out of here. You got a melee game. You're here already. Prone. Find a shotgun and just wait. I feel like that's what you do if you're Primal right now. You know you're on the cusp. You know it's close, and you know that. I mean, yes, we lost the Fairy Tail player earlier, but outside of that, it hasn't really been too action-packed for the teams in the bottom.
Is it going to be a trying time for Stardust as well? That's the question, because
we'll see.
They're also now at that 79-point marker, and they're in the blue on mainland. I think they technically have themselves a boat. There is an entry point available to them in this. They don't exactly know it just yet, but regardless of the fact, they're going to have to make landfall quickly and start working their way into Military Island. So, and that will be slow going, really, because they'll be concerned that there's people on those hills above those compounds that are northwest of Sosnoff for Millie Base. It will be slow.
VP coming in on the eastern side, Foot as well. Now outside of Pachinki, waiting for that E pickup. Curious to see where they are gonna set up shop. Are they gonna go plane crash? And if so, down towards the plane graveyard. If they do, without cars, that's, I mean, good luck rotating from there. I'm very, very interested in seeing where they're gonna fly to.
I think you just launch yourself into the military base, right, and try and take a building and sit still.
It's easier said than done.
I know,
Have you seen the amount of anti-air guns in military?
If you could man them, and
also just the amount of guns in military that are going to see that helicopter come over the hillside. That's going to be enough for them. Eternal Fire looking for some points up on the northern side. Of course, they would need the game of their life in order to qualify. So maybe they've seen VP on the other side. I think they actually might have seen some vehicles over there. They're going to sit up here and wait. They would need what? Like, we're talking a 20-kill game, and that might not even be enough.
No, rough stuff. They will be probably heading on down to that last chance. And, well, we had that emergency pickup going in. Foot is dropping in towards the northwest side of Sosnovka Millie Base, and he's getting gunned out of the sky. And they're gone. Well,
ooh, but points out of Fairy Tail. The team on the hunt. You know what? If you're April right now, you will take those freebies as much as you possibly can.
Yeah, this suddenly becomes doable, right? I mean, it kind of was doable before, but losing Brightside early on was a bit of a problem. But now getting these under your belt changes things a little bit. More shots going on towards Na'Vi. They're going down the hillside here. Where's Stardust? They're coming in behind Na'Vi.
Yeah. Ooh, shots not being fired. April still looking forward. They're in a 2-1 split with Sabila inside military base proper. Trying to, this is actually not too bad an off angle. It's kind of limited with how many shots he can get off, but at least he'll be able to feed the info across. Should Na'Vi trying to push up on foot, he'll be able to see them and tell the team they're there. Stardust in the meantime, took the boat before we saw that. They're going to be now rocking up on foot. Do they have a car here? Something to get to the circle faster? I'm not sure.
No, I don't think so. I think the element of surprise is going to be their ally, to be honest with you. And the car, I guess, would make a bit of noise. But if they can rock up behind some of the teams that are on the west side, like a Na'Vi, for example, maybe take a few points here and there, then that could work out.
Definitely good. BB team trying to fend off against Twisted Minds. Of course, Twisted don't want to finish group stage in 4th. They want to win the whole thing, and the only way to do that is take out the current first place team. But Perfectix now down as well. This is not looking like a winning game for Twisted.
No. But at the same time, now Stardust still has to go further in the blue and try and find themselves the entry point as the circle kind of shifts away from them up towards the north onto those hills. Those hills are notorious for endings for games where you have some scrappy fights across some of these hillsides. People can coexist in them. And you see Secure Sense then on that far east side is trying to figure out where on earth do we go from here?
Let's see. Can they wrap around? They have one vehicle now. Stardust, that is. Maybe they could do the hard northern wrap on this in the meantime. Of course, we saw Fuss fall earlier, but it has allowed for Sakura Sensen to wrap further towards the east, but they're running straight into Eternal Fire.
Both need huge points, and enough for Sakura Sensen. They start this off in a disastrous way. It's only up for Mika to really do something about it, and he has been solid today. You can't take that away from him, but it's not been enough, it doesn't look like.
It hasn't been enough, but look at this now. Last day might actually pull up on this. They saw it in the kill feed, and now we're seeing Fairytale take casualties as well. This is playing out perfectly for Primal, who is down to just one player. Sakura Sensen will fall. They will not make grand finals, at least not immediately. Twisted Minds will fall as well. BB team to take them out and solidify what most likely will be their first place. But BBL now as well, fending off and tearing apart business.
Yep, good stuff. They've got themselves center spot secured and good to go. So for BBL, well, I mean, they need an insane game. If you're BBL at this point, you just kind of should be running around trying to shoot at literally everything because nothing else will matter. Nothing else will be good enough. But anyway, last day did shut down the majority of everything coming in from this east side. It's just up to Quetper and Rune now to do something. But Quizzy with the most in the Gant of all guns was able to take 2 with him.
And it's really just, I mean, at this point, just last day and take risks that have a chance of changing anything in terms of the top 8, depending, of course, on how Primal and Stardust play this one. Stardust currently, despite being outside the circle, with a seemingly bigger chance of making it through here than our Solo and Rust and Wait, no, never mind. There are 2 players left still. Our duo down in C block. They're still inside the circle, but here, welcome, Stardust, out of the blue. You are now in what we call the circle.
They've done it!
Hey!
So they do want some points to secure themselves in that top 8. It's still, well, Fairy Tail now with 1 alive, they're probably not making it. We need last day to really start posing a bit of a threat. And they could if they take out Risk as well as Eternal Fire. And also, Ibby might feed them a whole point here as they're coming in alongside him.
Wouldn't complain.
Yep. Fed a point. Nice.
As free as they come by car delivery. Right on point, just as the new circle pops and swings in their favor as well. Ruin 2 is going to say, oh, wait, we're giving points away now? Yeah, sure. Come take 1 more.
It did look like this. It's just suddenly everybody's just running into us like, yeah, this is great. This is brilliant. Why hasn't this happened all day?
Stardust in the meantime, opposite side of the circle. Different story for them because it doesn't seem to me like Navi has any plans of an easy entry into this one. Crossberg will commit to the rest here. Nail Cop, of course, they're kind of the front line right now, trying to fend off against the entirety of Navi, who now is Fairest looking further north. I think he's anticipating a potential BB push around the northern side, so has to respect. They're just here to steal cars. Oh wait, no, that's their own cars. They're making sure their cars won't get stolen, I should say.
That's really sad that you assumed that they were just thieving those cars away.
Navi always stealing cars.
But that being said, look at this Stardust. Nailcop is actually stealing their car. But Bobbilova goes down. Quetpa here really being a thorn in their side. This could cause them huge problems later on down the line. And Primal is still down towards the bottom and lurking.
Exactly. Big loss for them. Are they going to turn around on this? They might just. They know it's a solo over here. Might see if you can get more of those 3 points. Of course, Quipper will do what he can to put up a fight here. But they're full committing all 3 remaining players to try and deal with him down below. I like this play. They don't want to solo up behind them. Nitro, though, will fall down.
No.
Quipper able to find the first.
Quipper could still do a little bit more here if you're not careful about it. Quizzy going to try and peek on over. Does see his shoulders by the looks of things there. And will eventually finish it off.
This. Quincy able to get it. Quitpa actually gets him over the top with the nade. I think it's first. Oh no, it's going to get stolen. Never mind. And here comes Primal. What better timing for them? Quincy caught with a Mosin in hand, and they will fall because of it. Now it's just take risk with the chance of doing this, but they would need a blinder of a game down 13 points as it stands. And look at where they are. It's just billionaire. Stardust might just have done it.
It needs such a big game that Toby is now using my vernacular here to talk about it. Because, yeah, it's right. It's ridiculous that there's no way that this is going to work out for them, especially with BB team pushing up on again them in this turn. It's all on Billionaire to try and do something, mate. But BB team's not going to let this go.
Sometimes all you got to do is chill outside the circle, come in on a boat, and then run in the blue for a while, and you qualify. And also get 81 points, of course. That's the first task. Yeah. And then steal the US, and then you're good. Then you're grand finals material. So let's see. Take risk, a rest of a lifetime. Apple gets back on his feet. Millionaire gets 10 kills. That's how we do it.
Oof. It's a tall ask, especially with that. And he's gone.
And it's actually Rustin. It's Primal to shut down 3 of the threats for teams that were trying to hunt them down. I think that's a great storyline that they end up being the kind of the craftsman of their own success here.
Well, okay, so this game isn't over yet, but Primal came in today with 11 points, Toby. Yep. 11 points, and now they're at 85. What a day it has been for them, considering I completely counted them out. It has been a banger day 3.
Oh yeah, no faith at all coming into this day, but no, we were left. I mean, I guess they got the last laugh in that regard because they surely showed up. Regardless of what happens in this game now, they have proven to us that they're definitely worthy of a grand final spot. Na'Vi, of course, want to finish ahead of BP team. There's still a fight for that pride in the top. 118, though, going to be a hard one to catch with BP still having 3 players alive.
There's so many moments where you could potentially take number 1 in a region which is hotly contested, extremely deep in terms of talent, and Na'Vi is there every single time. And every single time they're doing it, by the way, they've got a smile on their faces because they love playing this game. That's a great nade from Baron Peak, though, against Phil First, as BB team might be losing that first place spot if Na'Vi's got anything to say about it, as well as BBL, who's just having these impacts on this lobby. Of course, it's only the group stage, and it technically doesn't matter if you get first place, but yeah, Na'Vi will happily take it if they get an opportunity.
Does Na'Vi push up on this? So they know that they have players around them. Still, BB does get eliminated, but 2 of the points are going to go over to Stardust. Baron as well, still here, live and, well, somewhat kicking. Has Fairest right behind him.
Yeah, I think they'll be on the hump for it now, considering that they just saw BB go down. And, I mean, how many points are there left? 4 kill points, even with the 10. They may, actually, I don't know fully, but they might not even be able to catch up. It might be very close, but...
don't think so.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, valiant effort. Na'Vi able to go out and show up again. I mean, they're proving time and time again. They're definitely definitely not only a mainstay, but also very capable. Like their end game conversion rate of getting games into wins. They already have 1 today. It's phenomenal. And there it goes. Nail Cup finds 1 more. And Stardust too. A great storyline of one of these Turkish teams that have just played really well.
Yeah, for sure. They've looked good to be able to get to this spot and find themselves into the top 8. Them and Primal really are the big winners going into the grand final. Of course, yes, they didn't get those many points, but there are 2 names that people didn't fully expect to be in those top spots, and it will be DFX now shutting down Nail Cup. But we said it at the beginning of the day, and I'm going to say it again. It's just a matter of time before this Na'Vi roster wins an international, because they look so good in one of the most competitive regions. They look so good on internationals, consistent 4ths, 5ths, etc. And it's on the way eventually.
Can we just talk for a second, as this game comes to a close, of how Primal, who were chasing people in gliders, comes out in 2nd place this game?
Wasn't it Samler chasing Primal in the glider?
Oh, was it that way around? That might have been the case. Right? Yes, it was them chasing. Okay, fair enough. But nonetheless, them split so far apart, still somehow able to lay low in C block, and of course solidifying their grand final spot off of this game. That's not the way I thought this one going down. And Na'Vi, of course, again, I mean, 4 wins, assuming they're winning this one, in 12 games. That's incredible.
If there is ever a situation to 4-man pan in a group stage, this is it. All right?
Do they commit? Do they want to do it? Nope. I'm seeing them shooting. It's not going to be the case. They're not going to go for it. Or are they? Are these utilities? Is it just bait shots to try and deal with them as I'm trying to beat a fly that's flying around my microphone? They know where he is. Not going to happen, though. They get themselves the win. 8 kills for Na'Vi. 4th win in the group stage.
Just huge stuff from Na'Vi. I mean, I don't quite know if they've actually caught up to the BB team 1st place position, but regardless of if they have or haven't, again, this team looks awesome. And it's so clear that they have a genuine they ooze passion whenever you meet them at LANs for this game. So it's very exciting for me to see that the region just keeps getting stronger and stronger and stronger, with more and more competitors to be able to aim to the top.
But also, as we climb up the mechanical skill level, we add the chaos meter and increase that. And I feel like I'm happy that we don't have, the global thing where we go straight to the next bracket. You have 5 days, guys, now. Let's calm things down for last chance, shall we? Let's go back to the cerebral smart PUBG, not the chaos that we've been seeing this weekend.
Well, no rotating lobby. That might give us with a little bit of a solid position to set these foundations for Erangel. But for now, it's back to the desk. Thanks for listening to us. We'll break everything down here going into the last chance from the group stage.
Thank you so much to Kalaris and Toby. We'll see them again soon. Let's just talk about the fact that Na'Vi has actually dominated the group stages here. So many wins, Mark, and they've done it in fine style. Definitely a team to keep your eye on in the grand finals.
Yeah, and add to they haven't had a lot of time to put reps in before because the team was away, no one's around to have scrims. Na'Vi really coming in the group stages and packing a punch, able to get the winner chicken dinners and securing the spots. Good ending for them, 4 versus 1. Would have liked to see in a pan ending, but not going to be the case. Barrel through the window, will send Primal out in 2nd.
Let's talk a little bit about Stardust, Avenger. This team that's sitting in the mid pack. This 4th place for them. That's going to be a decent move.
Yeah, that's huge. That's if you look when we started this group stage here, and we look at the teams that are playing and like getting Stardust and Primal is just so fantastic. It really talks to, as James is saying all the time, the depth of the EMEA region, right? You have so many fantastic players that are capable of getting a top 8 in a really tough lobby here, 24 teams. But again, big story, of course, is Primal, 11 points going into today. I don't think anyone expected them to go out and have the biggest points on a single day coming into this. That's just like unheard of. They looked broken. They looked like they're not gonna make it, right? And then you come out and you pull out your Rustenma and he goes out and slams everyone.
So one of the teams that was fighting for one of those top 8 spots, and they were right there, they were so close, was Fairy Tale. And it's really interesting, Mark, because you decide and we all chat about the teams that you want to follow before we get into games, so we can make sure that we put together a fantastic package. And we were going to follow Stardust, and we thought, oh, Fairy Tale might be the route to go. Unfortunately, though, that wasn't the case. This was their opportunity, and it didn't come to fruition. Why is that?
Yes, Sam, you throw me under the bus. We did have Stardust. Nice spot to fairy tale. Is that lucky for them? Look, the play path was good. They obviously will go drop for Nova. We see Nova picked up by them. They obviously went for the wrap. They didn't quite catch the Secure since they lost one. But it was a good rotation round. Obviously, there's 2-1 split. I was kind of questioning. I think Martin said when he was on the break that actually it's all about information gathering. They were using Zabilla to just kind of watch anyone wrap up on that side. They're able to pick up the double drop though from for Esports, and then Zabilla continues to hold. Does spot Na'Vi running up on them, but it was the rotation away. The guys obviously had to put themselves into a position, and then it was a full send in the car. But you got to remember, they didn't have, Martin, any information over here. So at this point, it was just a blind send towards the middle. Didn't work out for them. 1 man remaining. Look, you park a car next to a tank, you're going to get second guessed, and unfortunately, Na'Vi came in on it.
Yeah, when they started this game, you're like, okay, this is a chance. They can do it. It's not that many points that they need. And then you have a team like Primal and Stardust that end up having huge points. The cutoff ended up being way higher than we actually expected it to be, right? Unfortunate for Fairytale, but I will say I was impressed with what they were able to in group stage. I actually think they have a legit chance once we get to the last chance next weekend.
Well, this is the thing, right? A lot of these teams are now going to move to last chance qualifiers. Are you surprised by any of the teams that are finding themselves in the last chance, Avenger?
Yeah, of course. FaZe Clan's not supposed to be there. There's a few teams that that should be performing at a higher level. We know they're capable of. Gaming Gladiators as well, of course, should be in there. They didn't have enough points. We hypothesized that the cutoff might be lower, but all the mid-pack teams just had insane days. They were all fragging out, and we had a 5-horse race for 2 or 3 spots in the very end. So that was super cool. A fantastic day. And even though we had, teams that like BB Team and Na'Vi that actually ended up in our triple digits that we kind of hypothesized about, we didn't have Twisted. We didn't have more teams that got like in the very top that got enough points that actually ended up mattering. But then you have a team that go out and put in 70 points plus in a day in Primal, and like, where did these guys come from, right? And we're talking about a 75 to 80 points cutoff, and they come in, put 70 points on one day. A team that got 11 points in 6 games is just crazy.
You said, where did they come from? I don't know where they came from, but I know they're with us now. Jogus from Primal is going to chat to us. He is on the call, ready to talk. Well done on an incredible day. And like Avenger said, where did you come from? What happened today that you suddenly, your entire team was just banging in the server?
I mean, what happened was we were confident going into day 1, and I mean, we just fumbled it a bit, and like we are confident still, like even after that, like we know with what we are like capable of doing. So we just go in the server and play our own game pretty much. Like all of us is believing a lot. Like we know what we can do. So it was. I already told like when I was streaming also. I thought like 70 points today is gonna be guaranteed.
I love the confidence.
And I'm
Avenger,
really proud.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. I have a few questions. Obviously, congrats. Huge game. I was actually lurking in your chat a little bit today, just seeing what like the mentality and the vibe was, and I was like, damn, he's come to play today, and like, okay, it's gonna have to be a huge day for you guys. But I did not expect this. And like, I want to hear a little bit like once you had like the first couple of games where you had some really big games, what was the vibe like? What was the comms like? Was it just like, guys, we're gonna do this? Was it just confidence all the way through, or were you worried a little bit?
Confidence all the way through, I think. Like we just go in the next game. Even after the first like 29 points, we didn't even talk about it at all. We just went into the next one and played. Like that's what we do pretty much.
Yeah,
like,
the finish
there's not like
cool, calm, collected.
Yeah, the last 2 games was like, I don't know, we kind of threw them, but we managed to sneak in there, so it feels good.
Cool, congrats.
In the famous words of Gibbs, if you want to win, you get a fin. But I do want to talk about those last 2 games, because obviously day 1 for the group stage was a little bit of a write-off for you guys, and you guys did have to really reset. But those last 2 games, kind of, what was the game style for you guys? Because it didn't feel like the normal Primal. You wasn't going that push. It felt a little bit more of an hold. Did you guys come into game 5 and sort of game 6 just a little bit more reserved and just trying to see how the game unfolded?
Yeah, I mean, we just said like before the games, we were just like, everyone is dying around us. We can just stay 4 alive. We will find a spot in the circle for sure. Like there was so much open space, so like we were kind of just chilling. Then like in the second last game, we tried to make a like confidence push like we always do, but then we kind of fumbled it. And I don't know, but yeah, that's it.
Take it.
Jogers, thank you so much for chatting to us. Congratulations. Very excited to see you in the grand finals of PEC Fall.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Congrats to you and the boys.
I love it when players are like, I knew it today. I said it was going to happen, and that's what we did. Like, just no hesitation there, Avenger. That is the winning attitude to have, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like, this mentality is obviously the way to go there, and I actually liked it. I expected to come into Jagez's stream and see like a defeated man, but he was just grinding. He was just grinding TDM, just shooting. And then I played a little bit of ranked later on the day, and they were grinding. Like Rustan was playing ranked. I was like, damn, this is a stacked lobby. In my lobby had like Marsalek, Rustan, the boys, and I'm like, okay, these guys are gonna come to play. They're playing all day, and then they come in here and they frag out and do this. This is obviously beautiful to see. And yeah, when we have a few other teams that kind of fumbled in the first 2 days, then having teams that come in and just show what they're made of and play it out. And I completely agree with what he said. Like, they fumbled the last 2 games, especially the second last one. They could have played more passive. They could potentially held out foot. They didn't need to push over as early on. And I think it was business that they took on. And it was Vanas, I think, that was fighting there in the southern side of Snake Compound. And they could might have gotten like 5 or 8 more points in that game. So yeah, they fumbled a little bit, but when you start your day with insane games like they had, then it's like your confidence is just completely different. And if you have that going into the day and you have 6 games ahead of you, you just build on like the building blocks and you just feel like you're winning everything. So super cool to see Primal stepping up like this.
For sure. Now let's talk about some of the teams that we knew were going to go through. The Twisted Minds, the Navis of the world, Mark. Those big names that are there. What have you thought about their performance during the group stages?
Definitely felt difference between day 1 and day 2 for them. Obviously, Twisted Minds had a point to prove. I think there was that question about they don't want to go through lower the bracket. They don't want to be that last chance team anymore. So I think they're ticking the box. Day 2 maybe didn't really see as much of them. They were still a good play. There's still that fight on Rondo, and obviously Business tried to put their business in it, but was sent packing. So not as much of a bigger impact I felt from the Twisted Minds. Navi though, super consistent. Loving what we're seeing with this team. They seem to put game in after game in, despite even zone shifting away from them. They're still arguably getting into the zone, and I like they're starting to be creative as well. So a dangerous team, I think, going through and obviously putting themselves in the grand finals. But would we expect to see a Navi and a Twisted Minds in them? 100%. But it's good to see them get it out of the way when it comes down to group stages.
Let's take a final look at your top 8 teams that are making it through to the grand finals. Remember, all the other teams will play next week in the last chance qualifiers, but there they are. BB Team, Navi, Ascend, Twisted Minds, VP, Foot, Primal, and Stardust. I'm excited to see VP in the mix there, Avenger. I really rate that team.
Guys, I'm not saying I said that the cutoff is going to be win or die, but they were 9th, so technically the cutoff was win or die.
Win or die.
You said
You're not saying that, though. Virtus Pro, that's what I wanted to talk about, Avenger.
Sure. Yeah, you want to talk about it, we can talk about that. They did well, but then again, like, they were outperformed by some of the other teams, and they, I feel as well, could have maximized the points a little bit more. They're a team that I could easily see on triple digits, but yeah, they didn't. Once we obviously go to the last chance, I feel like there's a huge gap in the lobby. We're going to see a lot of teams in the very top farm. And again, we're going to have these, 6, 7, 8 teams fight for the last 1 or 2 spots. We should come in and see some teams do extremely well there. Gaming Gladiators, Win or Die, FaZe Clan should come in. Even last day, I think, is a good shout. They should come in and completely dominate that lobby. And yeah, then we'll see. Maybe someone goes in and have a Primal day and just completely destroys the lobby with 70+ points in one day.
We'll have to see if that happens. That is going to be going down next week, Saturday and Sunday. Avenger and I will be here for that. Mark is going to take a break, but we'll see you during the grand finals, Mark. Thank you so much, gents, for sharing all your knowledge over the last 3 days. And thank you to you at home watching. I hope that you've had fun and enjoyed it. And make sure that you are back next week because the PUBG Don't Stop PEC Fall is well underway, and we'll see you then. Good night.
World updates to Taego, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more as we dive into the update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Taego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new survivor pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new survivor pass, and hot drop back into Taego. We'll see you on the battleground.